Well, a very warm afternoon welcome to you all here to Buckmore Park for the 2026 Buckmore Park 24 Hours, the premier event of the year here at one of the best circuits in the southeast of England. My name's Andrew Mather. I'll be on comms for you for the first part of the race and the last part of the race, joined this year by Yusuf bin Sahel. Yusuf, great to have you back with us. We've got Adam Reed with us again this year as well. This is such a good event. Tell us a little bit about it, though, for those who are new to this scene.
Well, it's a 24-hour race. You can't get much better than that, and it is going to be an absolute gruel for a lot of teams. And the best part is, this year, like last year, it's looking like there is no rain forecasted. We can live it in the sun, get a bit of sunscreen out, and just enjoy what should be an absolutely fantastic weekend.
Absolutely. The conditions are really good here at Buckmore Park today. It's a bright skies around 20 degrees, but this is a very physical circuit. We'll talk more about the circuit later on, of course, Yusuf. But Yusuf, this is a race that you've raced in, not this year. You've come to the dark side and full-time on comms. But why do people say it's one of the best races of the year?
I think with Buckmore Park, one of the best things about this circuit is you can overtake pretty much anywhere. Really good kart parity across the event means that it's literally all in the hands of the drivers, and with how clinically Buckmore also run pit stops, it just means that everything, all the talking is done out on circuit. Yeah, there's always a little bit when it comes to how well teams are organized to make sure that they're getting their pit stops done fluidly, they've got their drivers ready and so on, but 99% of stuff is done out on circuit, and we've seen some really, really good races over the past few years.
And this track as well, we often talk about tracks that have been around for a few years as the grand old ladies of British karting. This is probably one of those, isn't it? So much history here.
Yeah, it's one of the really old school circuits. I mean, off the top of my head, it's Jensen Button is the one really well known. And who is it who opened up one of the corners, or we got a suite in Buckmore Park named after an old Formula One driver? I forget the name.
Well, John, we're in the John Button suite right now after Jensen's dad. But yeah, many of the drivers that you know from British motorsport will have raced here in various events over the years. Race time will start at 14:30, so under half an hour away from the start of the race. We'll have the grid walk as well in around 10 minutes' time. But let's learn a little bit more about this Buckmore Park circuit from our good friend, Mr. Kieran Mogg.
Welcome to Buckmore Park, where this weekend drivers from all around the country are going to make their annual pilgrimage for the Buckmore 24 Hour. But what is the Buckmore 24? Officially started in 2013, it's run every year since, with the exception of 2021. It's a grueling 24-hour battle against not only your competitors, but the ever-changing British weather, mechanical sympathy, and your own exhaustion, where at any moment, your team's fortunes can change in an instant. Teams are broken down into two classes, pros and rookies. All teams must enter a minimum of 3 drivers and a maximum of 10. Over the course of 24 hours, most teams will surpass over 1,000 miles. 2025's winning team, Nameless Motorsport, completed 1,697 laps, which roughly equates to 1,260 miles. Brand new for 2026 are the karts. Buckmore Park has brought in a fleet of new Sodi RT10 V2s, and teams will be randomly allocated a kart at the beginning of the event. These new karts also feature a weight box as well, which allow the teams to add or remove weight with ease. Of course, 24 hours of constant running is a lot for any vehicle, and so they'll be brought in for servicing twice during the race to allow the mechanics to go over it and make sure there's no issues, reducing any risk of mechanical problems. Over the years, the Buckmore 24 has attracted some of the biggest names in the industry, from real-life professional racing drivers to content creators, with a following rivaling some countries' populations. It allows amateurs and professionals to compete against each other on a level playing field, testing their speed, consistency, endurance, and their teamwork against the very best in the country. On a weekend that can throw any amount of curveballs, and where the teams fight for over 1,000 miles, there really is nothing better to watch. So whether you're here at the circuit or watching the live stream from home, get ready, because this is the 2026 Buckmore 24.
Great stuff there from Kieran Mogg. Yusuf, we've had our qualifying session, so hot off the press. How are things looking?
Well, it was looking really close, and then Phoenix decided to be really inconsiderate and absolutely blow everyone's lap times out of the water with their final 2 laps. They've taken pole by nearly 0.3 of a second. Absolutely ridiculous. Don't quote me on this, but it's one of the biggest qualifying gaps between the top 2 we've had at this event. After that, it's very, very close. Our reigning champions, Nameless Motorsport, they're actually down in 6th place, so they've got a lot of work to do, but a very, very long race for them to be able to gain that time back. Spicy Boys, who actually narrowly missed out on the top 3 with Cameron Dass racing with them. I don't know if he was in the kart for qualifying, but Spicy Boys will be starting in 2nd, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from them on the grid with Adam Reed shortly.
Yeah, we've also had our top clubman team at the moment. So this is one of the things that's maybe a little bit different about this race. Zenki Automotive have qualified 3rd, but depending on how they do, or their speed will be assessed, won't they? Whether they might actually get promoted up to being a pro team. I would say with that result, that's quite likely.
Yeah, and just to explain for those people who are new to the Buckmore 24 hours, the way it works is we've got 2 classes here. We've got a pro class and we've got a clubman class as well. But as the race goes on in the first 6 hours, it is at the organisers' discretion whether they want to move some of those clubman teams up to the pro class, which I think is a really good thing, because sometimes you get people who enter events and they're not sure, you know, how are we going to fare? So there is that flexibility, and it means that for some of the newer teams, you know, they don't have sharks, let's say, in the clubman class. So we might be seeing Zenki Automotive getting bumped up. 2 of our other clubman teams who have done very well, Team Wrangler with Red Mist in 7th place and MGS Motorsport in 8th place. MGS Motorsport is a team that I think we'll probably talk a lot about because it's quite a cool team. It's essentially a school racing team, so a bunch of young lads from Maidstone Grammar who like karting. They do a lot of racing, and they're racing together as a team with a token teacher in their squad as well.
I'll be interested to see which of the drivers will get the most discretions from Clinton Race Control. I bet it's the teacher. Let's talk about other teams as well, because we've got 13 total racing once again for the Buckmore Park 24 hours. You've mentioned some of those names there. Nameless, for example, winners from last year. What other teams do you think are going to be right up there for the wins here today?
So I think one team to keep an eye out for, Rio Speedwagon. They've qualified 4th. They've got Dante Dillon in that team, along with some other very, very quick drivers. Another one as well, Friends of Shelby Newstead, pardon me. That's got Clayton Ravenscroft in the team. And one of his teammates, so a lot of them very experienced drivers, one of them is a junior rallying champion as well. So very, very stacked grid this year, and a lot of teams to watch out for.
And it's one of the great things about this race, isn't it? I mean, it's one of the great things about Arrive and Drive karting, that you've got all these different drivers from different backgrounds, some of them relatively new to the sport, but everything's equal here. It really is all about the driver and the teamwork across the course of the next 24 hours.
Yeah, and as you said, you get drivers from so many different realms of motorsport. I'm sure there's probably even some motorbike riders around lurking somewhere that we don't know about. And this is just the perfect make everything equal. And you really get to challenge yourself against some of the best drivers in the business. And again, just have a great time at the event.
Well, we're going to learn the stories of these 30 teams across the course of the next 24 hours. The 13th running, of course, of the Buckmore Park 24 hours. But let's learn a little bit more with Kieran Mogg, more about this track.
The Buckmore Park circuit is one of the most famous karting venues in the country. Since its opening in 1963, it's been a proving ground for future talent, with stars like Jenson Button and Lewis Hamilton having both cut their teeth here. It's a circuit that rewards consistency, precision and composure, where any mistake can cost you dearly. Into turn 1, this wide open right-hander might look simple, but in reality it's anything but. You see, it's not flat, so if you slow down too much, you'll lose too much time. If you take too much speed in, your car will end up on the left side of the circuit over here. On the dirty side, it will start skating around and you'll lose time. And it only gets worse if the track is wet. So if it starts raining, if you look around, there's trees above the start-finish straight. And so if it does start to dry up, it means the trees are providing cover, and the last thing that dries is the racing line. The two hairpins are perhaps one of the most recognisable parts of the circuit. Both are prime overtaking opportunities, but it also allows you to cut back and undo an overtake if you need to. However, this second hairpin is absolutely crucial because once you come out of here, you don't lift off the throttle until you're down at the very bottom of the hill. So getting a smooth exit and smooth acceleration out of this corner is critical. Down the bottom of the hill, you'll find the most difficult braking zone. Ahead of Paddock Corner, your positioning into Pullmans is critical. You need a tight line through the Symes sweep to get a tight entry into Pullmans, hard on the brakes, and then flick your kart into the right-hander of Paddock. But be careful, because the kart on the outside can really catch you out. Garda at the bottom of the circuit here is this off-cambered uphill right-hander, and it can really catch you out. This high inside curb can throw off the balance of your kart and compromise your exit. If you take it too narrow, you'll do exactly that. If you take it too wide, you'll scrub too much speed. And since you're flat from here, all the way up through Herbert's Rise, through Cafe Curve and down towards Turn 1, getting the exit right here is critical. Don't underestimate the elevation change here either. The circuit rises and falls multiple times per lap. It's physically demanding, requiring the drivers to be locked in for every second of their multi-hour stints. So this track never gives you a moment to breathe, and that's why racing here at Buckmore Park never disappoints.
Thank you very much, Kieran, for those insights of, I say, one of my favourite circuits in British karting. Not long to go before we go down on to the grid. We have got a poll going, so if you want to have a little bit of fun before we get started with the race, let us know. How many spins do you think there's going to be on the first lap? I think it's 0. I don't think we're going to see any spins at all.
You can't do that, Andrew. I was going to say 0, so I'm going to say 1 now.
Indeed. Well, that's all for later. You can get in touch with us in the comments as well. But yes, let's for the first time today head down to the grid and over to the third member of our broadcast team, Mr. Adam Reed.
We are here on the grid, here at the Buckmore Park, 24 hours. Our teams are just getting ready for the start of a grueling 24 hours. Let's have a look over at our pole sitters Phoenix Racing team. Guys, how are we feeling?
Not bad. Pole's not too bad, is it?
No, not whatsoever. What's the approach going on towards turn 1?
Gonna have to ask the guys. Probably work with the people behind. I know there's some serious talent down the back end of the grid. You know, you got Nameless there, they're flying. You got the Spicy Boys there, they're always good. They've been good last year. It's our first proper race as a team with, like, you know, competitive-ish. So glad to put it pole. I don't know how I did that lap. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be a tough race. Turn 1's going to be just conservative for me. I don't really want to fight too bad for it. I think it's not worth it. It's lap 1 of a 24, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. Good luck, everyone. This is going to be a really tough moment for them. We do have Mr. Aldas.
Hello.
Camera's over here. How are your team feeling? You're on the front row.
We are absolutely buzzing. I don't think we expected to be this far up. So, yeah, it's a good start. We've got a good car that hopefully can compete. A great team, no doubt. All of the Spicy Boys are ready. And, yeah, I'm so excited for the start. It's going to be amazing.
It will be. Thank you so much. Good luck to the rest of the team. We've also got here Zenki, who are our clubmen pole sitters at the moment. Let's see if we can potentially get a word in. You're the front of the clubmen.
Yeah.
Pretty good result.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty surprising result anyway. It's our first time as a team racing the 24-hour. A lot of these guys have raced here in their own individual series, but it's our first year and a pretty good result, yeah. We got our fastest guy in for quali and he delivered when it needed to.
Yeah, turn 1's going to be pretty tough. We've got a long grid to get through, so best of luck to the team. There's going to be plenty of action all over the place here. So let's have a look-see. We have Nameless Motorsports, who are our winners. Have we got an elect from... come on.
Hello.
Winners from last year. Do you think you can replicate it?
I hope so, yeah. We qualified 6th, which wasn't ideal. Our car's not looking up to standard, but it might just be the tyre temperature, weather. It could be many things, but try and stick with the leaders in the first stint, see how we can go from there.
As I say, we've got a long grid. Good luck to the rest of you. Hopefully you can get through that first corner nice and easy. It's a very difficult task to get through that first idea. So let's have a look. We do have MGS here down in 8th place. Not looking too bad. You know, your kart's pretty ready. Any problems during it?
No. Kart feels absolutely amazing. I mean, this is our first time ever doing this, and we've had our luck with previous karts beforehand. It's actually been awful. This is an absolute amazing kart. We're definitely not swapping. We love it. Yeah, absolutely amazing. And the weather, perfect as well. We were looking at the weather beforehand. There was a slight chance of rain, but no rain at all. It is amazing.
And like you say, with the way things are going, we're not predicted rain for the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Only the second time well, I'm not sure, but since 2013, it's been going on. Since I think 2019 is the second time potentially there could rain. Fingers crossed. Team, best of luck. We do have a long grid to get through. You can see all there, some fantastic helmets going on as well, and a couple of signs as well. So that's something to keep of note. Here we have Elite Crawley Racing. How are you guys doing? You know, you're very local, so you should know the track inside out. But are you ready for the full 24?
Yeah, we're confident. I think it'll be a good start. I think we'll make some positions, so I'm pretty happy.
I think, how are the team looking as well? I think, you know, you've been here, how are the team looking? You know, you've got a lot of guys who maybe you've previously done this, a couple of rookies as well. How'd the experience looking?
Experience is great. I mean, we've all done 24s before. We've done one here. I've personally done 4, so we've got a lot of experience on the team, especially with strategy as well, so we're looking good.
Perfect, amazing. Thank you so much. Best of luck to your team. And as I say, experience is going to be so key in this series. I think if you've got any experience in the 24 hours, you know how troublesome it could be. Somebody is in here as well who's really wanting to talk to me. Owen.
How are you doing?
Well, you're usually used to some KA racing,
I
but
still am. I still am.
You still are? Good.
Yeah,
good.
I'm going to do a couple more KA races this year, maybe a BMW, and then maybe 24-hour Silverstone next month. We'll see. That's a bit too much to leak out, but yeah.
But this is the main thing.
This is the main thing.
The
Exactly.
Buckmore Park 24 hours. This is your first time, I believe?
24, yeah. Done the 12, but 24 first time.
How are the nerves?
All right. We'll see what happens, innit? Yeah.
There's a whole mission ahead of you. Best of luck to the rest of your team. This is going to be a really good, fun one. Yeah, it also looks like we've got, just having a look down the grid. So this is going to be a very much hot weather. So I think tyres will be something to keep an eye out for, because of course they are endurance tyres and they can overheat. So there'll be interesting heat cycles. Let's actually maneuver our way around to Richard's racing team, because I know this team fairly well. A couple of the drivers, one staying in for this season, the other one not quite able to make it. This guy knows me, has been messaging me more than probably anyone has in this team.
Times, haven't I?
You have. We met at the pit boards.
The pit boards, yeah, 24-hour last year. You were showing people around dogs in the paddock, if I remember right, as well before that.
Yeah, indeed. So that's coming very soon. So keep an eye out for that. Let's have a chat about kind of your qualifying, because how did that go? Was that better than last year? You're continually improving as a team, I think.
Yeah, a lot better than last year. Last year we qualified last. We had some problems with our kart to start with. This one, touch wood, is better. New karts all around here, so hopefully they're all a bit more equal. And our qualifying 16th, so 16th is pretty good. I think we're like 4th in class, which is a good start.
What are your chances of podiuming in the class? Is it still quite out of reach, or is it actually a possibility?
No, it's doable. It's doable. Yeah, we'll have a strong race and see what we get.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for talking, and good luck to the rest of the Richards Racing team. I want to move on now to the Senior Tadpoles, because these guys have been unbelievable the last couple of rounds, and they came second last year by only 8 seconds, the smallest margin. Jasper, you're one of the fastest. RHPK?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's where myself and Jasper have been in the same paddock. But yeah, you qualified a little bit further down. What's the outcome there?
I don't think it matters, honestly. Over a 24-hour race, in my opinion, quali doesn't matter. It helps in the first stint, that's about it. I've seen more happen in 6 hours, and my last BPEC round, we qualified 17th, 15th, 17th in between there, and by the end of it, we were 7th in class and 7th overall and 2nd in class. So I honestly day to get up there. 24 hours. It's a very long time.
Or what are your thoughts on maybe the first phase of the race? Because that's where, you know, you could either gain positions or lose positions.
All of the drivers in this team have had to come from the back before. Everyone, you know, and we've all had to come from the back, and we've all done well from the back in much shorter amounts of time than 24 hours. So I think we're just going to go out, maybe get a good start, pick up 4 positions there, and just go from there. And everyone race their race.
I like the confidence. Good luck to the rest of your team. Send your tadpoles. Might just be a team to look out for during the whole 24 hours. So keep an eye out for that number 2 car. There could be some real problems down on this field. Let's have a chat now. Let's have a chat down here with, who have we got? Let me just double check. Just so I'm not messing up numbers. Williams Palmer Racing. We got someone from Williams Palmer. Not too bad for the qualifying, or is there maybe some improvements?
Improvements definitely could have been made. Not driver. We kept with Rory O'Regan all throughout quali, and then coming along the straight, the gap was pulled out. But we're hoping once the race goes on, it's a long 24 hours, we should be able to pull things back. Ellis is starting for us, very quick driver, so yeah, looking forward to it. Sun's out, so hopefully things come into play.
What are going to be the moments in this race that are going to change maybe your positioning or anyone else's positions?
I think once the sun starts setting and the track temperatures drop, our kart is very good in bottom end, so once the track temperature drops, we should be able to then start picking up the pace and should be able to make some positions up, especially with the night stint as well. That'll be our best shot of making some places, but race start as well, Ellis starting, should be able to do a good job.
Amazing. Let's have a look out for the WPR team. They're going to be kart number 9 in this field. So they're starting a little bit further down, but as they said, the night stints could be very much changeable. There's going to be so much into the potential of this. It could really draw in some really, really good stuff and some real change, because when you're at night, it really does. Down here. Swing round here and talk to the guy with the pit board. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very excited. A little bit nervous, but yeah, we should be all good.
Talk to me about the pit board. It looks very professional. Well done.
I race cars, so that's the reason I have this. That idiot over there, he came up with a silly name. So I got that printed out, put on there. So yeah, hopefully we do well. Fingers crossed. But yeah.
Of course, what are you hoping for? Potential podium or just an experience?
I think we're going to lap everyone 5 times and yeah, just win everything basically.
My advice is keep out of trouble. I've never done this race, but I'm going to say just keep out of trouble. It looks like we are getting drivers moving off from the grid, so there's going to be a couple of guys just down there about to hop in the cart. So if I move with our wonderful camera to number 22, this is Dead Squirrel Racing. Just a very, very quick interview. Let's get you. How are we feeling? We're down toward the back of the grid, but we've got the British flag about to get. How's the nerves?
Not bad actually. Quite a few people's first times used to the track practice, and yeah, we're trying to make it as consistent as possible, really. Yeah.
And you know, how are the team feeling? Of course, this is going to be a potential grueling 24 hours ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough, but we've got our friend travelling all the way from Italy here. He's starting the race for us, so it should be great fun. We're really looking forward to it.
Amazing. All drivers now make my way back up to the top of the grid, because we've got a very, very important person who makes up the entire 24 hours. So we're going to try and potentially have a little chat with some of these guys. As you can see there, these drivers are now starting to make their way toward the side of the track. It's a classic Le Mans start in the olden days, where they used to go from the side of the track and then run across to their race car. Or well, in this instance, race cars. And I wonder if I can potentially find the man who I've been trying to speak to before we get to the drop of the Union Jack. Where is our Mr. Flagman? I think he's gone up to race control. But you can see now the difference between the grid at the beginning of this grid walk and now. You can see it is pretty much quiet, and it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get our final interview. I was hoping we were going to get one with Clinton Bell, but it looks like now we're going to be able to get this 24-hour start. In fact, he's just over here. So with the way this is all set up, I think we are ready to go. Clinton Bell, one more word.
Yes.
Excited?
Oh, I love this. I was born to do it. Yeah, it's going to be good. This is the best bit for me.
I love that energy. Back to the studio with Yusuf and our commentators.
Thank you very much, Adam. There's a glorious sight, if there was ever a glorious sight here at Buckmore Park, and there always is. 30 karts ready to go, Yusuf, for the 2026 edition of the Buckmore Park 24-hour. Great to be back here. Good weather. Should we have a quick look through the grid?
Yes, absolutely. Let's go through the grid. Phoenix Racing Team are on pole by 2.5 tenths of a second ahead of the Spicy Boys. Zenki Automotive are in third and are your leading clubman class, at least for now. Then it's Rio Speedwagon, Maple Motorsport in fifth, your reigning champions, Nameless Motorsport in sixth, ahead of Team Rango with Red Mist, MGS Motorsport, Friends of Shelby Newstead, and in 10th place, Elite Crawley Racing. And I'm just wondering, Andrew, are we going to get much more time?
Yeah, we've got still a couple of more minutes before we have the start of this one. And you can get in touch with us in the comments. Plenty of comments already coming in. If you want to get involved, head across to in terms of future races, do head across to the Buckmore Park website. All of the details are on there. It's a Le Mans style start from the olden days. The drivers will run across to the left-hand side, over into their karts on the right, and get things going. This can be a stage of the race where people can slip up. There can be problems. And not maybe the most defining part of the race, because it is only the start of a 24-hour. But you can often see that qualifying grid that you just read out there, Yusuf, completely change by the time they get out of hairpin number 2 here at Buckmore Park. A few more minutes to go before we get going.
And it's a fantastic opportunity to see who's been skipping leg day at the gym. But there is a lot of tactics when it comes to even getting into the car. How do you get in? Do you lead with your left foot, your right foot? Some drivers don't even get into the car. They just make sure they've got a foot on the throttle pedal and then slide down the seat, and away they go. But yeah, you can quite easily see a team from 5th jumping up into 1st through the first couple of corners with these Le Mans style starts. And all of our drivers are ready. Clinton, more eager than anyone here.
Yeah, it's 2:29 local time here at Buckmore Park. You're watching live coverage of the 2026 edition of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. There is Clinton Bell, race director here at Buckmore, who in a few seconds' time will have the job of getting this race underway. It'll be an unfurling of the Union flag. Once it drops, we will be underway for this one. If you're just joining us, Phoenix Racing Team have pole position. Good record for them recently. They were 3rd in the 12-hour at the back end of October last year. They're going to go twice the distance here today. And of course, 2nd place, the Spicy Boys, they'll be ones to watch. Zenki Automotive, top drivers, top team in Clubman for now. They may be moved up to the Pro class depending on how they do and what their pace is like in race conditions. Here we go then, flag in the air for the start of the 2026 Buckmore Park 24 Hours. The drivers run across the width of the circuit and get us underway. That looked good to me, Yusuf. No trips, no falls before they all got into their machines. And in the early stages, very, very early stages of this race, as they head down towards hairpin 1, it looks like it's been a good start for the number 6 of Phoenix Racing Team. Brilliant scene. This is probably the busiest that the drivers will have in terms of proximity of the karts throughout the whole race. All 30 of them running downhill now towards Sime Sweep.
And a very good start for your reigning champions, Nameless Motorsport, up from 6th to 4th. Rory O'Regan at the wheel, going up the inside of Dante Dillon for Rio Speedwagon as there are moves for the lead. Toby McAllister Brown on the outside for the Spicy Boys, 3 abreast, Nameless through to the front.
At the moment, this is going to race like a 24-minute sprint as opposed to a 24-hour race right now, but it looks to be Rory O'Regan for the reigning champions. Nameless Motorsport, who've got to the front. Dante Dillon there in the number 10 for the Rio Speedwagon team. Now, I do know that those two drivers had a little bit of a chat with one another earlier on in the week and said if we could get into this position, first and second on the road. They do have a bit of a racing record round this track, but right now they're going to try and work together. Well, that was until I think that was Toby McAllister Brown getting involved and back up to P2. So already we're starting to see some tactics playing out, Yusuf.
Yeah, you can put it on pole by 2.5 tenths of a second after the first lap is done. You've dropped it down into 3rd place. So there goes McAllister Brown up the inside for 4th position. Will he be able to hold on to it? And this is where that kind of endurance strategy comes in. Can you get your head down? And that is what the top 3 seem to be doing at the moment, and working together, try to break away from the rest of the pack and gain some critical ground on the field.
So, end of lap number 2. It's Nameless Motorsport from Phoenix Racing Team, the pole sitters. REO Speedwagon, then Zenki Automotive, who've been the first team to receive a jurisdiction as there's a change for the lead. We'll come back to that. Phoenix Racing back down the inside of Nameless Motorsport. Nameless Motorsport trying to retake the lead as they go towards the S's. But the first team to receive the wagging finger from Race Control are our leaders in the Clubman class, the Zenki Automotive team. Track limit warning, that's going to be something that the teams need to keep on top of, especially in the early stages of this race. There's a move as well from the number 23 of the Friends of Shelby Newstead team. That's the children's charity team. Great effort indeed. And moving up the order already to 4th place. In fact, taking the lead in the Clubman class.
And let's not forget who the driver is for that team, because that is Bo Sullivan, who was racing with Nameless last year when they won the 2025 Buckmore 24 Hours. Also, shout out to our race leaders, Phoenix Racing. They are back at the front of the field. William Tyson is the driver at the wheel for them. So he dropped down a little bit on the opening lap, but he's fought back majestically, and he's already pulling a couple of kart lengths from the duo of Rory O'Regan and Dante Dillon, who are seemingly trying to work together to stay in touch, but maybe a little bit wide from Tyson. Opens the door for O'Regan and for Dante Dillon as well.
Yeah, Dante's just going to try and go around the outside of Tyson here for 2nd place. Dillon gets his nose ahead. Very experienced driver round this circuit. Done a lot of arrive and drive national racing as well. So change for 2nd place there. Up go the REO Speedwagon team, who were the winners of the 12-hour here back in October. But William Tyson there, 16 years of age. He's been racing since 2018. That's always a remarkable thing with karting, that you get drivers of, still in their teenage years, but have been racing for nearly a decade, if not over.
Yeah, and he's been racing in so many series. As there goes Bo Sullivan up the inside for 3rd position. So Tyson starting to drop back a bit, covers off the inside from Bo Sullivan, heading into the right of guard. And Toby McAllister Brown just behind him as well. There isn't much field spread, is there? Because our top 4, our top 5 continue to battle with each other. Not something that we're complaining about, as I saw the black and white flag out for our number 1. That's for Nameless Motorsport, as through goes Bo Sullivan, followed through by Toby McAllister Brown.
Yeah, the contact warning as well for the TRX Academy, and a track limit warning for the Team Rango with Red Mist entry, as there's more going on here. We said it was going to be busy in the first hour of this race. Back through go Phoenix Racing. If you're new to this race, the 2 classes, the Pro class and the Clubman class, you can tell the difference between the 2 teams on our timing tower on the left-hand side. All the teams that are Pro entries, firstly, are 1 through 12, and they've all got blue backgrounds on their number boards. Everybody else with the black backgrounds there in the Clubmans, but we could well see some of these faster Clubman teams be promoted up to being within the Pro ranks, and maybe even going for the Pro podium in the Pro ranks. But that is of all to come, of course. Very happy to report, I think we have got all 30 teams The answer to the poll was 0 spins on that first lap. So at the end of 6 laps of this year's 24-hour, the whole field covered by 15 seconds.
Yeah, and you beat me on that prediction, Andrew, so that's 1-0 for you over me. As a little bit of a battle as we head through Sime Sweep. That's MGS Motorsport in the 25 kart on the outside, getting a little bit eaten up alive as Bo Sullivan goes through. They're doing a really good job at the start of this race. I think they've dropped down to potentially 7th position as we are nearing the 10-minute mark. A cracking 10 minutes into this, what were we saying, 24-minute race, right?
yeah, this is still within the 24-minute phase of this 24-hour race. Good to see Bo back in action. Very, very talented driver. 3-time winner of this race. Has won on the global stage of Arrive and Drive karting as well. I remember him having a really close finish here, I want to say, back in 2022. It was one of the many very close finishes of this race over the years. As down the inside, that's a bold one from Phoenix Racing and William Tyson trying to get back into 3rd place. Tyson does take that 3rd place. Sullivan trying to look for a response, but slots back in out of Senna corner there. And that is one of the important parts of this circuit, that Senna left-hander, because if you get it wrong, you then lose all the momentum back up the hill by the time you get up to Conway's and Henry's Bend. Then it's the first of these 2 hairpins, back-to-back hairpins. The entry to this second one, very wide, very open, good chance for drivers to get down the inside. Down through the S's, pretty much single file through there, but you want to carry the speed down towards Sime Sweep, which, even though I've had a few moments over the years through this part of the course, Yusuf, I'm imagining you have as well, still one of my favourite corners in British karting, that fast right-hander immediately followed by the left. It's a brilliant sequence of corners.
Yeah, and let's not forget as well the right that comes right after it, because the right-left sequence really invites you to carry your speed in, as we have our first 2 black flags.
Yeah, first bit of drama of the race. Speeding under yellow black flags for 1st and 2nd places. Now, you were telling me earlier, Yusuf, you've been having discussions with the race officials of how they're going to be officiating speeding under yellows, and I think we've got our first evidence of it.
Absolutely. So the way that the yellow flags work here at Buckmore Park for this 24-hour race is, if there are yellow flags out on circuit, what the officials are looking for is, have you slowed down? Is your lap time at least a second off your kind of average, your current pace? And clearly for Rio Speedwagon and Nameless, that's Dante Dillon and Rory O'Regan, they haven't backed off enough, which might have been why they were able to pull a small gap to Phoenix Racing and friends of Shelby Newstead. And now all of a sudden, we're close together, and into the pits come your former race leaders.
Yeah, we'll see where they form out. No one has had an incident, no one's spun off, so I wonder if that's been a case of one of the bits of track furniture just being put back in place. That's often a thing that needs to be done across the course of a race. That can bring out yellow flags because you've got observers, marshals, the Orange Army out on track being covered by the yellow flags. But both drivers there seemingly taking those black flags in their stride, being apologetic. Here's a move for 2nd place. As down the inside there, Spicy Boys take 2nd place. Good work from Toby McAllister-Brown as it in the kart.
Yeah. So, well, this has changed things already, and we have seen in previous years as well, you always see the leaders picking up black flags for these yellow flags in the first half an hour or so. We've had our first 2 victims. Will we see more? This is the point where, if you're Phoenix Racing, Spicy Boys, friends of Shelby Newstead, and so on, you now need to get your race game on, your race helmet on. The battle on track's over. You now need to be thinking about the long game. It is a time attack more than anything else. Keep it clean. Keep on putting those laps in. It doesn't matter if another team overtakes you out on circuit. What matters is, are you going as quickly as you can over this, 10, 20, 30-minute period?
We're already into double figures in terms of lap times. Toby McAllister-Brown, another of the Buckmore experts.
Yes.
Long racing record here at Buckmore Park, and it's one of the great things that Buckmore Park do is not only is it a circuit where you can come and have maybe your first karting experience or get a group of friends together, but they run a lot of Arrive and Drive series for all age groups. Toby has raced here up through the levels for a number of seasons, a 4-time Pro Series winter champion. I was the summer champ back in 2024 as well, so he knows this place very, very well indeed, as here's a scrap going on between MGS Motorsport and ECR Blue. ECR Blue, I think, weren't expecting to go in there on Zenki Automotive, but they have. These are all Clubman teams scrapping it out for what is going to be 5th place up round Cafe Corner. Another brilliant sequence of corners here at Buckmore Park. Over the line, Zenki Automotive able to hold on to that one. But they've definitely got some attention from behind.
And I think for MGS Motorsport, that's Rokas Klevinskas at the wheel for Maidstone Grammar School. So they're up into 6th place. That's 3rd in class. Can they try to now break away from, you know, the rest of the quintet that they are currently in a battle with? Because we were almost 2x2x2 coming out of Garda and into Cafe on the previous lap, I should say. Up the inside goes Klevinskas and makes the move work through paddock. Now got lots of clear area in front, gives it an old finger whack. Come on, let's go. Let's try to catch up to Maple Motorsport, who are in 4th place. And fair play to Maple Motorsport, running 3rd place in Pro Class. This is one of their best performances we've ever seen from them at the Buckmore 24. Still, though, very early stages, Andrew.
Yeah, it's not their first big endurance race here. They had a decent run at the 6-hour team race at the end of 2025. Of course, there's a very, very long way to go, and all of those cliches, they'd love to have a strong result here at this edition of the Buckmore Park 24-hour. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Cole Clark, wishing everyone a good race. Hello to Zach Watson, who, yeah, I think you're right, Zach, 3 years in a row where the leaders have been black flagged in the first stint. I definitely remember it happening in 2023. When I was last here. Lots of support for the Senior Frogs, who are not here this year, guys. You're a couple of years late on that one. I think they're scared. I think they're running scared of the strong field that we've got here this year.
As we determined last year, the Senior Frogs have been upgraded to Senior Tadpoles, who
yes.
are... I'm trying to remember how they described it last year. A lot more handsome and a lot more funny.
Okay. I'll roll with that.
I think that is at least how their team captain, Ollie Borg, described them.
Indeed. Hello to Matt Amos as well, noting no Senior Frogs this year. But the emojis are still out. That's still a thing from when I was last here in 2023. Indeed. Race going on. Already gone through nearly 15 minutes of this one. Yusuf, in terms of pit strategy, that's going to be another big part of this one. And different to say, you know, the biggest 24-hour race of them all, the Le Mans 24 Hours, where everyone's got their own pit garages. That will be a factor, won't it, of trying to time runs into pit lane correctly, because there's a limited number. It's like turning up to the petrol station on a Friday evening, isn't it?
Yes.
If you don't time it right, you could be sat there for 20 minutes.
Or nowadays, at any time of the day at the petrol station, especially if you want diesel.
Yes.
So it's a really good question you brought up, Andrew. One of the big things about this, and this is where experience really comes into play, is when you're in the car, you can't see the fuel tank.
No.
Now, there are some types of carts where you can get a gauge of where the fuel level is, and you can make a very educated guess as to how many minutes you've got left in your cart for your stint. We don't have that here, so this is where teams have to experiment a bit more. They have to kind of trust their gut feeling of how far can that fuel tank go. But because of the nature of what you can see, they have to be a lot safer with their stint lengths.
Yep.
But those teams who are a little bit braver, it could end up terribly for them. They run out of fuel on circuit, but it could also be fantastic. They could cut an entire pit stop out of their strategy.
Indeed. There was a move for 18th place. El Cartel moving past the Williams Palmer Racing entry. Had a tough qualifying, did the number 9 kart. Let's say this is a long journey for everybody. Won't be panicking as of yet.
just keeping an eye on Senior Tadpoles, who, let's not forget, came second last year. They have made their way up into 15th place as we've got our third black flag, which is the number 20 of Zenki Automotive.
Yeah, track limits for Zenki Automotive. So the team currently third in the clubman category. Been running very quickly, but just running a little bit too wide for the race officials' liking. Particularly down at the bottom of the hill, where you come down out of Simon Sweep, through Pullman's and then into Paddock, because it's a British kart circuit. You've always got to have a corner called Paddock.
Absolutely.
Yeah, running wide a few times there, perhaps. But either way, doesn't really matter too much as to how they've picked it up. They have picked it up, and they'll have to come in for a little bit of what I like to call re-education. Other moments and comments coming in. What team is Cameron Dass on? What team is Cameron Dass on, Yusuf?
Spicy Boys.
Spicy Boys, your race leaders at the moment. Cameron's not in the kart at the moment, but we'll definitely catch up with them later on. Into the pits has come Zenki Automotive for their penalty. Just to note as well that the two teams that we saw in trouble earlier on, REO Speedwagon and Nameless Motorsport, they have both served their black flags. They're pretty much just catching up to the back of the main field. So the fight back begins for both the number 10 and the number 1.
Absolutely not yet race over for them. They've only lost about 30 seconds, which is the better part of half a lap. Now, I was going to mention, you talked about re-educating regarding black flags. I'm going to do a bit of educating as to how some of these black flags work, at least for our track limits, as we've got Spicy Boys and Phoenix Racing continuing to battle with each other, because we are still in those first 24 minutes of this race, and that is actually allowing Bo Sullivan to close in. But with regards to the black flags, if you hit someone and you spin them, you're getting a black flag. When it comes to track limits, third time's the charm. If you do it 3 times, you get a black flag. However, the track limits eventually get wiped, and that happens after a couple of hours. As back over to you, Andrew.
Yeah, I think we've had a change for the lead here. Phoenix Racing back ahead of the Spicy Boys, with the friends of Shelby Newstead not too far behind. So it's that top 3 covered by a second. Maple Motorsport in 4th place. Never knew Toby McAllister Brown was well known around it. I say he's got a very strong record. He's had a good. He's always very strong when, say, the National Arrive and Drive series come here. And this is always one of Toby's strongest circuits. So definitely a driver to keep an eye on. And it's often a thing, isn't it, Yusuf, that in that first stint of the race, you put one of your strongest drivers, maybe not the strongest driver. You might want to save them for later on in the race when it's a little bit less crowded and the field has spread out a bit more. But you definitely want one of your experienced hands who know every which way up and down around this circuit to just get you going, don't you?
Yeah, you need one of your kind of experienced endurance drivers as well. You know, someone who knows when do you battle, when don't you battle, when do you work with someone. And we're kind of seeing that at the moment from Phoenix and Spicy Boys. Even though they've changed positions, it's not been, you know, a crazy dogfight. It's been, okay, I'm going to make this move because I think I'm faster. And then Spicy Boy sits behind for a bit and saying, actually, you know what? I think I'm faster. I'm going to go for a move. But it doesn't cost them that much time, and you can see that because Bo Sullivan hasn't really been able to close in by a huge amount. Keep your eyes out on Maple Motorsport and MGS Motorsport. They're only a couple of seconds behind, so if these two do start to battle, they could be able to close in and turn this 2 near on 3-way battle for the lead back into a 5-way fight. And speaking of that, I think Maple Motorsport have just lost 4th position. They have, they have, because MGS Motorsport are up into 4th. So Rokas Klavinskas has gained another position for the grammar school.
Turbo XJP commentators cursing while I'm not even there. Hey, we're back, ladies and gentlemen.
And there's going to be a lot more.
Yeah, well, it may have been 3 years since I was last at this race, but the ailments and the fixes for the commentators curse still remains. If you weren't with us, which year was it? 2020. It was 2022, wasn't it? 2022. We had people popping over the road to the supermarket and buying all assortment of confectionery and cakes.
Oh.
And it worked. It worked.
I'm very much in favour of bringing back that tradition.
The dark chocolate ones with the orange in the bits, because we're not advertising other brands here today. Those are the favourites, just for those who are a bit new.
I'm not a massive fan of any orange in my chocolates of choice, or mint.
Mint.
I don't get the mint chocolate thing.
We'll have to discuss that off air.
Can I also just say we're 20 minutes into this race and we've already got on a tangent about chocolate.
And we've already got onto the silly things. Ah, yes. MGS Motorsport here having a good fight for 4th place alongside Maple Motorsport. Down towards Paddock Corner. Great work by the whole Buckmore Park team. The drivers and the teams have already had a 90-minute practice session and then that 10-minute qualifying session to set the grid for this one. But plenty of the curbs and the lines repainted, looking fresh. Another black flag for this time racing under yellows. That's not just being a little bit too quick under the yellow flags. That is going a little bit too much wheel to wheel with another team. That was the TSB Motorsport entry. The Team Sport Bandits. Well, that's appropriate.
To their name.
Literally been bandits there. And Senior Tadpoles have got one as well for racing under yellows. So the runners-up from last year become the latest team who perhaps weren't quite picking up on everything in the driver's brief from Yusuf and are going to be coming into the pits.
Yes, so a couple of drivers racing under yellows, not what you want to see. And the reason for that is if you've got yellow flags out, you could have marshals on the circuit fixing barriers, even sometimes the driver out of the kart. So you need to make sure that you are backing off under those yellow flags, and racing under yellows is very, very egregious indeed. So hopefully we don't see any more of that from our teams, as MGS Motorsport, Maple Motorsport continuing to, dare I say, work together. 2 seconds behind now Bo Sullivan, who is starting to fall back from the top two, who are working together. So again, it's this whole strategy of when you work together, you're pushing someone, you've got that little bit of extra speed down the straight, you do gain that time. And Bo Sullivan, in a bit of no man's land, can't really do anything on his own.
Indeed, racing in the another one this time for the Elite Crawley Racing number 4. They've got 2 teams here this year. That's their expected to be front running team that's going to be coming in to serve some time at the leisure of the race officials. Add El Cartel to this one. I know this may seem a bit strange, but I kind of don't mind this, Yusuf, because this is the race officials very early on in the race setting out their stall to say, look, these are the expectations. This is how we're going to officiate this one to make sure that above all that the race is safe and that it is fair. We do sometimes see this in this race, that these flurry of black flags, that as teams then kind of realise, okay, that's what we're doing wrong, they peter away once we get into hour number 2.
I just want to jump in because we've got our first back markers of the race. Phoenix Racing and Spicy Boys behind 2 of our back markers, which I believe is Sniffing Racing Lines and TSB Motorsport. So let's see if this plays any effect, as up the inside goes Phoenix Racing into hairpin number 1, and we'll hopefully be able to make quick work into hairpin number 2.
There we go. Good move from Phoenix Racing. As you say, that is the end of the 24-minute race.
Yes.
They've had the 24-minute race with no traffic. Now the endurance race begins as the leaders start to make their way through. Some of those who've had a bit of an unhappy time in the first 24 minutes of this race.
That's Senior Tadpoles in the number 2. William Sparrow at the wheel. Very quick driver here at Buckmore Park. Races in the sprint event that they have at this circuit during the year. So I wonder if this is going to be a big opportunity for Senior Tadpoles to just maybe kind of lasso onto the back of this leading 2 and try to tag along for a bit of a joyride for the next 10 or so minutes.
Yeah, they'll look to get back into a rhythm. Williams Palmer Racing, the latest team to be told you need to come into the pits to have a little chat. Keep your comments coming in. Oliver, yes, we know. We have seen it. There's been a lot going on in the first 25 minutes of this race. Spectators, if you've pre-registered, basically the answer is yes and no. If you've pre-registered, Links for pre-registration for spectator passes were handed out to team captains. If you know a team captain and you've received the link and you pre-registered and all that and you've got your QR code to scan into the facility, yes, you can come down and be very happy to see you. If you've not done that pre-registration, I'm afraid the answer is no. No, you can't come and spectate on the event. The event is sold out and closed to those who do not possess one of those QR codes.
Absolutely, and someone has been paying attention to the information we've been giving on the broadcast as up the inside goes Phoenix Racing of Spicy Boys as they try to navigate their way through. Is that the
That's the race lead, yeah. The number 5 coming through and taking the race lead. It's the number 24 of the Sniffing Racing Lines team. Yes, they have called their team that. And down the inside goes Toby McAllister-Brown. Back into the race lead, but no reason for panic for Phoenix Racing. This phase will ebb and flow. It's also quite tricky, isn't it, this first period of going through the lapped traffic, because over the course of the race, the drivers will almost get to know each other's race lids and how they drive across the course of these stints that can be quite long for the drivers out there, especially if they do a double stint. This first one, though, they're all probably quite new to each other, so they're going to either, not quite be able to read each driver's mannerisms out on circuit, or throw it in there and have a bit of a problem.
I think it's kind of that element as well of the race having just started, everyone settling in as well, getting a feel, and just because it is a race that everyone's a little bit more feisty to begin with. Once you've got through a stint, you kind of just go out of the pits. It doesn't have that whole raw feeling of the checker flag's just, or the green flag's just been waved, let's go racing. Yeah. You go in with more of a mindset of, okay, I need to put in quick times. And I think we're starting to see that change of mindset from the Spicy Boys and Phoenix Racing.
And that's what we mean by the 24-minute race. The 24-minute race where there was no traffic getting involved because everyone was still on that lead lap. That's gone. That's over. That won't happen again for the rest of this race, for the remaining 23 hours and 32 minutes. It really is now all about trying to keep it clean throughout the course of this race. We will give you a rundown of the full race order at the bottom of the race hour, at the top of the clock hour, as once again, race leaders. You see a little communication there from Toby McAllister-Brown. That wasn't so much to, someone watching trackside. That will have been to Tyson behind to say, yep, push me, follow me through. We're making nice progress here through this first pass past the traffic. That was the number 30. Now, this is the one I have to take very carefully as I read this one. This is the Norfolk Deep Breath and Chance team. Don't read that one out quick, at least not before 9 p.m. Started 29th, are up to 23rd, team number 30. Or we just call them team number 30. That's the other way of not getting in trouble. They've gone off the lead lap now. I think also quite an important thing for those teams that have had a black flag early on is if they can keep themselves on the lead lap. That is exactly what the REO Speedwagon and Nameless Motorsport teams have done. Also a useful little feature if you've got a second laptop, a tablet, whatever it may be, a second device alongside what you're watching the race on. Results.alphatiming.co.uk/Buckmore/live as the number 22 of Dead Squirrel Racing come out of the pits, having served their black flag for racing under yellows. On the near far right-hand side, that was a very confusing way of saying that, the penultimate column on the right-hand side has the stint length. So that will become quite valuable later on in the race. Not so much now, because we're in that unknown period of what the teams are doing in terms of strategy. But you can see right now, for example, that the REO Speedwagon team on the live timing are 20 minutes and 30 seconds into a stint, i.e. it was 20 minutes and 30 seconds ago that they had their black flag. So keep an eye on that as the race goes on, as the number 16 goes down the inside of the number 7. This is for, so try and find where the number 7 is. Well, that's the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team, who have had a black flag. That's what was confusing me. That isn't for position, or wasn't for position. And it looks like they've got Ollie Redden at the wheel of that kart. I remember Ollie racing here quite a few years ago now. I won't say how many years ago because they'll make me feel very old.
And Ollie as well.
And Ollie as well. Raced in the WTF1 Grand Prix.
Oh.
Had a very good scrap, and I'm trying to remember who he was having it with. It might have been Jack Goldsmith. I'm sure someone in the comments will tell me. We had a lesser-known driver, an up-and-coming driver at the time with us on that day, a certain L. Norris,
yes.
when he was in F2.
Yes. Well, he's come far since then, hasn't he?
Has a bit.
Bit of a local talent, as we've got a bit of a battle between our top two. So again, the back mark is just adding a little bit of feistiness into this battle, and right behind them, and now actually past one of them, is friends of Shelby Newstead. Bo Sullivan giving a little tap onto his rear bumper, saying, Toby, come on, give me a little push so I can try to challenge Spicy Boys and take the lead, which would be for the very first time for friends of Shelby Newstead, who are racing for a charity, a children's charity here in Kent. Very, very strong lineup as well in that FOSN team, and we'll have plenty of opportunities over the course of the day to talk about their different drivers and their many, many accolades. But the driver at the wheel for the 23 at the moment, Bo Sullivan, did win last year with Nameless Motorsport, so very clearly a very quick driver here at Buckmore Park.
You're watching live coverage of the 2026 Buckmore Park 24-hour kart race. 32 minutes into this one. Let's actually give you a full rundown of how things are looking in the first hour of this race. There's been a few black flags in the opening half hour, but not for Phoenix Racing Team. They have the lead of this one. 38 laps already completed. The friends of Shelby Newstead team, with Bo Sullivan at the wheel, they are second at the moment, also leading within their category of clubmen. We'll see whether that is a team that gets moved up to the pro category in due course. That is one of course, the new entry, not new drivers necessarily to this event, but the entry itself is new. Spicy Boys, they are third. They do hold the fastest lap in this race so far, 50.062, as we have a little look there into the John Surtees suite. That was the one that you were looking for earlier, Yusuf. So they are in third at the moment, the Spicy Boys. Fourth for Maple Motorsport. They are about 2.5 seconds off that initial pack of three. MGS Motorsport fifth in overall, second in class. They are in that close battle. In fact, that's just changed for fourth place on your screens there. MGS going through past Maple. ECR Blue, that's the second of the Elite Crawley Racing teams. Well, right now, they're winning that intra-team battle. Sixth place for the number 27, just ahead of Team Rango with Red Mist, who, of course, were one of the front-running teams in the clubman category last year. A second black flag for Nameless Motorsport has just come in for track limits. We'll keep an eye on that one. Eighth at the moment and fourth overall in pro. It's TRX Motorsport, very experienced team here, of course, looking to repeat at least the third place that they had here in the 3-hour race earlier in the spring. Willow Bay Racing 9th, Richards Racing Team 10th. That's 2 entries in the clubman category. Those top 10 teams all covered at the moment by less than 16 seconds. Slick and Tired, the number 21, they're in 11th place. They're in a bit of no man's land at the moment. 3 seconds behind Richards Racing's team. 5.5 seconds ahead of the TRX Academy 2 kart. That's the number 14. They're 12th. Then we're getting into the teams that have maybe have had a few problems in the early stages of this one. The pro entry of the Tractiles Ingulule Racing, number 11. They are 13th at the moment, 27 seconds behind the leaders. Just ahead of REO Speedwagon, the first team on our list who have had an unscheduled visit to the pit lane, shall we say, for a black flag. So the REO Speedwagon number 10, previous leaders of this race, they are 14th. They are ahead, though, of Losing Daylight. They have not been into the pits so far. The number 19 in 15th place. Zenki Automotive, the number 20 in the Pole Citizen Club, and they have. They are now running in 16th place what's that, about 10 seconds behind Speedwagon. BPRL, which stands for Banter Page Racing League, they've had a trouble-free run so far. They are currently in 17th place. They are in a very close battle at the moment with the number 18 of Mild Runnings for that 17th place. So 18th for the number 18 at the moment, as they're down the inside of another backmarker go, the leaders Phoenix Racing. Another team that's had a quick trip to the pit lane to have a chat, shall we say. The number 26 of TSB Motorsport, they are off the lead lap. We're now into those who are off the lead lap. They are in 19th place. Senor Tadpoles, they've had a black flag as well. They've just hopped up to 19th place. They were in 20th before I started this sentence. Belly Boys Racing, 21st at the moment for them. They've been untroubled so far. Running decent lap times at the moment in the mid 51s. El Cartel, they've been in. They're out of position a little bit at the moment in 22nd place, but looking to fight back. As are Elite Crawley Racing, one of the pro entries. They're 23rd. Norfolk and Chance, team number 30, they're in 24th place at the moment, up from the back of the grid. Williams Palmer Racing, 25th. Nameless Motorsport have now slipped down to 26th. That's off the back of their second black flag in the first hour. Not good for them at all, last year's winners. The Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, number 7, they've been in the pits as well for a black flag. They're 27th. Dead Squirrel Racing are 28th. Sniffing Racing Lines have not been in for a black flag at the moment. Currently running lap times, they've just set a PB of 51.279, right on cue. They're in 29th, and then the TRX Academy are currently 30th and last. All of those drivers and teams from 17th downwards, 1 lap off the overall lead. Everyone's still running pretty strong, no mechanical issues, as expected with this great fleet of Sodi RT10s. That is your rundown at the bottom of the race hour for hour number 1 of the 2026 Buckmore Park 24 Hours.
And let's not forget as well, new fleet.
New fleet.
Of RT10.
Fresh out the box.
Oh no, Zenki, another black flag. There's been a lot of black flags for some of our leading teams. We talked about it before the race. Something to watch out for. And, well, I was going to say Nameless Motorsport and Rio Speedwagon. Since their black flag, they had actually gained 2 seconds on the race leaders because they had been working together really well. But now that Rory O'Regan's picked up another black flag, Dante won't have anyone to work with and might be struggling to maintain that gap. But again, very, very long way to go yet.
Indeed. There's another bit of work through the traffic by Maple Motorsport and their number 8 crew at the moment. Just a note for teams and drivers out there. The Google form for getting driver information is still open, is live, and you can get your bits of information to us directly in the box. And it's very well appreciated. So if you've got a couple of minutes, pop your name in. Race suit colours and helmet colours, they're always useful. So let us know.
And what you might have raced in before.
Yeah,
what is your karting experience? I think at some point we're going to start getting drivers up here and having chats with them. Nice little interviews. Probably in the next hour or so we might have that started. I can definitely think of one team that I'd like to get up here and have a chat about their number of black flags that they've earned.
Well, you can take that one, mate. I'll leave you to that one.
Happily. Rory was saying some rather unkind things to me on Instagram yesterday. So I think this is a bit of a karma going his way.
Yes, indeed. Hello to Matt Hale. Hello, mate. Afternoon, guys. It's good to have some entertainment while I'm ill in bed with tonsillitis. Oh, no. Maximum stint lengths, assuming still a full load of fuel. What are we thinking, Yusuf, from previous years? I mean, it is a little bit unknown. I'm not trying to get out of this one, Matt. Is that it's because it's a new fleet of karts.
Absolutely. So I know 2 years ago when I raced in a stint, was it 2 years ago, 3? When I did a stint, when it was wet, we were aiming at, I think it was over 2 hours. It was nearly 2 hours 30. That's off the top of my head, so don't quote me on that. I think In the dry, you're probably looking at about 1 hour 45 or so. But it's going to be very interesting to see. I mean, we're only, 40 minutes into the race, so we're expecting another hour to come in before those pit stops do come through. However, with that being said, the pit lane is now open, so we can see drivers making their pit stops. That could be for a driver change. If a driver's tired, they might want to swap drivers, or maybe it's just a very early pit stop because they think their fuel level is low. And another thing to watch out for is as we get through the stint and the fuel load decreases, the karts are going to get lighter and the karts are going to get faster. So we will expect to see our fastest lap of the race being set towards the end of the opening stint.
Hello to Jack Stedman, who's making it very well known that Bo Sullivan and Clayton Ravenscroft are goated. Well, I've got a problem with that, because you can't have two goats. You can't have two greatest of all time.
I mean, out of curiosity, again, a bit of a tangent here. You know how you have like
a
flock of sheep?
Yeah.
What is the plural for multiple goats? Is it a flock of goats?
I don't know.
A herd of goats?
But in this context, you can't have multiple goats.
You can't. No. I mean, hence why football fans will argue and fight for decades over Messi and Ronaldo.
And neither of them are the goat.
Anyway, to be honest, I can get behind that.
Definitely not Ronaldo. I saw him miss a 2-yarder at Bramall Lane in about 2006. Anyway, contact warning for the number 2022 of Dead Squirrel Racing. Track limit warning as well for the Elite Crawley Racing team. Here's your race leader. Oh, in fact, you're 1, 2, 3 at the moment, working very nicely together. This is spot on. This is absolutely what you need to do in this kind of race at this time. Just keeping it nice and consistent. Not edging away from MGS Racing by a lot, but they are still pulling away. The gap of, what was it, about 2.5 seconds when we were going through the run through about 10 minutes ago. Now up to nearly, well, yeah, pretty much 3 seconds. There's fine margins, this endurance racing game. We will, of course, have the service windows as well, just while we're in this first hour and getting everybody up to speed with how the race is going to work this year. Slight change from previous editions, Yusuf. Again, actually in reaction to the really good weather that we've got for this time of year. Complete turnaround from the winter, which was absolutely shocking here in the UK. Just did not stop raining, did not stop being cold. 2 service windows for all the teams this year, as opposed to the one that we've known before. They'll be starting at about 10 p.m. as we go to part 2 of our broadcast here today. And then again, there'll be another one from 6 a.m. But yeah, those service periods can actually be quite key for the race, because there's a minimum time. Here's a move for the lead. Down the inside, Bo Sullivan takes the race lead for the Friends of Shelby Newstead, deciding that that track position is what Bo wants, and it's what Bo gets. Into hairpin number 2. No opportunity there for the Spicy Boys to try and get back up to second place, but that was a nice move from Bo Sullivan. That's what he's known for around here, around Buckmore Park. Decisive work gets him into the lead of this race. As Toby McAllister-Brown now down the inside for second place. Running a bit wide there is William Tyson. Still on the inside is Toby McAllister-Brown. This is good racing, but is it losing them time? There's a point forward there from Tyson to Toby McAllister-Brown. Say, hang on, what are we doing here? We've been working really well for the last 15 minutes or so, and now we've given Bo Sullivan a tiny advantage.
Absolutely, and for those people who are new to endurance racing, this is what you want to see. You sit behind someone for 10, 15, 20 minutes, and then you decide, you know what, I'm going to have a pop. Yep. You go for a move, you get in front, and now you spend 10, 15 minutes in front. One of my favourite moments is a race where I spent nearly 2 hours behind a driver, and my team were getting really frantic on the radio. Why haven't you overtaken? We did a pit stop, came out right behind them once again, and then with 2 laps to go, I overtook them and then defended on the last lap to beat them for position. And that is what endurance is all about. It's that patient racing, waiting for an opportunity. And very well done by Bo Sullivan as Phoenix Racing and William Tyson back up into second place. And if you look very carefully, you'll see that the gap in fourth place is no longer 3.5 seconds. It's 2.9. And that is because Maidstone Grammar School are starting to close in, courtesy of this battling, and they're working well with Maple Motorsport in an attempt to do that.
Indeed. We'll keep on top of all of that. Just having a look at where our teams that have had problems in the early stages are. REO Speedwagon still on the lead lap. Pace at the moment, last time around a 50.5. Yeah, so yeah, they're pretty much on the pace of the race leaders at the moment. Are REO Speedwagon in the hands of Dante Dillon, still on the lead lap as well. Now, whilst they've had their track time tracker reset, that's the word I was looking for, they won't have taken fuel on board for that one. So it's not a case of like they've pitted early. The fuel window is open, by the way. Not many teams will be taking it at this stage. But there is a rule that says you can't pit for fuel inside the first 30 minutes of this race. That has now passed. That has now gone. I do wonder as well whether there's maybe some teams that try and get themselves offset in terms of strategy, because as I say, they're all the same kart, they're all the same fuel tank size. Within reason, they're burning through the fuel at the same rate or similar rate, and they don't want to be tripping over one another in the pits when they get to that first that end of the first stint.
Yes, and especially on the first stint is where you're expecting the most congestion in the pit lane. And one of the strategies that I quite like, I don't know if any teams are currently doing this or if any teams will hear this and then try to do this, is if you are one of your top three or in any kind of train of karts, instead of pushing the kart along and doing a bit of bump drafting, just lift and coast behind them.
Yeah.
You do that for 20 minutes, that is probably another lap of fuel. So if you can do that enough over the course of your stint, you can end up pitting about 5 minutes after anyone else, stretch out that first stint a lot. You miss the craziness of the first pit stop. Has a very nice end coming in from William Tyson into paddock corner for second.
That's a good move indeed there from William Tyson, who's bounced back well after the problems of slightly earlier in this race when he lost the race lead. I have a question that, yes, the number 23 at this moment is defined as a clubman team, but one of the features of this Buckmore Park 24-hour race is that probably at about the 6-hour mark, all the data from the free practices, the time to qualifying, the race so far, when normally by 6 hours you've then had the chance of seeing a number of the drivers cycling through, because this is the point, is, oh, Tyson's going to go back into the race lead here and put the number 6 of Phoenix Racing back to the front of the order. We know Bo Sullivan's quick. We know Bo is quick from his previous racing here at Buckmore Park, but that's not to necessarily say the other team members of the number 23 are going to race at that same speed or close to. If they do, I can guess that they'll get moved up. They'll get moved up to the pro ranks. But if they've not quite got that squad depth, which is something I know that you were making a good point on earlier, Yusuf, then they may well still stay as a club and team.
Yeah. And another thing is, on top of squad depth, it's also a case of how finely tuned are you to endurance racing. It's one thing having lots of very quick drivers who are quick in sprints, but endurance is that little bit different. It's how quick are you in those pit stops? As soon as you come out of the pits, are you bang on the pace, or does it take you 5-10 minutes to get into a rhythm? Because if it does take you that little bit longer, it ends up costing you a lot of time over the course of a stint. And I think that's one of the reasons why we saw last year Nameless Motorsport edging out over Senior Tadpoles. They have that experience racing in numerous 24 hours endurance races across England and Europe. So we do see that coming into play. And just keeping an eye again on 4th and 5th, we are seeing MGS Motorsport continuing to close in to your top three. That gap is now down to 2.4 seconds. 5-10 minutes ago, it was 3.5 seconds. As I've looked to my left, and I've seen a very changed Andrew Mather. Oh, wait, no, it's Adam Reed.
Yes, I am in the commentary box. Action-packed the last couple of minutes, as you know, Yusuf. it can get pretty hectic in those race karts. So we've had a fantastic battle for the lead. I've just been kind of scoping out what some of the filming locations we could potentially feature during this this whole entire 24 hours. So we do have our little plans up our sleeves here in the production gallery of Alpha Live, and I'm sure a lot of our drivers down on the grid and on the race circuit do have their own little tricks up their sleeves that of course they're not going to be playing those cards early doors. They've got a whole 23 hours and 9 minutes left to be able to throw those out into the mix.
Yeah, it's a very long way to go, and I think you were mentioning as well that we've got a certain celebrity who'll be getting into the kart in the next stint, Adam.
Yes, I have been told Cameron Dass is going to be coming into the kart next for the Spicy Boys. So he's just been getting his race suit on, and then we will have our former Formula 3 driver coming onto the grid to face up against all of our incredible karting drivers. We have how many drivers? Probably over 150 or something along those lines.
Yeah, well, 30 teams, and you'd expect at least 5 drivers per team. So probably going to be somewhere between 150 to 200 drivers, and then you think about how many friends and family members will be at the circuit. As you've spotted a little something, haven't you, Adam?
One of the comments saying, "I'm pretty sure he's reading the karting handbook." I'm not gonna advertise that, but yes, Cameron Dass has
Other handbooks are available.
Other handbooks are available. You can read any other karting handbooks, but Cameron Dass, I'm sure, has his own that's going pretty well. Do we have a couple of warnings? Nameless. Apparently, Nameless has been. Nameless has been racking up those. That's not like the former winners of the Buckmore Park 24 hours.
And with the amount of track limit warnings, they're quickly becoming limitless, or track limitless racing. And whoever that was on the screen clearly found that joke incredibly funny. Again, another little move coming in. That is Toby McAllister Brown going up the inside of William Tyson for the race lead, and following McAllister Brown through was Bo Sullivan. So these top 3 continue to chop and change, and in the background MGS Motorsport and Maple Motorsport trying to hunt them down. The gap is now down to 2 seconds. So over the course of the last 15 minutes, they've nearly halved their deficit.
That's going to be crucial, I think. If you can, see these kind of karts batting away. Oh, that's a send there from the number 6 of Phoenix Racing, because if they can push on through, they can get some lead race experience. And of course, I think some of these guys are going to be starting to save a little bit of fuel, as you were kind of explaining some of the tactics behind saving fuel here at the Buckmore Park 24 hours. But I'm really interested to see if MGS Motorsport can get involved in that lead battle, because if you can turn it from 3 to 4, you've got a real great opportunity. The cameras just show us off the exit of Club Corner and on towards turn number 1.
And another track limit warning for Nameless Motorsport and Rory O'Regan. I think Rory's going to be having some, he's going to be getting some stern words from whoever's on the comms with him. And Rory clearly trying to push to regain the time lost from the earlier 2 black flags, but it might just end up biting them in the backside somewhat. That round, MGS Motorsport losing a lot of time, as we've got some ardent fans waving at the camera. They know that the camera is looking at them. And, we'll see how those lot get on late in the race. I don't know what team that was, though. So MGS Motorsport last lap round in the traffic, trying to get past Sniffing Racing lines, ended up losing half a second to the top 3. We'll see this time round when they come over the line whether that has changed. He's gone back up to 2.7 seconds. So you can see how the gap between 3rd and 4th continues to yo-yo as well. William Tyson tries to get through on the number 7s. Now on the outside through hairpin 2. Can't make the move work. And that is a lot of time lost for our leading trio as a result. And that is behind, I believe, that is the number 17. Tries to go up the inside now into Sign Sweep. Through Pullman's on the outside. This could end really badly. Hopefully there's no black flag for our leading trio, as the number 7, that's Accelerate, Kent Brewery Racing really not making it easy. I think that's Ollie Wedden at the wheel, and they've actually picked up a contact warning as well for their battle with the leaders. For those people new to the Buckmore Park 24 Hours, there are no blue flags. The onus is on the leading drivers, the lapping drivers, to make that lapping move cleanly.
You spoke about that black flag. We do have one for number 11 kart. That's going to be Tractars in Gualale Racing for ABC Top Bend. Can you explain, Mr. Yusuf, what ABC means?
So ABC stands for advantage by contact. So it means that you've made contact with another driver and gained an advantage from it. So that could have caused them just to go wide and you have overtaken them. It doesn't mean that you've spun them out. If they have spun out, that is usually written as an ABCTO. So advantage by contact, take out is what you would expect to see for that. Now, as our leaders come over the line, what are our gaps looking like? Still 2 seconds, so it's dropped back down. But what I'm very interested to see here, Adam, is what happens when MGS Motorsport and Maple Motorsport close up to the number 7 of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing in that number 7 car, who caused so much trouble for our leading trio just a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how that kind of all pans out. Of course, Kent Brewery Racing of being pretty much hounded by the rest of the field. They have recently put in a 50.9, so laps, feeling steady in the minute. There's no reason to go into the 49s just yet. There's still some fuel saving left to go. There's still, I do want to get onto the fact of kind of energy, and I'm not talking about that sense in World Endurance Championship or whatever. I'm talking in the sense of you as a person, your energy, because you've got a whole kind of roster of drivers. And 24 hours can be, extremely grueling. I was having a chat with one of the guys from Richard's racing team, and he was saying that, this event left him kind of bruised for the next 6 months, which is, that's a pretty long time. Big send up the inside from the number 25 squad. So that's MGS Motorsport trying to get through on the number 7 of Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. So they are just being a little cork in the bottle, and MGS says, nope, I want to get through. This is important for me. I've got to try and get through this. They've lost 4/10 of a second of the race lead, but friends of Shelby currently dropping a little bit further back from the lead battle. So I wonder if they're kind of preserving their kind of own energy, not kind of pushing too hard. They've got multiple stints to get through as well, Yusuf.
And also to note, the gap between Friends of Shelby Newstead, so that's Bo Sullivan at the wheel, to MGS Motorsport is only 1.2 seconds. So that gap has closed down, and, well, once they're nose to tail, they can then work together to close back into the leading two, because Bo Sullivan is a second behind the Spicy Boys and Toby McAllister Brown at the wheel. So big opportunity here for Rokas Klevinskas to gain some big inroads on our leading duo.
You can. So, these early stages are just ones that, you just try and look it at with a positive mindset. See what you can gain, see what you can't gain. Do you hand over position, just kind of, keep yourself, away from being maybe uber aggressive, kind of preserving your contacts or your track limits. You don't want to be batting away and then be forced off the road and then get a potential track limit or, a contact or whatever. So it's really about controlling yourself in this kind of part of the race. You're just seeing a quadruple line of karts heading on towards Symes Sweet.
So that's ECR Blue in the 27 at the front of that train. And there's William Sparrow in the 2's just been sent up the inside. Very nice move by the number 20. Just checking who is in that 20 car. That's Zenki Automotive. So they had a black flag earlier on, which has dropped them down the field. They're trying to work their way back up through the field. Currently in P20, so matching their kart number.
We're about to hit the end of the first hour here at the Buckmore Park 24 hours. We've got a whole a host of people here, a whole crowd outside, just outside of the cafe, and I'm sure we'll do little pieces on that later on throughout the day. It is Phoenix Racing from the Spicy Boys, and then we've got two of our clubmen, including friends of Shelby and MGS Motorsport. And of course, there you can get moved up. So if the clerk of the course believe that you are too fast in the clubman, you can get moved up to pro, and vice versa. If you are a pro and you kind of struggling at the back and you're not matching the pace of the guys up at the top, then there will be there'll be opportunities to be moved down to clubman, which you can focus on.
Yeah, so Rory O'Regan at the moment in the 1, just ahead of Team Rago with Redness. I believe that is John Jantz, who is at the wheel for the number 13 kart. But we are an hour into the race, and I think this is a perfect opportunity to cut to an interview that we did earlier on with a certain Phil.
Putting together the Buckmore 24 is a Herculean effort from everyone behind the scenes at Buckmore Park, and today we've got Phil Ling, the Managing Director of Buckmore. So talk to us about the preparation that goes into an event like this.
I don't think we've got long enough to talk about all of it, but obviously there's a huge amount of prep that goes into this. To be honest, from the end of the last 24, we start prepping for the next one. We're looking at what went well, what didn't go well, having meetings to check, what we can change for the following years, and then it just really kind of rolls from there.
And what kind of changes have you made for the 2026 race?
So a couple of small bits that we've done. Obviously, with the new fleet of carts that came last week, we went with weight boxes in those. We're going to it's a bit of a test for us with them, but we're hoping to build that up so that actually the following year they're really fully in use. And really just making sure that all of the kind of small bits, the bits that happen behind the scenes, are just a lot more seamless.
And over the course of 24 hours, what is your role in the race going to be?
Well, actually, as the 24 hours starts and gets going, anything that nobody else can do, really. My role to start off with is just getting things actually going and just making sure that all the stuff in the background is happening properly. Once the race gets underway, that's where we've got the fantastic team. And, they put a lot of effort in at the start, but when it gets going, that's when they just take over and run it.
Absolutely. Obviously, with the team, how many people have you got to run this event?
Yeah, so in total, there's about 36 people that do it. But obviously, not all here at the same time, so they rotate in shifts. We've got quite an efficient team. They've got a lot of experience behind them. We don't need 50 people doing this, We've just got the right people in the right places.
I'm going to throw you off a little bit with this question. Do you dare to make any sort of a guess at what the result is going to be come the end of the 24 hours?
Absolutely not, no. 2 reasons. First of all, I actually tried to stay out of who's doing well, who's not doing well. If it comes down to a judgment call at the end of it and I'm asked my advice, I'd rather stay impartial.
Perfect. Well, hopefully it'll be a fantastic race and we'll all enjoy it. Thank you very much for having us.
Welcome.
Well, an excellent interview we had with Phil Ling. And back to the racing. Phoenix Racing continue to lead by 3/10 over the Spicy Boys. There they are in your shot, and just out of view, or just popping into view, is Bo Sullivan, who is trying to close back in. However, Bo, at the moment, no offence, Bo, doesn't have the pace to close into those top 2 who are working together. So right now is really waiting for MGS Motorsport and Maple Motorsport to close into the back of him so that they can push him along to close into the leading 2. So a bit of a limbo position for Bo Sullivan, the only driver on his own out of our leading quintet of drivers, as there is a track limit warning for the Phoenix Racing team. That is their first of the race. William Tyson at the wheel. Phoenix Racing put the kart on a pole for the start of the race. They dropped down the order a bit, then they clambered their way back through, and it's been them and Spicy Boys first and second in some way, shape or form. We've seen Bo Sullivan coming to the front of the field, drop back through courtesy of some backmarkers, struggled to really close back in. And now 1 hour and 5 minutes into the race, we are seeing our top 5 very close together. Speaking of close together, I think Adam Reed is quite close with some drivers.
I absolutely am. We're here in the interview pen, and I have two drivers from Phoenix Racing Team. You are leading the race, however, that's not particularly the reason why you're here. You are here to promote a charity, I hear.
Yes.
Tell us about it.
So we are racing this year and last year to promote the British Heart Foundation and Alzheimer's Society. So we have the barcode on our sleeves, and if you can scan that, then you can donate.
And how much did this charity mean to both of you? Because I'm sure that you are, involved in a way.
Yeah. So the charity means a lot to us. I know there's people on the team who have had things to do with like heart problems and people with Alzheimer's. So for a lot of the team members, it was really a big deal. And then to support that means a lot to us.
I want to come over to you because, why have you chosen the Buckmore Park 24 Hours to showcase these two charities?
Well, as you can see, we've got 3 different ones here, specifically the Buckmore one today. That's because we're here trying to get the most that we can today, and we thought we might as well do it for a good cause as well.
Biggest race they have at Buckmore as well, the most sort of media coverage, so we'd be most likely to get the most donations and get the most out of it.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Of course, you've also got the likes of Daytona and Kart Silverstone, I can tell. But of course they aren't for the day, but these are big kart races, and racing with that on your shoulder. How much does that kind of mean?
Yeah, no, it means a lot. It means a lot, especially considering we're so high up. It honestly just means the world that we're able to kind of race for these charities and sort of give money towards them and help out people who are suffering.
I want to ask this question to the both of you. You're currently right at the top of the standings now. What would it mean to win this event?
Oh no, it means everything. So we've been coming here for the past few years now. We won't lie, we've had not some great races. We've had some good ones. So we've had some podiums, but some of the races haven't been the best. But this is the biggest race. This would mean the world if we managed to win this. And then obviously with the foundations on our arms, this would mean a lot.
And you?
Don't think I could put it into words. I mean, Buckmore 24 win is never a bad thing, is it? I mean, you kind of, from like when I've been racing since I was a little kid, there's obviously you look at the road taxes, then this is another one of the races that you look at and you kind of think, if I can win this one, then that's pretty good. And to say that we're leading right now, and hopefully in 23 hours we can say that we've won it, will mean quite a lot, and there'll definitely be tears.
Guys, thank you so much for your time. Make sure to show off the barcode on this side of the arm. Yeah, of course, up to the camera. So if you want to scan that, you can. I'm sure if there are ways to go around. There are ways to donate. So if you can donate any kind of form of any money that you have, maybe spare change you find at the back of your sofa, please donate to these two amazing charities. You'll mean the absolute world. And to Yusuf, back to the racing.
Thank you very much, Adam. Great to hear from Jaden Giles and Ollie White from Phoenix Racing, a team who are leading the race by 0.03 of a second. It is getting very tight, and Bo Sullivan is only now 4 tenths behind, and then MGS Motorsport only a further 7 tenths. So we're very quickly going back to a 5-way fight for the lead of this race, which is absolutely fantastic to see, and hopefully we'll be hearing from many other drivers from many of the other teams. Most notably, hopefully, Rory O'Regan, who's picked up a 3rd black flag for more track limits. Rory, this is, well, he's certainly winning something out there, and it's not the hearts of the race directors who are going to be very upset with the amount of track limits that Rory's picking up, as well, I'm sure, the other nameless drivers. So what's going on with Rory, I don't quite know, because he's a very experienced and a very quick driver. And now, interestingly, he's right in front of Phoenix Racing. This should be quite exciting to see how much of a fight Rory puts up, as he is on the cusp of being lapped for a 2nd time. So there goes Rory up the inside through Garda of the number 12, which is our TRX kart, if I'm not mistaken, the TRX Academy kart. And then right behind him is William Tyson. Then comes Toby McAllister Brown. Then it's Bo Sullivan. And then we've got MGS Motorsport and Maple Motorsport in quick succession. Those two have actually swapped positions a couple of times over the last few minutes. So currently out for Maple Motorsport, I believe, was one of the Hansfords. I'm just going to double check that for a second. where are you, Maple Motorsport? So for Maple Motorsport, it's not Trevor Hansford, it's Jay Hansford who's at the wheel. Found it in the end. Meanwhile, for MGS Motorsport, Rokas Klevinskas at the wheel. And there is Rory O'Regan, still leading as we're almost 3 abreast going into Garda. Bo Sullivan up to second, and there is Klevinskas, who has joined into the 3-way battle, and he cannot wait to sink his fangs into this one, Adam.
No, you are going to be right on the limits here in this little tussle. I love how this timing screen just flashes up with all 5 of these guys just battering away. And this is kind of the way traffic works. The traffic really does bring everyone all together, or it can extend them up the inside there for the number 6 of Phoenix Racing team. They're really going to try and maybe play a little bit of a defensive game on this one. But, I found it really interesting because at one point we were, before the interview, we were 2 for the lead with less than a second. Now we're seeing 5 cars going right at it, and that really just kind of shows, how competitive the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. If you want to know how competitive it is, you're looking at it right here, and you are absolutely beaming here, Yusuf.
Rory O'Regan is not making this easy at all for William Tyson. The top 5 are separated by 0.4 of a second. It's 21 seconds down to 6th place. Watch that gap plummet from the top 5 down to 6th. Bo Sullivan is now leading the race. Rory O'Regan, well, he's becoming the karting version of Jarno Trulli at the moment. As I said before, there are no blue flags. There is nothing stopping Rory from fighting for effectively track position. At the end of the race, these guys might all be racing for position, so this is important for Rory not to give time away to these other drivers and these other teams. Here goes Bo Sullivan up the inside of Rory O'Regan. These two were teammates last year for Nameless Motorsport. Will Rory maybe be a little bit kinder to Bo? We'll have to wait and see.
Indeed we will, and you're now just seeing the absolute train of cars starting to, that's going to be pretty close there. I think somebody there from potentially in the mid-pack just looking for more gaps, but a bit of contact, bit of bumping and barging. Yusuf, I thought you were about to say something there.
No, well, Rory is fighting for second in this group of cars. So that's going to help Bo Sullivan out a lot. Toby McAllister-Brown just behind, as is William Tyson. Who gets past Rory first? We'll have to wait and see. Tyson's through. There goes McAllister-Brown. Now Klevinskas is trying to follow through as well. He's on the outside through Palak. That's going to open up the door for Jane Hansford to maybe go back up into 4th position.
And remember, these are a new fleet of Sodi TRX10s as well. So these drivers will be, dealing with, a different kind of car compared to last year. There's been a couple of upgrades here and there that these drivers may or may not have to adjust to. I wonder how kind of different it is, kind of adjusting to these cars. As you said, with these rental drivers, they're going to have to, adjust to whatever cart they are given. And of course, you get, new fleet, upgraded fleet, and maybe some where they might not like the changes. That's a very real possibility, as I'm sure you can tell, Yusuf. Maybe you had that situation before.
Well, absolutely. You've got, so many different types of rental carts, and the drivers will get familiar with jumping from one into another, racing in various series over the course of their year with their respective teams. But all of these drivers have raced a lot at Buckmore Park and are familiar with these type of Sodi carts. And yes, it's a new fleet, but they will handle very similarly to the old fleet. So there'll be next to no difference really in how the carts handle. So I wouldn't expect it to be challenging them more than if it was, a very big kart change, but that isn't the case with this current fleet. So good news for the drivers who have raced here in previous years. Bo Sullivan still leading the train from William Tyson, who is just behind him, and there goes Toby McAllister-Brown, followed by Rory O'Regan past the number 17. A little bit of side-to-side contact as they put a lap on the BPRL squad.
Yeah, indeed. What's not a bit of karting without a lot of bit of contact? It's meant to be a non-contact sport. It's on kind of every motorsport ticket or whatever. No, that's motorsport can be dangerous. We know that, but yeah, motorsport shouldn't be a contact sport. But alas, it kind of is in a way. These drivers are going right at it, but again, still thinking about the energy levels in the fleet of drivers that are going to be behind this. The rosters that come with the Buckmore Park 24 hours is, second to none. We've got some fantastic fast racing drivers. Some that have gone into cars, and then some that haven't. They've just stayed as a karting driver throughout their kind of time, and that's really gone to show with the displays that's being put out there on the racetrack.
We can see on the other side of the track another huge group of karts. It looks about 10 karts strong, heading into the flat out left or right chicane, the unnamed chicane. So lots of battles happening out on circuit. Very good question as well in the YouTube chat. Are senior tadpoles the same people as senior frogs? No, they are not. They are fans.
The younger
senior frogs, the younger, the more talented version. That's how Ollie Borg described his team last year. They came second. They actually got supported. I think it was by who was it? It was Chip.
It was Chip.
Yeah, Chip came in the chat. He was giving them a lot of support and was very happy to see them. They were actually leading the race with 10 minutes to go before being overtaken by Nameless in those last few minutes of the race, much to their dismay and disappointment. But the top 5 out on circuit at the moment: Friends of Shelby Newstead, followed by Phoenix Racing, Spicy Boys, Maidstone Grammar School Motorsport, and then Maple Motorsport. Your top 5 is up the inside. Goes the number 20 on the 27. Who is the 20? That is Zenki Automotive, another one of our teams that did very well in qualifying, had a black flag that's dropped them down the field, and now they're trying to clamber their way back up the order. Speaking of clambering their way up the order, Adam, Rio Speedwagon, who had that penalty much earlier on, is up into 10th place. Dante Dillon at the wheel, still 35 seconds behind your leading group, which was the gap once they served that black flag.
They were a team, you did say whilst I was on the grid, that they were a team to look out for. Again, they might not be in the best place at the minute, but they are indeed in kind of a growing phase. With the Buckmore Park 24 hours, you go through kind of phases of this. And, sometimes it'll be something like the first hour, or it might be, you kind of go into that kind of towards the night stages. And you got pit stop phases as well. You got so many different phases to go through. There's probably about maybe 30 phases, or or you can kind of just go hour by hour. Maybe just kind of have a description for each of them. I'm sure that each of the teams individually play each way. My word, someone climbing up the curbing of turn number 2. That could have been all sorts of Larry, but yeah, very lucky to get away with it.
So this is the battle for not 20th place, but for 15th place. So the 20 is Zenki Automotive. They're in 15th. In 16th place is Senior Tadpoles. They're in the number 2. William Sparrow at the wheel for the Tadpoles. And just behind them is Dante Dillon for Rio Speedwagon, who are currently 2 seconds behind Richard's Racing Team. You interviewed them on the grid. And then it's only another couple of tenths up to ECR Blue and TRX Motorsport. So we could be seeing Rio Speedwagon making their way up into 7th place as their redemption drive begins.
Indeed. We'll have to keep an eye out for a brilliant effort from the Richards Racing Team. They had a bit of a difficult qualifying. They said they didn't really improve on last year's. Saw the face on I think it was Daniel Richard. I think he's I just go by kind of his Instagram username, which is Senna-esque.
Yes. Yeah, true.
Funnily enough, whilst using a Red Bull suit. From I think back in 2021, so kind of a replica in that sense. But yeah, they're doing really well, up to 8th. They had a bit of a change, I think, to their lineup. The absolute master of track limits, Jamie Salter, unfortunately not here today, but I recently got a message of him and say, "Can you shout me out because I'm awesome? Yeah, enjoy not cutting track limits, mate." There you go.
Fair enough. Maple Motorsport starting to drop back a little bit from MGS Motorsport, so the gap is now half a second. And keeping an eye on Rio Speedwagon, they're now 4/10 behind ECR Blue, who are in turn on the back of Richards Racing and TRX Motorsport, as we previously mentioned. There are your top 5, all pretty much nose to tail. Maple Motorsport, Jay Hansford in the white suit and the blue arms, very similar actually to the suit that Bo Sullivan is wearing. They actually look a little bit like twins out on circuit, so it's a good thing they aren't next to each other, otherwise we might struggle to identify who is who.
Indeed, we'll have to see how each of the team plays it out in a way. We'll have a look at also the clubmen, because at the moment it's Friends of Shelby from MGS, and then it's Team Rango with the Red Mist. That's 1st overall, 4th overall, and 6th overall. That's your podium in the clubmen. So keep an eye out for them. But of course, we will potentially get changes as well. So don't be surprised if in the night we see Friends of Shelby and MGS being put up to the pro class, because that would be a very, very unusual thing to see a clubman win the entire thing. they've clearly got a secret weapon in the back pockets.
I have a feeling that they might get bumped up to pro class. So again, for those people who are new to this event, we've got 2 classes, the pro class and the clubman class. However, the organisers reserve the right to bump teams from the clubman class up to the pro class if they deem them to be essentially too quick to be a clubman. And judging from the likes of the 23 and the 25, they are looking very fast. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them be bumped up. That's not to say that they will be bumped up. It's just that it is looking quite likely at the moment.
A lot of questions once again coming in with Cameron Dass. So I wish we could kind of check mark times, because then we can actually say Cameron Dass is actually on the Spicy Boys. He is returning for a second year. Yes, I will at some point try and get him in so we can ask about a second year and why he's entering once again. So we'll try and get an interview here with Cameron Dass as Toby McAllister-Brown making an absolute lunge here on the number 6 of Phoenix Racing. So Toby, an absolute prowess around the Buckmore Park circuit. He was very much kind of praised by Cameron Dass himself, saying that how quick Toby is. So there'll be a lot of praise for the youngster as he heads his way in towards turn number 1 and 2.
Now, if you look at the Nassau panel, that's the front end of the car for Toby McAllister-Brown, you can see that he's been doing a bit of bumping because his camera is pointing downwards instead of forwards. So if you look very closely, you'll see that his camera is pointing right down at his feet rather than in front of him, which is a sign that he's been going into the back of people in front of him.
Yeah, in kart club racing, I'm sure that would be a nose cone penalty. But luckily, we've got reinforced kind of noses on these karts. So you don't really have to worry about any kind of form of nose penalties. But I want to know how how kind of they're not really that strong, are they, the noses in the kart clubs? So we'll have to see.
So it's not about the strength. It's about so when you put your camera onto it, it's about how tight you've screwed it. So if you've not screwed it super tight and you make any contact, it will just fold forwards, which is what's happened with McAllister-Brown. So it's not anything about the actual Nassau itself. It's just about the camera that he's put in.
Or he's deploying the new F1 2026 Aero.
Oh, dear God.
He managed to get the camera pointed, and at some point it's going to be all the way down, so it's going to be a straight line. Because when it's like that, surely the wind is going over it and creating a little bit of disruption. So it's going downwards, so to make it more aerodynamic.
Got to be at least 100 a lap. Just keeping an eye, Rio Speedwagon, they have made the moves on ECR Blue, Richards Racing Team and TRX Motorsport, so they are up into 7th position as we've seen the Spicy Boys take the lead of the race. Toby McAllister-Brown now leading from Bo Sullivan, and just in the background you can see William Tyson having found a way through on Rory O'Regan of Nameless Motorsport. Nameless Motorsport 2 laps down, courtesy of, I think it's been about 3 black flags, and Rory might be making it 4 if he's not careful, as he goes back up the inside of the team who were in 3rd position, and I think still are in 3rd position because they've not fallen back and lost another position of Klevinskas for MGS Motorsport.
Senior Tadpoles up to 16th. They've only got up a place since the start of the race, which is, you know, not entirely what they're going to be wanting.
They have had a black flag, though, let's not forget.
That is very true. I might need to do a little bit of scrolling because I've been out and about, you know, over the course of the last couple of moments. During that first hour of the race, I've kind of been here, there, and everywhere, kind of checking up on teams and looking at where we can potentially pull out features. So, yeah, that has been a very kind of chaotic opening lap as well. So I'll be interested to see how this is all going to kind of work out. But again, those top 5 drivers are still all sorts of, you know, close with each other. But most people have slightly dropped off.
It's got a bit closer because McAllister Brown is going up the inside of the 30. Not going to give an opportunity for Bo Sullivan to go for a move. Rory O'Regan now the cork in the bottle, preventing William Tyson from closing back in onto these from these leading 2. And I think they're just going to start to bleed out a bit of a gap now to our leading duo. But we'll keep an eye on that gap, and you can already see visibly it has definitely expanded.
It has indeed. So those gaps will be very much the forefront of the entire, well, I say this kind of second hour of the Buckmore Park 24 hours until maybe somebody decides to just slightly pull ahead. Pit stops are going to be really interesting because, of course, they're going to be real kind of deciphers in this. You know, if you get kind of pulled in, get slightly had speaking to, you know, that's going to be something to keep an eye out for. There's also going to be random weigh checks, as far as I've heard. I don't know how much you've heard, Yusuf, but there will be people kind of being brought in for random weight check, just to kind of make sure that they are on the limit. So, you know, make sure to kind of keep out for that. Remember, everyone will have one, so it's not like you're going to be pulled in at a crucial moment whilst the others are maybe going to be pulled in whilst, you know, 2 laps in the lead. You know, you're just going to kind of deal with what cars you've been dealt.
Speaking of pit stops as well, we are nearly 1.5 hours into the race, so we're getting to the point where we are starting to expect teams to make their opening scheduled pit stops. And essentially in about 10 minutes time, I think we're going to be seeing a flood of karts coming into the pits, and that's going to be really important because everyone wants to pit at the same time, because everyone started with a full tank of fuel, and if they're all coming into the pits at the same time, they're going to be queuing up for fuel, which means that they're going to be losing a lot of time. So expect to see maybe some teams, the likes of Nameless, some of those teams that have a lot more endurance experience, being a bit smart and trying to pit before everyone else, just so that they can guarantee that they've got a nice, clear run to the fuel bowser.
We are about to hit 22, an hour and a half into the Buckmore Park 24 hours. So there's still been some really, really good stuff. A couple of teams have been put down by 3 laps. You know, but of course they're still trying to work out, you know, timings and other things. Oh, we just had a small camera there of that is going to be the repair garage. So we are going to have these carts being serviced 2 times over the course of the Buckmore Park 24 hours, and that's all going to take place. Let me have a little bit of a mute, but whilst I move a piece of paper.
Yes, and while you do that, I'm just keeping an eye on our fastest laps of the race. The fastest lap so far is by Spicy Boys, Toby McAllister Brown at 50.062, and we are getting to the point of this race where we are expecting our quickest laps to be set. Low fuel loads in the opening stint, so when the tyres are at their relative freshest versus how low the fuel load will be. After the maintenance stop as well, new front tyres get put onto the kart, so we can see the pace improve at that point as well. And just having a look, another track limit warning for Team Rango with red mist. But your top two are pulling away. So Spicy Boys and Friends of Shelby Newstead separated by 3/10, and then it's a further 7/10 back to William Tyson for Phoenix Racing.
Indeed they will. And so yeah, we will have a couple of services from 10 p.m. So when we go into kind of rolling cameras, rolling static cameras, I should say, there is the Surtees Suite. So that's where everyone's kind of hanging out at this moment in time. And they're not going to be, they will be aware actually, because we've introduced a screen in what is the briefing room here at Buckmore Park. Doing a little bit of filming, you can see there a massive light you may have seen at the, just slightly there in the corner. But yeah, up until 8 o'clock tonight, or 8 o'clock in the morning, that is when we will get our, yeah, we will get, we'll finish our services. So let's have a rundown of the top 30. It is Spicy Boys out in front, but prepare that for change, because friends of Shelby are about to be putting themselves right on the rear end. They are the current leaders in the clubman, but be aware that that could change. Overall, Phoenix Racing team will be in P3. Of course, those two, that team coming with the organisations on their sleeves, so they'll be looking to try and get a great result there. MGS Motorsport in P4 in the clubman, followed by Maple Motorsport. Then we've got Team Rango with Red Mist in P6 and REO Speedwagon in P7, and then completing our checker pattern will be TRX Academy in P8. The Richard Racing team in P9, they're in a strong result with TRX Motorsport, the number 3, in P10. ECR Blue in P11, followed by Willow Bay Racing, and then Slick and Tired will be in 13th. Losing Daylight is in P14 from Zenki Automotive, and Senor Tadpoles in 15th and 16th with El Cartel, and then Williams Palmer Racing. Nameless Motorsport down there in 19th, not what we expected from the previous winners of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. They were looking to go 3 in a row. I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be impossible now. TSB Motorsport in 20th, followed by BPRL, the Banter Page Racing League, who have an incredible story behind them, which we'll try and share the best we can. Then we find Mild Runnings from Tractars, Inguilule Racing. Then we find Dead Squirrel Racing, Elite Crawley Racing, TRX Academy in 26 with Accelerate, Kent Brewery Racing, Norfolk and Chant with Betty Boys Racing, and Sniffing Racing Lines are your 30 carts in this race. Welcome in, Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much. A quick little change around for us here in the box with 22 hours, 27 minutes and 40 seconds to go. It's been an interesting first hour and a half, hasn't it? It's the contrasting fortunes of those keeping it clean, keeping the pace high, and the other teams that you can't quite say the same for. But it's still all those cliches. Very long way to go. This race will more be won and lost, I think. Ooh, is this a bit of a moment between the number 3 and the 27? That was for position. That was for P10, the TRX Motorsport team, with, unless I'm mistaken, I think it's still Kieran Philpott at the wheel of that one. Too happy about things over the line there, did the driver of the number 3. Yeah, the pros properly spread out amongst the clubmans at the moment, but very much due to some of the officiating decisions that we've seen so far in terms of bringing them in and telling them, nope, that's not how we want to have this race run. Got to rein it in, drivers.
Yeah, it's a classic at Buckmore Park. You know, it's so easy kind of in the heat at the moment, especially, well, in the heat of the day as well. It can be, you know, very infuriating underneath the collar of the cart. So these drivers are going to have to be quite kind of careful about what they do, every single move that they make. You know, is it worth kind of pulling that move off? Especially so early into a 24-hour race. And I was already speaking about you know, them being pulled in for random weight checks, but they're also going to be talking to. We saw that in the first 5 minutes of the race there, Andrew.
Yeah, we did. I had a little chat with some familiar faces whilst out the box. It's been a tough one, I think, particularly, of course, for Nameless Motorsport. I've had a little bit of news that Rory O'Regan's driving a bit under the weather at the moment, and yeah, it's finding it a bit tough out there. We had a very quick look there at Chrissy Harding. No, Chrissy's got some, well, I assume that it's the same Chrissy that the folks in the comments are supporting. He's making some good progress here, is Harding. This is that battle again for 10th place with Kieran Philpott in the ECR number 3. Coming up round Cafe Corner once again over the start line to complete what was lap 111. Yes, we are already into triple digits in terms of laps completed by all of these teams. And that's is wide there. Goes ECR. This is the TRX team, not ECR. TRX with Kieran Philpott still in that position. One of the things that I'm really liking the look of so far in this race, Adam, sometimes in an endurance race, not necessarily at an arrive and drive level, any kind of endurance race over 24 hours, an hour and a half in, and we're talking about, oh dear, one team's already had big problems, that's them completely out of the race and all of that. But right now, the whole field covered by 4 laps, which out of 112 now, is not a lot at all. Everyone's still in play in this race.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Andrew. You know, you kind of know this, maybe this scene a little bit better than me, but, you know, we kind of have those moments where, you know, we suspect drivers to be out, but, you know, it's probably down to the cliche of, you know, keep it out of trouble. You know, you have to keep it, you know, out of the walls, out of each other's carts, off the track limits, and, you know, every single kind of, you know, warning and penalty here could really affect your race. But, you know, when you get into the night stages, I think that could really be kind of the chopping and the changing. When we're going to be asleep, there's going to be a lot of chopping and changing. I feel I might have to take a little photograph of the results and then kind of come back and be like, so spot the differences.
Indeed, for those wanting to do the marathon on this one, we do have coverage as the number 22 rolls out there, but keeps the drivers left. That's okay. Not straight out of the traffic. So this broadcast will be in 3 parts, determined by length that you've had to do on the platforms. We will have live commentary all the way up to 10 p.m. That'll be when we have the switch over to the static cams that will take you through the night for part number 2. And then we will come back full of voice, hopefully, at 7 in the morning to take you through to the end of the race, and of course the podium ceremonies for both of our classes at 2:30 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. There's Rory O'Regan down the inside. Well, it's not been the easiest of stints so far for Rory O'Regan. He's another driver who knows this circuit very, very well, has been racing here for a good number of years, has come up through a lot of the initiatives run here at Buckmore Park. There's a lot of his racing on the Arrive and Drive national scene now. And this is not perhaps going to be... now this is interesting. First proper pit activity, if I'm not mistaken. This is the Maidstone Grammar School, number 25 in. So let's mark that. That was what? 1 hour, 38 minutes into the race. The first point at which we see the pit team go into action. Now, a key thing here in this race, Adam, of course, is that the drivers have to fully step away. They have to go over to the left-hand side where the curb is, and this is whether they are keeping the same driver in for a double stint or whether they are changing. They've got to be all the way over there to the left-hand side, off of the cameras we saw there, before the Buckmore Park pit service crew can go to work.
Yeah, that's going to be just a ruling. For the safety measures of the drivers, you know, last thing you want to be doing is getting something wrong and then having fuel spill over everyone in the staff. So that is just a safety precaution. On kind of the Buckmore side, I think
they have had it. Sorry, just to note, they have had a driver change, haven't they? Because it was Rokas Klevinskas in at the start. He's raced in the Junior Pro Series here at Buckmore Park. This is the interesting point of the race, ladies and gentlemen, for the school team. The teacher's in. Mr. Hunter. Big thanks to those who've been passing in their driver information
mostly so that we can tell who everybody is, or at least have a go. And Mr. Hunter, or do we call him Sebastian? Because that's what it says on our thing. We'll call him Sebastian.
Yeah, because he's not teaching us.
He's not teaching us. No.
I'd be very worried.
Part of the school team where I am the token teacher, who's been invited because I have run a sim racing club at the school for several years. That's fantastic. That's something that was never a thing back in my day, many years ago.
It still isn't a thing, and I'm completing my last year at university.
It's
so come on.
I would say I remember probably the most exciting thing for an engineering-y motorsport kid as myself, such as at that age, was probably Robot Wars Club. We had Robot Club back in, but this is like back end of the 90s and the early 2000s. We never had something like sim racing because it was all land things back then. It's been karting myself 15 times in my life. That's very specific. And only taken in one competitive race, the 3-hour at Buckmore in March, where we promoted to the pro class and finished 12th overall. So well done to Mr. Hunter, Sebastian, for getting young people into motorsport. If we don't do it, we won't have a future of the sport, whether that be in karting or any form of motorsport. So well done to the whole Maidstone Grammar team. They are already winners in my eyes, even before we've got into the 3rd hour of this race.
Yeah, I do want to kind of add as well. Sim racing has been, really on the rise. Amongst young racers. I've spoken to a couple of the Fiesta Junior drivers, and they're all using, simulation. I also recently had an event. I think it was about last week. And it was a championship called the British University Sim Racing Championship with Motorsport UK Esports. What an event that was. That was hosted up at the Confetti X stage in Nottingham. Yes, we didn't. We had an amazing amount of entries. We had 14 entries for Mazdas on iRacing, and my word, it was a fantastic setting. It was a really good championship, and it was done all by students. All of the production, all the racers, the commentators. Well, apart from one, they were all university students. We had to kind of drag in a friend of mine, just because a commentator double booked himself. I'm sure you know the wonders of accidentally double booking yourself, Andrew.
Not me. Others, yes.
Others,
not myself. That's more for after hours. We just saw Seb Marlowe getting in there into the number 20 for the Zenki Automotive team. Now, this is one of the teams who have had some unscheduled pit stops. That was a scheduled pit stop. So, we're looking at about 1 hour 40 as the start of pit stop activity. That moves Zenki Automotive down to 20th place. They've just got one of those positions back. Nameless back up into the top 20 as well. Some more changes going on here. I think we've got one going on for the Williams Palmer racing team in the not too distant future. Jasper Stewart's staff there, and you can see we talked about the Le Mans start at the very top of the show. Well, you effectively have one of those every time you do a pit stop, as there is a change for the senior tadpoles. So Jasper in. It was Will Sparrow in the kart for them in the first stint. Kind of similar to Nameless. Bit of a tough start. They've had a black flag as well. So that's the second time that they've been into the pits. The first time for scheduled reasons. And they'll continue on just ahead of Zenki Automotive in 19th place.
Yeah, indeed. Jasper Stewart's staff has been, absolutely rapid. He's covered a lot of races at the Wright House Endurance Championship, which I've had the pleasure of covering. And every time I see him out there, he's just been absolutely amazing. So, you got to really give him credit. But with a very difficult task at hand, at one stage he was 15th, and then they've dropped back due to that pit stop down to 18th, behind their kind of nemesis of last year, Nameless Motorsport. Will they be able to maybe rock themselves back up? I think they've got, if they've got any opportunity, it's through here, and that's a 3-wide moment in towards the final corner. BPRL, as I say, we've got a fantastic story behind them. And I'm sure we'll cover that when they come up for a quick interview. But they're going to be making their way into the pits. And I think they're also going to be coming in behind the kart, which is going to be a very difficult moment.
And this is what we mean by timing your run to the fuel bowser being an integral part of this race, because BPRL probably had the plan, and they probably said to their driver, like, right, when you've done an hour and 45 or an hour and 44, come in. And I know some of the teams have, well, they all have different manners in terms of communicating to the driver. Some of them will have some form of radio communication out there, which is the best, because you can make the late call to go, no, do not pit, go round again. I know from my own racing at times here at Buckmore Park, and this is probably one of the hardest circuits in the whole country to call your pit stop on. Why? Because it's this split level thing. Now, a lot of the teams have set themselves, understandably, up around this top end, on the balcony outside the John Button and the John Surtees suite here in the clubhouse, so they can make that last minute call of, if someone's already at the fuel bowser, you can say, nope, it's not open, go round again, mate, we'll do another lap and hopefully not run out of fuel on the next 1,000 metres. Or they might be trying to signal as they're coming up through Cafe Corner, even if something as simple as like a whiteboard with a big pen and the words "in now" on it, as this battle for 7th place rages on. That's going to be ECR Blue going back through past TRX. So Chrissy Harding, a good move there from Chrissy, getting past Kieran Philpott, and on his way to gaining that position. But yeah, it's when it goes wrong, and it can very easily go wrong here at Buckmore Park, you quite simply lose time, and you lose lots of it because you've just got to wait there. You've got to sit and wait until the cart ahead of you is cleared, it's got their full load of fuel. Everybody's running the tank pretty much to an empty tank at the moment, and it's a big part of trying to keep yourself involved in the battle for the lead. Let's actually have a little bit more from earlier on in the week to talk more of what these Sodi RT10s are all about.
Now, one of the most important things ahead of the Buckmore 24 is, of course, preparing the karts. Now, even though these karts are brand new, what kind of preparation needs to go in to make sure that they're top tail and ready for the 24 hours?
Like you just said, they're obviously brand new. Now, we could just run them from brand new, but we know what this sort of event can do to a kart. So these karts have been run for the last sort of 5 days with general public, but yesterday we actually closed so we can prep the karts. All the karts will get new tyres, all 4 corners, every nut and bolt is checked, chains are retightened, etc. And we just do a once over to make sure everything's done. Obviously with the weight boxes this year, that's a new thing for Buckmore Park. That's another thing to check, that's to make sure all the weights are ready to go. We then test all the karts, make sure they're all running, make sure everything's right. As much as you can sort of chuck every bolt, until they're driving, you don't actually know. So we just do a nut and bolt check on everything, brand new tyres, check all chains, lube everything up, and just make sure it's as if it's brand new again. Obviously, they're 5, 6, 7 days old now, and in that time, stuff does rattle loose. We will double check absolutely everything and make sure everything's running straight. We do even tyre measurements. Every tyre is measured, so it's all matching, they all drive straight. And we're very confident in these karts.
And after they've been checked, the mechanics need to take them out and give them a bit of a test run before the race starts as well?
Yeah, so like I said, once they've all been checked, we've got like designated kart testers, and they'll all go out, and they'll actually be time checked as well. Like, we're obviously very proud of our kart parity. Some kart drivers will try to argue that, but I'll argue go and try somewhere else. But yeah, so our designated kart testers will go out. They'll all be weight checked, so they're all running at the same weight. They'll go and be time checked to make sure they're all within our limit across the fleet. And that's done after the full service of karts. So going out there now, yes, the times on the scoreboard might be slightly different, but I'd put that on the drivers.
I'm sure they won't like to hear that. But of course, during the 24 hours, you mentioned the toll that it takes on the carts. They will be brought in for servicing twice during the race. So is that kind of the thing, that's what you mentioned about the preparation, is that sort of thing what they're going to be doing during the servicing, or what have they got to do during those service periods?
In the service stop, the main thing is tyres. Obviously, nobody wants to be driving around getting punctures. Now, we know how long these tyres will do, and they could possibly do the whole race. But we'd rather change the tyres so there is no punctures. Now, that's not saying there won't be punctures, because some things can happen. But in that service stop, they've got their checklist. They'll check certain things, whether it be oil, tyre pressures. Obviously, they're changing the tyres. In the service stops, we only change the front tyres because they're the ones that are getting worn the most. Rear should be okay, but they'll check all the alignments, make sure nothing's rattled loose in those 2 service stops. And it's more about preventing stuff going wrong rather than fixing anything. That's what we sort of do here. We'd rather no breakages, and if it means doing a little bit more extra work, then that's fine, because we want the drivers to have the best experience.
Absolutely. And so what you're saying, what I'm hearing, is if anybody's a bit slower, it's their fault, not the kart.
It's 100% on driver ability. The karts are fine.
Love to hear it. That makes the racing even better.
Welcome back to live pictures here at Buckmore Park. 22 hours and just under 10 minutes remaining of the 2026 edition of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. Andrew Mather, Adam Reed on commentary duties for you at the moment. Yusuf bin Sahel will be back in a short while to start his next stint. But yeah, the race feels like it's into a good rhythm now. Adam, still very close between the Spicy Boys and the Friends of Shelby Newstead. Still the question mark on whether we'll see that squad depth for the drivers in the number 23. Bo Sullivan, though, has done a great job in this first stint, has got that clubman entry off to a very good start.
He has. Really, really impressed with those guys. They've really managed to build themselves up. You know, they came from ninth on the grid. You know, I wasn't sure what to expect of that team. You know, they weren't quite the fastest of the clubmans, but you know, they've got a big promise, TRX Academy too. With the fuel stops, they have made their way up to P4 or second in the clubmans. They come from P20 on the grid. You know, I can see that up 16, which has been, you know, absolutely amazing for them. You know, what can they potentially do? I don't know about kind of their squad, you know, how strong their squad is, but you know, for clubmen, that's, you know, they must have some pretty good pedalers in there.
Yeah, and of course over the course of the race, they'll look to grow their chances of winning in that category. Tyler Newstead, of course, in that team, works for the children's charity in Kent. Tyler's got a very strong record back from other karting days. Clayton Ravenscroft as well, of course, a British champion back in the day in the X30 categories, and Nathan Heathcote as well. Again, if you're new to this race, teams that are running with those black number boards in the early stages of this one, it's often a case of that they've not got a known racing record within this particular race. Bo Sullivan as an individual does, because Bo's won this race before, but the other three perhaps not. If it becomes pretty clear, let's say in a couple of hours' time, that actually, yeah, the squad depth is there, this is a kart, this is a team that's going to be running in the top 10 consistently across the course of this race on pace, of course, reliability of how they're taking care of the machinery and themselves as well, which is something we'll talk about in due course. If they are adjudged to be keeping this pace up, they will likely see that black number board of the number 23 turn blue, and that will indicate that they will be into the pro category and then be fully able to race for the pro category plaudits, the same as the Spicy Boys, Maple Motorsport, Phoenix Racing, etc, etc. Just coming up to the end of the second hour then. Still Spicy Boys leading this one by just under a second. But now quite a big gap having formed. Of course, we're still in that period where some teams have pitted, some teams haven't. Actually, just to give you a quick rundown of who hasn't pitted, it's the top two and TRX Academy. But this is going to be interesting to see, Adam.
when the 5, the 23 and the 14 come in, that'll indicate to us, right, their karts can do that length of time on a full tank. And then to also see, does everybody else start trying to stretch the tank out to that same length? Because in theory, they should be able to, with these RT10s all being of the same spec.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see kind of, how these fuel stops work, because of course, Make Motorsport have made that stop. You can see they're 45 seconds back. TRX are going to pull right back as well. So, whilst they've been, singing their praises of, going up 16 places, they still haven't made that stop. But they are able to make the fuel on. That could save you maybe 1-2 pit stops by the time we get round to that final hour. I think that's going to be really, really crucial, because the less time you spend in the pits, the less amount of chances you will have to end up in situations, like where you can, potentially, as you say, get stuck in the pits, where things can, maybe stay in. You can see there on the left-hand side, Cameron Das is about to jump in the kart. So Spicy Boys are about to prepare that kart very, very soon. I think they're just going to try and keep out of the way of the number 28 squad.
It's the Belly Boys Racing. I think we just saw, apologies if I'm correct on this one, I think we saw Cam Ray getting out, and then Brandon Harvey getting in with the black and yellow suit and the white helmet. Brandon's done the 24-hour race here at Buckmore Park for the last few years, or done the 24-hour race a few years in a row. Apart from that, he's only really done 3 practice sessions, and we'll be looking to get back up to speed. But yeah, excited to see what Cameron Das can do in this race. I wonder as well for Cameron, obviously he's very, very experienced racer in karting, in single-seaters as well. But this is where I'm going to put the P word in, of physicality, because this circuit has been resurfaced in a good number of places, but it's still one of those tracks that you've got to take care of yourself, particularly down the bottom end of the circuit with the contours, as Blue Williams gets in for a first stint in this race. That's for the number 14. That's going to be the second of the Academy, the TRX Academy 2 karts. But good to see Blue back. Blue, I want to say, raced in this race last year and making a good name for themselves up through the karting ranks. But yeah, the physicality of this track, in fact, we'll stay with Blue as we go through a lap. Up this top end, all quite flat, and this is okay. But when you then start taking this left and right and then down this bit, you've got to attack the course. That's how you quick round here. But you can see Blue there just moving inside the car, and then it's this corner here, Paddock Corner. Quite a firm curb on the inside there. There's a little gully and a grate there as well for the drainage. For when it rains here, which is not going to happen today, but has been known to happen in previous editions of the 24-hour. And if you don't take care of your lines, your approaches through these corners, 1, you could hurt the kart. That's not good. 2, you can actually hurt yourself. I remember Jimmy Broadbent, who will not thank me for reminding folk of this, did his elbow, just caught his elbow a couple of years ago in this race, and that meant he wasn't able to do as many stints as he was planning to do, and he's not the only one who's done that over the years. And I remember the first time I did a karting 24-hour race, is a different venue, but still that same ethos of no suspension on these things. The bit that wobbles and takes all the bumps and the hits and the curbs is you, and if you don't take care of yourself, you can quickly, in a team of 5-6 drivers, be down a couple of drivers, and that's not a good thing to have in the first few hours or the first half of a race. No indication that that's happening at the moment for any of the teams. I've seen a couple more team swaps. Slick and Tired down to 18th place, just losing out to Losing Daylight. There is the number 15 on your screens. That, of course, is one of our clubman teams. That is the Willow Bay Racing team. Willow Bay have been quietly getting on with things, currently running in 11th.
So we're about to hit that third hour mark, 22 minutes, 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Spicy Boys still up with a really, really good gap, but I suspect now all of the drivers have pitted apart from the Spicy Boys. REO Speedwagon have made a second stop. So that's going to really put kind of a pin on that team because, you know, you don't really, I don't know how much you want to be pitting twice in the space of 2 hours. That means you're burning a lot of fuel, which can be a little bit dispromising. You don't really want to be going through fuel that quickly. I think there's going to be a lot of anticipation for Cameron Das popping into the karts. We've also had a lot of support here. One of the drivers coming over from Italy, which is unbelievable. So we're kind of multicultural in that sense. We had a driver coming over for the BPRL team from Dublin in Ireland, so that's going to be great interest about this race, and I love that.
Yeah, indeed. And the Sodi RT10, a very popular piece of kit all over the world, and particularly here at Buckmore Park, of course. We are into the third hour. Oh dear, it starts with the track limit warning for the BPRL team. You'll get used to that, Adam, of singing a team's praises, then instantly a race control notice comes up on screen. There's one very simple thing to say to the BPRL team there. You haven't given your offerings to the altar of the commentators in terms of cake. That's why that's happened. So we'll keep monitoring that. I think the good thing, though, and I feel slightly proud of this one, what have we... in fact, here we go. This is going to be the curse. What have we not seen for the last hour after that flurry of them at the start of the race?
Black flags?
Black flags. They've all calmed down, and they've all now know where the limits are and how this race is going to be officiated. As Blue Williams getting through there for position? No, not quite. This is in a battle with the number 26 of TSB Motorsport. This is one of the new teams to the race this year, or at least to the 24-hour. They weren't here last year. TSB. Is this full position? I'm not sure that it is. But either way, it's a good scrap this between TSB. Campbell in the kart for them. Oh, I trust it's a Campbell in the kart. This is another thing that you'll get used to, Adam, with karting comms. That sometimes drivers like to play tricks on us and wear other people's race suits. I've already clocked one. Certain Sam Spadell is racing in Seb Algieri's suits today. So we'll see Sam later on. Another switch back there from the number 26. And going back into... Where are they, 26 at the moment in terms of race position? They're 21st. Yeah, this isn't for race position. TSB Motorsports, some 3 laps down off the lead. TRX2, 1 lap down off the lead. Around Senna once again. Around Cafe Curve. Start of another lap. This is good. This is a good scrap between these two. I'm not sure it's the ideal thing for time. Blue Williams again trying to get through past there. Down towards the S's once again. Now lap times for these two at the moment, currently, in the high 51s. So this battle is entertaining, Adam, but it is costing them time.
It is. Another question coming in for the Spicy Boys. So their team is, I'll repeat, Toby McAllister-Brown, Johnny Brighton, Drew Fasuji, Cameron Das, Osebwegi, and Aldas. So yes, Aldas is part of the Spicy Boys. Just to try and clear up, because we're going to get a bunch of comments like that actually. So at some point we just got to kind of dip in.
It's the is Max Verstappen in this split question, isn't it? Yes, Aldas is. Senor Frogs, no.
Senor Tadpoles.
Senor Tadpoles, yes.
Basically the younger version.
And arguably quicker.
But I think we do need Chip back.
Yeah,
for
no,
a round.
I say it was a great part of the recent history of this race, the Senior Frogs, and they did a lot for the growth of this race. Again, the sales for the 30 teams, I've been told, minutes, if not seconds, for this race to sell out, and a lot of that was off the back of the interest that this race got with teams such as the Senior Frogs and other teams as well. WTF1 had their races here. Jimmy had his teams as well here, as mentioned over the years. The Influencers team as of this year, once again, is the Spicy Boys. Naldas and Cameron Dass in there again. So it's one of the great things I enjoy about this race. Not only is having those people here and having the followings that they come with, but also doing a really good job. We jest about the Senior Tadpoles being faster than the Senior Frogs, but it impressed me massively from 22, 2023 as well, and 2024 of the speed that they had versus the quote-unquote established karters. They became established karters themselves.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. As someone who's kind of kept an eye on the videos. We have, that's going to be an interesting pit board. We had, last year we had a kind of pit board watch. So that's a pretty good one, in fact. I might have to go down and investigate that.
That's the international sign for your lap times are 52.7. The leaders are doing 50.7s. Get on with it.
Yeah, back to Chip, but he's been off driving Formula E cars with the Jaguar Racing Team. How cool is that? Basically going from little karts to proper Formula E drivers in the Saudi desert of the Jeddah Corniche circuit. That's something that they've recently done as part of the Evo sessions, getting basically kind of 10 kind of content creators and YouTubers or whatever into proper race cars. Did it go down well? We're not going to comment because that could spark on a whole conversation.
It's not karting. Not interested in it.
No.
21 minutes and 53 seconds of the race to go. I saw the Senior Tadpoles there. They've got a good squad once again here this year. And currently in 13th place. In fact, let's keep an eye on the battle between the 2 and the number 1. Resuming from last year, just a little bit further down the order at the moment. In fact, no, we'll come back to that because Yusuf has found some friends.
Well, thank you very much for that. I'm here with 2 of our drivers from MGS Motorsport, James and Rokas. Talk us through your first stint, Rokas, because you were having a really good time out there.
Thank you very much for having me on here. I don't know, really, the pace was just on point. Maybe the start, getting in the car was a little bit slow, but I made my way through and I was slowly catching up with the top 5 and decided I'll just stick behind them just to push myself forward. So I think overall superb first stint for my first 24-hour.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic to watch. Now, James, talk us a little bit about your team because your team's quite different to many of the other teams that we have here.
Yeah, so our team is a bunch of school kids. We are from Maidstone Grammar School. Which is just down the road from here, actually, about a 20-minute drive. And this was something that we all thought about during the summer holidays. Came back, talked to our headmaster. He was like, well, yeah, sure, he was backing this. He was really supportive of this. And 8 months later, we're racing at Buckmore 24 Hours, which is just insane. We've got 6 students, 2 people in year 12, 2 people in year 11, 2 people in year 10, and we've got our own maths teacher who's currently out now, actually. Amazing.
Speaking of your maths teacher, out on circuit at the moment, how's he doing?
To be honest, I've been looking at his lap time, but he's doing really well, really consistent, and that's all we can hope for in the 24 hours.
That's a lot of praise. I was hoping for some scathing remarks, send him to detention or something like that.
No, we wouldn't do that. 100%, we wouldn't do that. We love him.
So what's the plan then for the rest of the race? Because obviously you've got quite a large team. You two are both very experienced, having karted in quite a few things here as well at Buckmore Park.
So we made a timetable, a list of who's going to do what stint. So we're going to follow that for the minute. I should be getting back in the car at 2:30 in the morning, and that's our plan for now. Of course, 24-hour race, anything can change, so we'll just have to adapt, won't we?
And with it being a 24-hour race and how the first stint has gone, first of all, what were your expectations coming into this event, and how have they changed after the first couple of hours?
Well, being brutally honest, when we signed up for this, we were expecting to be, back end of rookies, maybe mid-pack in rookies, and a podium in rookies would have been absolutely amazing. So we signed up as a rookie team, and now looking outside, we're like top 5 in pros, which is just unbelievable. You wouldn't expect this at all, especially for our first year of doing this. So to be this far ahead of the field, it's surreal, so surreal. Yeah.
Very last question. I'm guessing then, are your friends from school watching this?
A lot of our friends are here right now. We have a group of friends that are going to stay here. They're going to go to a party later on. They're going to come back before my stint at 2:30 in the morning. So lots of support. My headmaster should be coming tomorrow. So we've got lots of friends and family to support us. And it's amazing, really.
Well, if you get a podium, I hope they roll out the red carpet for the assembly and then they can embarrass you all in front of the whole school.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
And back over to the commentators.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Good to hear there from the Maidstone Grammar School. Those boys will go far. Very, very diplomatic in terms of their teacher's performance out on track. No, I'm kidding. It is actually genuinely quite good at the moment. 51.4s at the moment for the Maidstone Grammar team, and Mr. Hunter, Sebastian. They're in 5th place right now. Adam Reed rejoins me in at the commentary position. Just having a look at a group of carts now. Seb Marlowe's in the middle of that, in the number 20. Where are the automotive team up to now? They're up to P16. Hello to J4 Meslow, who is absolutely correct. Yeah, Cameron did race in the UKC on Tuesday. They were scrapping around trying to find a transponder, and then I looked at their carts. I wasn't commentating that one. That was a little bit of on-track work. And I went, hang on a minute, that's Cameron Das in that cart. Wasn't expecting him there today. Did pretty well as well in that race, but this is a very different. Oh dear! Spin through hairpin number 2 there. Now that was involving Phoenix Racing and the number 1 of Nameless Motorsport. Apologies, I didn't quite catch who it was. It was, in the words of Kylie Minogue, spinning around there. To the number 9 out wide. It's the Williams Palmer Racing Team. Rejuvenated entry for this year. I think there are drivers in that entry who have been here before, and yeah, just received the track limit warning. That's what we're meaning. We're running wide out beyond the full white line. It's a bit of a hot spot for track limits, the bottom of Paddock Corner. That little kink that's not really a corner, but is very, very important for setting up for Garda, which very much is a corner. Down through the S's once again. Side by side, really good racing there between the 22 of Dead Squirrel Racing and the 28 of the Belly Boys Racing Team. Belly Boys currently running in 30th position right now. I've got to say, I'm still very impressed again. Only 7 laps separating all of these teams as we're 2.25 hours into this one. And I know you may come from other forms of motorsport and think 7 laps, that's a huge amount. In karting, at a circuit of this length, 7 laps is really not a lot at all. That could well be the deciding factor between drivers being on the podium or not later on. So full credit to all the teams. This has been a very impressive run for them so far in this one. There's the number 26 TSB Motorsport team on your screens once again. I have consulted our great pack of notes on all of the drivers for this year's edition, and yeah, it's Oliver Campbell currently driving for them, who's competed in a few smaller championships. I want to say, given where he says he's raced at the moment, that Oliver's based kind of in the Midlands, near Warwickshire. Good to see him here at Buckmore Park, giving it a good old go.
Track limit warning for the number 11 of Track Tiles Ingololi Racing there. That's a team that are familiar with this place, Adam. They've had some good results over the past few big endurance races, but they've got a bit of work to do in this one, haven't they, at the moment, down in 23rd place.
They do. I interviewed Jack Simmons, who is part of that team. Very, very quick covered. Club 73, back in the day. I think he may still do, but he is, he's fantastic. A lot of laps around here at Buckmore Park, so he's been a really, really quick driver amongst the field. So he's got previous experience. He was here last year as well. So I don't know if this is maybe a second or his third time, might even be his fourth. I might have to ask that question to him. Onlookers here at Buckmore Park as the sun is starting to go a little bit down. It is just about to hit 4:45 here. So very much still in those bright light hours, but it won't be too long until we're hitting kind of the point of the day where the sun starts to get in the eyes of the drivers. Then it starts to become a big problem.
Yeah, it starts to become a bit of a challenge as a big hop across the curb there at Garda from Adam Palmer. That's one of the things we talk about, as it is quicker in the moment to try and take those tighter lines through corners such as Garda like that, but how much punishment is that putting on the kart and on the body of a driver in the early stages of this race? How are the number 9 squad getting on at the moment? Well, they've just lost 19th place in this battle and they may lose another one here as Ollie Wedden has a little look there, but I think probably judged his previous attempt to not have been fully above board. You do sometimes see that with drivers, that they'll have a go at making an overtake, may have a little bit of the C word, contact, in there, and think, you know what, I will save myself from potential ramifications from the race officials and just give the position back. That's far better a thing to do if you're questioning as to whether the move was 100% clean or not. Just give it back and have a go again in a couple of corners' time. Much better to do that than pick up a penalty or a black flag or anything of that nature, which we have seen so far in this race. That's looking like a better chance, though, for Ollie Wedden to get through, and does so indeed past Palmer, and that will be the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team, very well established team in this race, back up into the top 20. Adam, thank you very much for being with us. We're going to take a little bit of break. That's a good 1.5 hour stint. We'll catch you later on, as there's Mr. Hunter, the maths teacher, very briefly on your screens. Oh dear, the school kids are not going to be happy with this. They've just lost 5th place. So that's the REO Speedwagon team coming back through. Although saying that, that's one of the favourites for this race, the REO Speedwagon effort. And should note that we have had everybody come back in for a pit stop at this stage. So this is really the first time in the race, Yusuf bin Sahel, as you rejoin me here in the box, where we've got a true reflection of how that first 2 hours of the race have gone. And at the moment, it's a Clubman team in the lead of this race by 4 seconds.
Yes, and when we were looking through the team lists and the drivers, we did think they would be right up there and one of the teams to get promoted up into the pro category. And at the moment, it does look like that is going to be the case. Is it still Bo Sullivan at the wheel, or have they swapped drivers?
I haven't caught sight of the number 23 for a while, so we'll leave a question mark on that question, pending another sight of them.
I also went out on the balcony to have a little wander and see if I could find any drivers. Ironically, I found more drivers that we both know who aren't racing this weekend than drivers who are. I saw Jamie Tyler-Good and Fraser Brunton, Peter Knight. None of them are racing.
But is that not showing, one, the appeal of this race, just to come and watch it, but also how much goes on in terms of behind-the-scenes support networks? It's not a bad thing. I'm talking a little bit with Adam about our own racing here at Buckmore Park and how hard a circuit it is to call strategy on. That actually if you've got someone within your crew who is not racing but has raced here, that's a really valuable asset to be able to, for them to call, pit stop, get in, now's a good time to make a pit stop, or no, I can see something that the driver can't that's going to change things in the next 5 or 10 seconds. I know from the racing that we've done, we normally are using the bottom end pits, but it's still the same point, isn't it? That because of the two levels here at Buckmore Park, in terms of the topology of the track, getting the call to go into that pit lane that you're just seeing in the background is not easy around here.
No. And it's one of those other things with endurance racing. It does help if you've got someone who is on the comms who isn't necessarily racing, because it does mean that, how to put this, it just means that you've got a little bit of extra time to wind down. If you come out of a stint and then you have to jump on the comms, it does take a little bit more out of you. And I think for Nameless, I saw Jack Goldsmith on the comms for them, and I'm pretty sure he's not racing. So he's doing the heavy lifting in terms of communications and strategy for our reigning champions, who have just clambered their way up into 16th position. So they are starting to gain their redemption. Some of our other big names who are trying to work their way up through the order. Senior Tadpoles up to 13th. Zenki Automotive are up to 14th. Rio Speedwagon as well up into 5th place. We saw Dante Dillon trying to clamber up through the order, had pulled them up into 7th place, and now their current driver, who is behind the wheel, not sure who is currently out on track for Rio Speedwagon, but has pulled them up into 5th position.
Indeed. There is Ollie Wedden still at the wheel, the number 7, and then the number 3 of TRX immediately behind. That's not for position at the moment. Keep comments coming in. Hello to Racing Sarge. What happened to Nameless? A few black flags, did not the kind of opening to the race that they would have liked, but I think in terms of pace, they're still in there. Lots to play through across the course of the next 21 hours and 38 minutes. There's a little bit of gesturing going. In fact, there is the number 1 of Nameless.
Trent Maroney at the wheel at the moment.
So Trent, another very experienced driver around this particular circuit. Karting for around 5 years now. In fact, across the various different team names, because Nameless hasn't always been Nameless, it's been other things as well. Trent, of course, coming in as having been part of the team that's won this race the last 4 years. So that is definitely one of the reasons why we do not count that number 1 kart out, even though at the moment they're in 16th place. Track limit warning for the number 19 of Losing Daylight. Well, not losing daylight at the moment. But needing to keep control of the kart. This is a good scrap. This is for 8th place. The Rango with Red Mist team. Oh, someone was facing the wrong way there. Out of Garda. And the TRX Academy 2. Blue Williams having a really good run here in the opening stages of this stint.
And as well, talking about Nameless and how they can pull themselves back into this race, we look at previous year's results, and quite often we'll see the race winner having won by 3, sometimes 4 laps. So that's over a 24-hour race. We've got 21 and a half hours remaining. Nameless are only a couple of laps behind. It's, it's not done and dusted at this point. Still a long, long way to go. Impressive, though, that nearly 3 hours into the race, our top 4 are separated by less than 10 seconds. And I think that just goes to show how competitive it is this year, and the quality of drivers and teams that we have entered for the 2026 iteration of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours.
Absolutely. The number 5 of Spicy Boys, you just saw on our screens there, currently running in 4th place. It's the number 20 immediately behind them. That's the Zenki Automotive team, currently running in 14th place. Another one of the teams that have had some black flags in the early stages of this race and trying to pull their way back up through.
I do really want to give another shout out to Maple Motorsport, and I hope they don't get offended by this, but in the many events I've seen Maple Motorsport, they're always kind of thereabouts.
They're thereabouts,
5th, 6th kind of position. But today, they have been on another level. Jay Hansford has been ridiculous, and now Trevor Hansford as well for Maple, bringing down that gap to FOSN. This is a really, really impressive showing from Maple Motorsport.
It's a very good start. It's exactly what they would have wanted. Leading in the pro category right now. Hello to a few others getting involved in the chat. Sergeant Karting asks, when is the latest darkest we can have a dark tinted visor? Consult the rules and regulations for that one to be official. But,
yes.
Because anything that commentators say is strictly unofficial.
Absolutely.
It's
I would fully get behind that notion.
Generally, when the floodlights are turned on.
That is a general rule, isn't it?
Is when tinted visors are not allowed. It's got to be the clear visor or the white visor. That's a reference.
White visor?
Why bring me the white visor?
Clear visor?
Yeah, white visors. Is another name for them.
Oh, is it?
Felipe Massa reference from the latest 2009.
Oh, yeah, I do not remember that.
You're a little bit younger than me, aren't
Yeah, I was just a little wee baby.
Yes, no, it's consult the rules and regulations, but I would imagine, Sergeant, that it would be when the floodlights are turned on. Well, what I can definitely say is the 2:30 to 4:30 shift today definitely will be a clear visor stint for us here at Buckmore Park.
Fastest team on track, Richard's Racing Team. The top 5, so Friends of Shelby, Newstead, all doing 51.1. Then Maple Motorsport, Phoenix Racing Team, Spicy Boys, Rio Speedwagon, pretty much all 50.7 on their previous lap. Richard's Racing Team, 50.6, now 50.7. They're looking really, really quick down in 7th place. They're 3rd in class. Whether they're still 3rd in class once teams get promoted up to the pro class, we'll have to wait and see. But this is a really, really good showing for them as well. And they are currently 7 seconds behind MGS Motorsport, and they're gaining by a good half a second a lap. So in about 15 to 20 minutes, we could very well be seeing them up into 6th place, which would be 2nd in category. Good question from Sergeant Karting. What if we have a tinted visor and the floodlights turn on during the stint? You will presumably be black flagged, brought in to, well, change your visor or change your driver.
This is why we get the regulations printed out, ladies and gentlemen. Dark visors will not be permitted if the track lights are on. Simple as that.
Yes.
Don't get caught out on circuit with one on.
This is where someone in the chat says, well, what happens if they turn on the lights right now? And the response to that is, don't be daft. So if you're getting close to sunset is about 8:30 p.m. nowadays. Yeah. If you're going to be out on track from, let's say...
If you start your stint at 7, you need to have a clear visor on, is what I would say, to run the full thing without any interruptions. So, 21 hours and 33 minutes to go. Who's that re-emerging back on circuit? It's the number 14 TRX Academy 2. Ooh, now, I don't think that's scheduled, because TRX Academy 2 had Blue Williams getting in the car not that long ago. So, I don't know if that's a developing situation. Because again, a lot of the teams at this early stage, they'll run a driver to a stint of fuel. We know what the stint of fuel is now with this new fleet of RT10s, and pretty much unchanged from previous years. It's 1 hour 40 to 2 hours, depending on how brave you're feeling. There's the number 16 of Richard's Racing. Now, they've nicely got on with their work, Yusuf. We've not, well, at least I've not talked too much about them so far, but there they are with Daniel Weir in the kart. Currently running in 7th place. This could be, I tell you what, this could be one of our teams that we're talking about in terms of competing for the victory in terms of clubman.
Absolutely. And, you know, as we spoke about a few minutes ago, they're only about 5 seconds behind MGS Motorsport. They're gaining, last time round, they gained 7/10 of a second on MGS Motorsport. So that gap is quickly dwindling. And Richard will presumably be up to 6th in 15 minutes' time. And then we can see whether he can close down the next 6 seconds or so to Rio Speedwagon. But that might be a little bit more of a job. And at the front of the field, 3.3 seconds between your top two. That gap has steadily been coming down, not by a lot, but it's just been Trevor Hansford chipping away at it. And I tell you what, if Maple Motorsport are leading this race at any point, that's going to be a clippable moment for them. And what a moment it will be for them.
It would be indeed. They were 8th in this race last year. There on your screens, Jensen Barnard now at the wheel of the REO Speedwagon team, who actually I think are going to be in a quite happy position right now. Yes, the 30.8 seconds behind the lead a bit is not something that they would have liked at this stage, but when you then put that in the context of they've had a black flag earlier on in this race, that's really good pace. They are moving that gap down. What do we reckon? About 45 seconds is what you lose if you have a black flag. So the fact that they're less than 30 seconds and now 29.8 seconds, that number 10 is going in the right direction for me.
I know after Dante served the penalty, I can't remember how soon after it was, I think the gap was about 35, 36 seconds.
Yeah.
So it has definitely come down, and that just goes to show how well both Dante and their current driver is doing. Who did you say was currently at the wheel for them?
Barnard.
Jensen Barnard.
Jensen, driver I'm quite familiar with from the Arrive and Drive national scene. Younger racer, is racing up through the ranks and making light work of the traffic here. Moving past another kart there. Trying to catch up to Spicy Boys. Pace at the moment for the race leaders. Everyone in the, the top 5 pretty much in the high 50 point something. So 50.8s, 50.9s, all of that business. Not quite that side for Speedwagon, but of course we saw them doing some overtaking on that lap, so that will have naturally slowed them down a little bit.
And this is where that kind of endurance racing experience comes in. It's not just about your raw pace, it's how quickly can you navigate the traffic with, 1, not picking up any penalties, 2, not losing that much time. And that is a very, very big skill for endurance racing. So we'll keep an eye on those gaps of our top 5. Just another update on Richard's racing team. They are now just 3 and a bit seconds behind MGS Motorsport, a 50.5 last time round. That's the quickest time I've seen from pretty much anyone in the last 15 minutes on the live timing screen.
Keep your comments coming in. How rude from Nameless Motorsport. I don't think that's at all.
Oh, terrible. I'm sorry, Nameless. I can't quite be as exciting as some of your drivers out on circuit.
There, once again, Adam Palmer on your screens. In the middle of a stint there for the number 9, who are back in the top 20 now, Williams Palmer Racing. But Adam, who's been karting for about 2.5 years, been a champion at a variety of Arrive and Drive venues across the country, and has had a good amount of experience in endurance, more in 2-stroke based formulas, and use of that difference as well when we talk for those a bit newer perhaps to karting, in particular Arrive and Drive karting, what others may refer to as rental or corporate karting. 4-stroke engines here. What are the key points for making sure that you can be quick in one of these? Because it's a different style, isn't it, of racing to, say, a 2-stroke.
Yeah, so my main kind of way that I look at 4-strokes compared to 2-strokes is you've got a little bit less power on the bottom end. You still hit very high top speeds, but the bottom end power isn't quite there comparatively. So the important thing is to keep up your minimum speed. You don't want to go super aggressive, super sideways in towards an apex, because you won't be able to pick the speed up coming out of the corner as you would on, when you watch World Karting Series and stuff like that. So number 1, keep up your minimum speed. Number 2 is, I like to say, accelerate well before the apex. And that kind of comes hand in hand with this being smooth, not throwing it into a corner. So get that kart turned nice and early, get on the power well before you get to the apex so that you carry that momentum out of the corner.
Absolutely. We've not done a rundown for a bit. We've gone past the bottom of a race hour. So let's give you a full and complete rundown of how everybody's standing with 21 hours, 26 minutes and 45 seconds of this race remaining. Race leaders on lap 180, the number 23 of the Friends of Shelby Newstead team, who have a 1.6 second advantage to the nearest 10th over the number 8 of Maple Motorsport. Next, another second and a half or so back are the Phoenix Racing team, the number 6, are pole sitters from earlier on in the day. So how about that after quite a lot of racing already? We've only got 3.2 seconds between that top 3.
In fourth place, the Spicy Boys, with I think Cameron Das now at the wheel for them. They are another 3 seconds back, 6.3 off the race lead. In fifth place, the REO Speedwagon team, who are closing in on the race leaders. That gap now down to 29.1 seconds for the team, the first of those to have had an extra visit to the pit lane due to a black flag in the very early stages of this race. The Maidstone Grammar School Motorsport team, they are sixth. They are also still on the lead lap. A really good effort from them in the number 25. The last of those on the lead lap is the number 16 of the Richards Racing team. That is your top 7. Team Rango with Red Mist, one of the favourites in Clubman to do very well again in that particular category. They were second last year within the Clubman category. Right now they are 1 lap off the overall lead and a little bit ahead of the 9th place Willow Bay Racing squad, the number 15 there. Completing the top 10, it's the number 3 of TRX Motorsport, also 1 lap off the overall lead, trying to pull themselves back into contention in the pro class. ECR Blue are running in 11th place. As we've just seen a change on your screens there, actually for 8th place. Willow Bay Racing now ahead of Team Rango with Red Mist. ECR Blue, currently the highest running elite Crawley racing team. So this is like the junior team almost in the Clubman category. They're 11th at the moment, 1 lap off the overall lead. TRX Academy 2, they've been in recently for a second stop. So they've reset their time stint for 8.5 minutes ago. They're in 12th place right now. Senior Tadpoles, they've just set their fastest lap time of the race so far. They're 2 laps down off the overall lead in 13th place. Zanki Automotive are 5 further seconds behind in 14th. And they've got the El Cartel number 29 not too far behind them at all to wrap out the top 15. Nameless Motorsport are back to 2 laps down now, actually getting on with things pretty nicely. 51.2 last time around as an example. They're in 16th place, last year's winners. One of the teams that have had a bit of a rough start to this race with black flags and the like. Elite Crawley Racing, this is the pro entry in the number 4. They are 9.9 seconds behind Nameless in 17th place. 3 laps off the overall lead is the number 7, the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing squad in 18th place. Looking to fight back as we go towards the towards dinner time. Losing Daylight 19th, also 3 laps down. Wrapping out the top 20 at the moment is the number 26 of TSB Motorsport. Williams Palmer Racing, the number 9, that's another of the pro entries. They're running in 21st, also 3 laps down. Tractiles and Galula Racing are the last of those 3 laps off the overall lead in 22nd place. Slick and Tired, the Clubman entry, the number 21, they're 4 laps off the overall lead. Actually, they've just swapped positions with Dead Squirrel Racing. So the number 22 up to 23rd, the number 21 down to 24th. Both of them 4 laps off the overall lead. 5 laps off the overall lead. There's a flurry of teams. Sniffing Racing Lines, they're in 25th. Team 30, the team that don't think they've got much hope in this one. Norfolk and Chance. There we go, got round that one. They are 5 laps off the overall lead in 26th. Mild Runnings are 19 seconds behind the team number 30. They're in 27th. TRX Academy, I think we would have had pretty long odds on seeing the number 12 down in 28th place at the start of this race a couple of hours in. But there they are, 5 laps off the overall lead. Interested to see what's been going on there with TRX Academy, because they've only had 1 extra visit to the pit lane versus everybody else. BPRL 29th, the last of those 5 laps off the overall lead. They're the penultimate runners in this race. The Belly Boys Racing bring up the 30th entry on our timing screens at the moment. They are 4 laps down from the BPRL team, but still going on. 9 laps off the overall lead. That is your running order with 21 hours, 21 minutes, 39 seconds to go.
And this is a perfect opportunity to segue to the battle on our screen, because this is the battle for the race lead. Friends of Shelby Newstead are your drivers at the front of the field. Tyler Newstead at the wheel of the number 23 car, and then it's Maple Motorsport Trevor Hansford at the wheel of the number 8. Now, Tyler's been putting in good laps, but Trevor Hansford has been gaining that 1/2 a lap. He put in a 50.3 last time round, which is much quicker than he had been doing on previous laps, so maybe a distant toe coming into play. And also, while I say that, Richards Racing have just overtaken MGS Motorsport for 6th place and 2nd in class. Now, how long will it take Trevor? Because I do believe this is a case of when, not if. He's been looking so quick in the last few laps. How quickly will he be able to get past Tyler? And Andrew, if you were in Tyler's shoes, would you be defending?
No, not at this stage. This is still too early in the race, way too early in the race to be thinking about keeping yourself right at the front. Not when you've still got 7 teams on the lead lap. What's important here is that consistency through the pack. And if there is a move from Maple Motorsport in that number 8 and they lose that slight track position, they've still got good track position over everybody else. Heading onto a new lap, there's a little bit of frustration there at the wheel of the FOSN karts trying to get through past this traffic. That's them getting past the Belly Boys Racing number 28. Now there could be an opportunity for Maple Motorsport to go for the race lead, but not elected to take it. And I think that's smart work. At the same time, Trevor doesn't need to jump straight past here necessarily. Now, if there is a bit of a defensive shape from the number 23, I think then you've got to move and make that overtake, because Phoenix Racing are not too far behind at this stage. They have gained a bit of time on that last lap, have Phoenix Racing through the traffic. But then again, another one of the cliches that you could tick off. The traffic giveth. The traffic easy for me to say. The traffic taketh away. Track limit warning for the number 22 of Dead Squirrel Racing a little bit further down the order. So still at the moment, Friends of Shelby Newstead in the lead of this one. And there's an indication. Right, so that was Friends of Shelby Racing going, do you know what? Had enough of doing all the hard work here. Maple Motorsport into the lead of this race. But now we're into another phase. What kind of pace is there now with the number 8? Can the number 23 stay with them?
Yeah, and before we had seen Tyler just looking over the shoulder a few times to see how quickly Trevor was closing in. And I think this is Tyler saying, right, okay, I'm going to let Maple Motorsport go. I'm going to see if I can tag along with them, maybe find some more pace. And more importantly, I'm going to make sure that I give over the lead on my terms rather than Maple getting frustrated, trying to maybe go for a scent and then costing Tyler more time than FOSN would have otherwise have lost.
Yeah, it's a smart way to play the game at this stage. And also, you know, for Tyler could learn here from what different lines are being played at this stage of the race. Down in towards hairpin 2 again. Maple Motorsport making their way through past the number 21 there, Slick and Tired. Slick and Tired currently running in 24th in the order. Through down Simon Sweep and then Pullman's. Pullman's is the left of that second part of that complex. And towards Garda once again. Other changes in position to report in on. Looks like Senor Tadpoles and Zenki Automotive are starting to move back up the order. Back up to 13th and 14th places in this race. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the 2026 Buckmore Park 24 hours. For most teams, we're about, well, probably just over halfway through a fuel stint. Fuel stint's around 1 hour 40 to 2 hours long in this one. I should probably expect a pit stop soon from Elite Crawley Racing. They're the team on track at the moment who have been out on track for the longest period of time. 1 hour and 32 minutes. Good stuff here from both Maple Motorsport and the Friends of Shelby Newstead team. They've stemmed the flow of time to Phoenix Racing, who at the moment are not really able to close in on these two. So those gaps, first, second, third, holding at around 1.8 seconds across the top 3. Sorry, I've just been distracted. The things that happen at this race. There's a young man. There's only one way I can describe it. There's a young man dressed as a banana, just outside the media window. The things that happen. 21 hours and 16 minutes of this race to go.
good evening to Ellis Cox in the comments. Ellis, another young driver with a lot of plaudits around this track. As I say, Senor Tadpole's now up to 13th place. Keep your comments coming in. Sergeant asking, who do we predict for a class change? I think on the basis of at least these first two driver stints, you've got to definitely say that the number 23 are in with a possibility of moving up to the pro category. Maybe the 16 and the 25 as well. And I would still keep an eye on that number 20 kart, that Zenki Automotive kart that was very high up the order in timed qualifying earlier on today. But that'll all kind of happen around the 6 hour points, as I say, giving pretty much everyone a chance to be out there and set some lap times in race conditions, because that's always very different to what you perhaps see in free practice and the like. Good number of these teams probably running 4 to 5 drivers. So on the basis that all of them do something like an hour and 45, yeah, around that 6 hour mark will be the point at which there's a good amount of data to say, yeah, this is a team that needs to move up to pro. We've not heard from Yusuf for a while. There's good reason. He's found another friend.
Thank you very much for that, Andrew. I'm here with, was it Tyler? Tilda. You know what? We kept talking about a Tyler that I got your name mixed up, even though you told me about 5 times. However, I do know your team. It's from TRX Academy too. How are you guys doing at the moment?
Honestly, we're doing great. We qualified quite far back and made up loads of positions at the start. I went on for a half an hour stint and made up about 5 positions. So very, very happy with that.
Question though, why were you only out for half an hour?
I started gagging in my helmet, which wasn't ideal. I was feeling very sick. I had a few too many chips before I went out on track. But I'm going out later and more cookery's coming. So
Hopefully a full stint though this time.
full stint, yeah, full 2 hour stint. So that'll be good.
So that's going to be at least, what, I'd say 20 places gained, but you're in the top 20. So how many places are going to be gained?
We're going to be P1. P1 guys. But I am on at 2:30 in the morning, so might be a bit tired.
Yeah, just remember no chips before your stint.
Yeah, that's what I've learned from now on. No chips before a stint, no chicken nuggets.
Any other kind of food to avoid? You know, this is tips for anyone else.
Some good tips for everybody. Have noodles before you go on track. I always fly when I've had noodles, so there you go, guys. Noodles are the hack.
Right, so chips before a stint, gain 5 places, start vomiting.
Yeah.
Noodles before a stint.
No vomiting, gain all the places possible.
There you go, guys. You heard it here first. Tried and trusted.
You heard it from Tilda Blue. Noodles is the method, guys.
And on that bombshell, Andrew, back to you.
Thank you very much. Good to see Tilda in good form there. I did say, though, the physicality of this circuit can spring a surprise in a long endurance race like this. I think we'll have some more visitors for Yusuf at the podium. Hello to everybody. We've got a camera in front of us here. In fact, look, this is what we're having to deal with. This is a bit different today. A banana in the commentary box. I'm lost for words, which is not often the case for me. Oh dear, black flag for the Dead Squirrel Racing team. That's a bit of a delayed commentary curse on that one. We said we hadn't had a black flag for a while. And Dead Squirrel Racing now, what is it for? Not telling us on our screen necessarily what it is for. It might be an accumulation of warnings. And there are the number 22 team serving some time at the discretion of the race officials. Back out they go. Lost a couple of positions in all of that. Here we race leaders once again. Maple Motorsport just holding that gap around 6/10 at the moment, ahead of the friends of Shelby Newstead, but the two of them are starting to stretch out again over Phoenix Racing. The gap back above 2 seconds. And we're talking these fine margins at the moment. There's the number 14 down the inside. TRX Academy 2. Oh, now I think that was for position, actually. The number 14 ahead of the 27. Yusuf rejoins me. It's always a different kind of feel in the commentary position in this race, isn't it, mate?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I absolutely loved that interview. I think it was fantastic.
It was. No, and I say, it again shows the difference that an endurance karting race, I mean, a lot of people in motorsport are familiar with endurance racing, of course, but not necessarily endurance karting. And dare I say it may even be harder than endurance car racing because of the physicality. And yes, you don't maybe in car endurance racing, you've got the challenge of how warm it can get. I mean, you can testify to that, of how warm it can get inside a race car at times in an endurance race. But again, around this circuit, around any kart circuit really, you're feeling every single bump, every single fibre in your body can really start crying out at times. Unfortunate there that Tilda wasn't able to get to the end of that stint. But at least the good thing was done there of like, right, we've got a problem, let's address it, let's not push things too far and then potentially lose a driver from that team for the rest of the race. Tilda will be able to recover and hopefully be back out later on and then do a full stint.
Yes. I mean, I did actually have fun. Okay, I will go to my story in a bit, Andrew, because I think we've got a much better story and interview being lined up by our fellow commentator, Adam Reed.
I'm here indeed. Now, I have interviewed a couple of people, like Abby Pulling. I haven't interviewed, however, a banana and a pickle. I'm just confused with you guys here. So, you are with the Maidstone Grammar team, is that right?
Yeah.
So, tell us about how that team was formed.
Well, I believe we've already gone over this in another one, but it was formed by two of the Year 12s above us, James and Rockess. They went to the headmaster over the summer, and the headmaster was surprisingly very backing in it. He found it a very interesting project, and so at the start of September, the team was formed, and so ever since then, we've been practicing for this.
Raising a lot of money.
Yeah, a lot of money.
And we got to drive in school, brought senior Rotax round the grounds, which was very interesting.
Right, as I slowly bring the mic. He just said I wasn't wearing this. So, as I slowly bring the microphone back to my mouth, in absolute stunning kind of moments here, because I've interviewed a good couple of drivers like Cameron Dass and Abby Pulling and, you know, loads of other drivers. But this is a brand new experience for me. So, what is the idea behind the costumes?
I got given it, and I'm not on till midnight, so I thought I'd have a bit of fun.
So boredom, pretty much.
Yes. Boredom, exactly. Yeah, very bored.
Yeah.
So, of course, whilst I'm pretty sure it's your your math teacher, isn't it? On track at the moment. How's the pace going?
That's pretty decent.
He's done a 50.6, which is 3-4 tenths off what the top times have been in the past hour and a half without traffic. So, good pace.
Well, we learnt now that your maths teacher is an absolute pedal in a go-kart. When's his debut in cars?
When teacher salaries go up.
Yeah.
Amazing. I think we'll shorten it there before my mind goes absolutely mental. Back to you.
Andrew, what did the banana say to the pickle?
I've no idea.
I've got no idea either, to be honest, and I'm glad I don't. So, a very fun interview, though. MGS Motorsport definitely enjoying themselves both on and off track. Fantastic to see. Just checking our top four. We've got 6.5 seconds separating our leading quartet, and that kind of strategy that we talked about from Tyler Newstead to let Maple Motorsport go and try to follow them is definitely paying off at the moment.
No, definitely. It was the right choice from the driver of the number 23 from Tyler to get into a better rhythm at this stage of the race. And again, we go back to previous editions of this race. How many times have we seen this race determined by seconds, not laps, seconds on the same lead lap? And we never know. These could be crucial bits of time being gained by both Maple Motorsport and the friends of Shelby Newstead right now. A couple of changes in position. Losing Daylight have unfortunately just lost 19th place to Williams Palmer Racing, the number 9
And the number 26 TSB Motorsport entry has gone through as well. So TSB back up into the top 20. That's the Team Sport Bandits motorsport team, not the Bank.
I was wondering at what point were we going to make that connection. Now, I did want to talk about one team. Well, to be honest, I would like to talk about many teams, but there is one team. I think over the course of this 24 hours, we can do exactly that, Andrew. But the team I wanted to start with, because, you know, I'm bringing this up now, so I have the power, is my favourite team name out there, which is Sniffing Racing Lines.
There's a question in my head that I'm not going to ask you because it could get in trouble, but carry on.
No, I think might be the answer to the question that I think you're thinking about, but we shall not utter on broadcast. Now, the reason why I like the name, the team Sniffing Racing Lines is, one, glorious name. Number two is their driver bios are absolutely fantastic.
Oh, go on.
So, Alfie Klein, 1-0, crying emoji. Brilliant, Alfie. Love that. William Kurtler, this and a little bit of that.
Yes. For our production team's knowledge, this is the number 24 that we're talking about. In fact, I'm going to try and find where they are on track so we can get them on the screen whilst we're talking about them.
So that is two of our fantastic Sniffing Racing Line team members. Then we've got Christian James. Now, Christian James has put a lot on his driver bio. We'll go through it. Number of races, lots. Wins, absolutely 0. Championships, none. Excellent, Christian. Hopefully we can get you a win at some point.
Here they are.
And there we go. So that is the black suit, which is, well, Alfie Klein or William Kurtler. They told us a bit about themselves, but not about their suits.
That's why they've not won anything.
Exactly. So Christian James has a grey helmet signed by Mark Webber.
Oh, that's a great helmet running down the circuit there.
If anyone would like to see what Mark Webber's signature looks like, find Christian.
I think that is that. Yeah, that is Christian.
Is that Christian?
Yeah, it's a who has provided us with information of what his gear looks like. Yeah, black and blue Thunder Sparko suit. Yep, that checks out. And then a grey helmet signed by the one and only. Now, this is going to be a challenge for our camera ops. Right, Cammy at turn 1. Hello, I've seen you in the chat. Try and get the Mark Webber signature on this list as it flies past you at some miles an hour.
They definitely
tried.
Try
again, Cammy. Try again. As the number 26 are in for some Go Juice, the TSB Motorsport team. Currently in 22nd place at this stage of the race. 4 laps off the overall lead. Back into the race they go. Yep. Have you got any more on the Sniffing Racing Lines?
We do. I've sniffed one final driver out.
Good.
Ollie Andrews. I'm great at taking myself out. I don't know if that's to dinner. Maybe never gets a date. So he's got to the restaurant by himself.
Ollie's catching strays.
Yes, and his suit description is the power of the sun. You can't miss it.
Oh, now. Is that going to be a nighttime special?
Well, possibly. Considering we're in England, he might think the sun's grey. So it could be grey or yellow. We'll have to find out.
I want to say, did we not commentate on a race at GYG a few years ago with someone with the fluorescent yellow suit that was so bright that Alpha's cameras couldn't deal with it?
Possibly. Maybe.
We'll move on from that one. Yes. No, I like those kind of bios. Those are good bios from the Sniffing Racing Lines team, currently in 23rd place. Here's some more moves through the field. The number 1 of Nameless Motorsport trying to deal with Willow Bay Racing at the moment. Willow Bay doing very nicely. Inside the top 10 at the moment. Could well be on for a very strong run in the Clubman category. They will be one of those teams hoping to not move up to... I always find this quite curious at this stage of the race. It's like, no, we don't want to move up because we've got a good chance of winning this race. I think Sam Luke's at the wheel at the moment for Willow Bay Racing, who claims to be the Mario Kart champion of 1995 and 1996. Where is the original source information for that? We'll leave that to the comments to discuss as to whether that claim is correct or not. And meanwhile, Yusuf's found another interview.
Well, thank you for that, Andrew. I'm joined by a driver who normally I'm seeing the back of. Now I get to see the front of him. What's going on in the race for you guys, Sam?
Yeah, it's been a slow start. We've had 3 black flags, trying to slowly claw our way back, but the pace is there. It's just working up. I'm still a long race, so we'll see what happens.
I should have also introduced Sam, joining Nameless Motorsport for the first time. What's the team environment like, and who got to shout at Rory for being a bit silly on track?
Yeah, I mean, it's full of banter. It's a good team, honestly. It's a pleasure to join them. I mean, Rory, a few mistakes, but the pace is there. I'm sure we'll climb back. But yeah, there's no point blaming anyone.
No, it's a long race, and mistakes do happen at the start. What's the plan from here in terms of kind of stint order? When are you going out on circuit?
So Trent's out at the moment. I'm out next, and then Andrew will take over, and then we'll probably rotate from there, and then just no mistakes. We can't afford any mistakes. So.
My last question for you, here at Buckmore, you've done a fair bit at Buckmore, if I recall correctly. Have you been in these Sodies before, and what's your kind of feel of them?
I think the last time I was in Sodies like this was 2019, so it is tricky. It's hard to get back into it. It's completely different to what I usually do, but I used to do loads of 4-stroke, so hopefully in the next stint I can get back into it.
So I'll give you about 10 minutes to set the fastest lap?
24 hours to be there. Yeah, we'll see.
Are you doing all 24 hours on circuit then?
No, but I'll watch and learn, and learn from the best.
All right. Who is the best?
No comment. You are the best.
Me? Yeah. No, definitely not. On that weird note, back over to you, Andrew.
Well, it's not Andrew Matter on the commentary. It's in fact me, Adam Reed. So, with the 4th hour of the Buckmore Park 24 hours for 2026, in full flow, Maple Motorsports lead at the top. 0.2 of a second to friends of Shelby. Phoenix Racing at the moment in P3. Spicy Boys with the fastest lap in P4. Last time around, they were just slightly slower. Maple Motorsport extending their gap. It's looking really, really positive for those guys. We just saw a back of one of the drivers. As you can see there in the Surtees suite. Everyone is very much on the cool down, trying to preserve their energy for, of course, what is still a long, long way left in this race.
Hello, Adam.
Welcome back. Yusuf is in the commentary box. I missed anything? No, it doesn't look like the last thing they've noted was the TRX Academy 2 having their black flag. I'm pretty sure that was after their interview.
Yeah, I got a bit of a heart attack when I looked behind and all of a sudden saw Sam Spinale and thought, right, this kind of reminds me of being out on track. 1 second he's not there, then the next thing he's right behind you about to send you. So this time he was kind enough to let me know that he was coming. So the shock wasn't too great. That's Jasper Stewart's staff in the number 2 for Senior Tadpoles, who are up into 11th place. So they're doing a really good job of working their way up or back up through the order into the top 10 nearly. 8 seconds behind Team Rango with a red mist. So a little bit more work for them to do. And right now behind Phoenix Racing is that, I think that's Ross Sandwell at the wheel for Phoenix Racing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, indeed. They are really pushing forward. You know, they were sitting at 18th, I think, at one stage during the within the last hour. So the fact they've been able to, push on forward has been, nothing short of mighty. But with the pace of Jasper Stewart's staff, you just really need to keep some of your top drivers kind of intertwined with a lot of kind of energy behind them. That was still actually with the number 2 of Senior Tadpoles.
Just want to correct myself, that's not Ross Sandwell. Ross Sandwell is racing with a different team. That is Ollie White at the wheel of the number 6, who we spoke to, I think by we, was it you spoke to in an interview earlier on?
It might have done. You know names better than I do. I'm not sure if it might have been down on the grid.
It might have been me, I think. It was one of us.
I think I had a chat with Ollie White and Jaden Giles. At least the two of them definitely came up for an interview. Who was interviewing them? I can't fully remember. I think it might have been me, though. But at the moment, things looking good for Phoenix Racing, who are currently in 3rd place, 4 seconds behind the leading duo, who are within a second of each other. Senior Tadpoles, just having a look at their lap times, very good from Jasper Stewart's staff. 50.5 last time round from the driver who used to hold the lap record here at Buckmore Park. I don't know if he still does. I'll have to double check that. But the pace, very good for Senior Tadpoles as they are closing in to the top 10. They struggled a bit in qualifying, but they are certainly coming alive now that we are over 3 hours into this race, and they'll be hoping that this improvement of pace does continue for the remainder of our 24-hour race.
Well, it looks like we do have an interview waiting on. I'll pass it over to Andrew Matter.
Thank you very much, guys, here with Toby McAllister-Brown. Toby, tell us a little bit about that first stint for the Spicy Boys.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it was a bit hectic in the traffic. I stayed up with Bo and Phoenix, which was very good. Could have been a little bit better with traffic management, I feel like, but also it was a bit hectic throughout between all three of us, but it was still decent for what it was.
Was that the first time you'd taken the race start in a race like this, or is it something that you're quite well versed in?
Second time. Started for the boys last year, started for this year. It was a bit on the cards of if I did qualify, I was definitely going to start the race, but it was more of just see how we qualify, then make the decision, and then we'll go from there.
You've raced a lot of years over your karting career, your karting journey here at Buckmore Park. What is it about this place that makes it special and means you keep coming back year after year?
I think it's just the heritage, the competition. I think the fact that, you know, of who comes here, the caliper of the drivers, I think it's just that's the key reason, and it just wants me to keep pushing.
Cam Das, part of the team this weekend. How's he been doing so far?
Yeah, so far so good. He's brought the gap back down a little bit from what we lost in the pit stop. Unfortunately, it was just a case of cameras being a bit funny to get in and out, but it was all good. He's clawing back some time now, so hopefully he can just get back to where we were before the pit stop, and then we should be all good.
Race is really going on at quite a pace. I think we're already in about hour 4. When we go into night time, getting towards those service windows, how will you be dealing with those?
We'll be seeing how that lines up with the stint, especially since we were the longest to go on stint-wise. Especially since I think two of the front two have gone very short on the first stint. So it might seem, you know, they've got it right, they get it better, but from what we've worked out, we should be good to claw a lot of time back in the maintenance stops.
How good is it as well that we've got good weather as well? It's not always been the case with this race over the last few years.
Well, as you know, 2024 was probably the last wet race, I believe. So, yeah, that was a good one, but it's nice to have it dry for once, but at the same time, you do want a bit of rain, especially with the heavy boys.
Absolutely. Toby, thanks for your time. Thanks for coming up to see us, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Pleasure as always.
Back to you in the box.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much, Andrew. And Toby put in a really, really stellar stint in that opening stint of the race to pull Spicy Boys into the lead momentarily, then dropped down to second, back into the lead, then third. It was a really, really fantastic half an hour to an hour of racing between our, well, at the time I think it was top 5 out on circuit. At the moment, Spicy Boys are in 4th. They still have the fast lap of the race, courtesy of Toby McAllister-Brown at 50.062, 200ths quicker than Phoenix Racing Team, actually. So very tight, but at this point, you might start to think that maybe that fastest lap won't get beaten. It was William Tyson who set the 50.087 by Phoenix Racing Team. However, there is the number 6 just behind the number 2 of that is Jasper Stewart's star for Senior Tadpoles, so he has just been able to overtake Phoenix Racing, or I should probably say unlap himself versus Phoenix Racing. And now Phoenix Racing just going to sit behind, gain a bit of pace, maybe do a bit of bump drafting with Stewart's staff, who goes up the inside into Garda, followed through by the 6, a little bit of contact at the apex. We'll see what the race stewards make of that overtake.
Still so many moves to be made there down at turn 1. It's been quite the hot spot to potentially have a look and set it up for here, turn 3. That's been one of the main overtaking opportunities here on the Buckmore Park circuit. You see Jasper Stewart's staff just going up the inside there of the number 14. They are battling. I believe that's a lapping, in fact. TRX Academy 2. Down in 16th to Senor Tadpoles 11th. So, midfield teams starting to get mixed up with midfield teams. That could spell a little bit of trouble, especially, if you are the faster midfield team trying to push on forward. And I think I've just spotted, and in fact, I've been seeing the last couple of hours, that an Irish flag up at the top of the...
Yes, that or it's a sideways Ivory Coast flag.
I don't think so.
Presumably not. I think the Ivory Coast flag has the same colours, but I can't remember exactly.
It's the fact there's also an Italian in here, and they're very, very similar. It's either orange or red, and we're in the shade, so I'm going to assume it's Irish, and then deal with the consequences later on.
If it is, we can just blame it on the exposure and say, the kind of orange and the red became the same, right?
There are ways out of it.
I'm just trying to double check where a couple of drivers are. Now, having a look, it does look like Phoenix Racing are closing up towards Maple Motorsport, which means Senor Tadpoles are closing in on our leading two to unlap themselves. So it is the start of something much bigger for Senor Tadpoles after a disastrous, well, I say disastrous, not the best, opening couple of hours for them.
Indeed, there's been a couple of teams that may walk out of here ready for the night stints. Maybe you were thinking there was a little bit more left on the table, but I think as long as they're keeping themselves in fine tune, it means that there are still some opportunities available, and especially towards the end of their stints. We'll have to see how that all kind of works out then. Looks like the camera has been fixed for the Spicy Boys. You see is now sitting upright for Cameron Das. When we kind of were panning with Toby McAllister Brown's team, we noticed, myself and Andrew, the camera is slightly tilting downwards. And we think that was due to McAllister Brown hitting the back of the drivers in front. You know how compact it was between the top 5. So we thought that's the reason why the camera was in fact pointing down. And it looks like it's been brought back up. So hopefully Cameron can get his shot. I remember last year I decided to call him Camera Das.
Yes. Camera's Das.
Camera Das, Camera's Das. Yeah, just a thought that came to my mind.
Ooh, we've had a change for the lead because Friends of Shelby Newstead are now leading by 6/10 over Maple Motorsport. So not entirely sure when that has happened. Maple Motorsport have since picked up the pace. They're lapping in the 50.5s. They are bringing the gap back down. So we're going to have a battle on for the lead once again. And this happened about 3 or so laps ago. They had a 51.0, so presumably amongst the traffic trying to navigate their way through the blue flag traffic. Again, we say blue flag traffic colloquially. There aren't any blue flags out on circuit, as this is looking very feisty. As up the inside goes the number 5 of the Spicy Boys, trying to close back in onto Phoenix Racing, and they're not that far behind either at the moment, Adam. Just 0.8 of a second separating 3rd and 4th, 0.8 of a second separating 1st and 2nd as well.
Yeah, immediately. Some really, really top racing. Track limit warning there for the Dead Squirrel Racing. Mine's already getting a little bit kerfuffled. Also, at the same lap that Maple Motorsport was overtaken for the lead of the race, they did a 52.1. So clearly there was a little bit of delays in that kart getting around the lap. Contact warning as well. Dead Squirrel Racing, that's not going to be a good part on them. So they're currently running around in P24. Lap time lasts them around 53.8, which is not the best. They then did a 51.2. So slowly starting to gain time. But they are currently running pretty far down in terms of clubmen.
Jasper Stewart's staff is almost closed up to the back of Maple Motorsport. Jasper Stewart's staff for Senior Tadpoles, they are up to 10th place. So working their way up through the order. They started in 17th, really struggled in qualifying. An early black flag as well dropped them outside of the top 20. But they are clambering their way back through the field and putting in some very quick laps, arguably the quickest drivers out on circuit, alongside the number 10 of Rio Speedwagon. So some very good laps being put in by the pair of them. Nameless Motorsport also climbing up through the field. They are up into 15th place, currently 5 seconds behind ECR Blue, and then it's a string of karts all the way up to El Cartel in 12th position.
So still trying to find some of the big gainers in here. As you said, El Cartel, really strong from them so far. You know, they've been putting some really good lap times. I'll actually double check with that as well. They've been, you know, pretty consistent. You know, into the high 50s for the majority of time being. You know, they've been like that for quite a while. Until they did a, what was that, a 56, so 55.927, so pretty close to the 56 seconds marking, which is not where you want to be, and I don't know if that's kind of any problems or maybe even some contact. Black flag for El Cartel, OTY. I think you should have had a little bit more experience than that. You don't know what OTY is?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I thought you were saying that I know, you know, what getting an overtake. I thought you were saying that, you know, I'm a dirty driver. I pick up lots of black flags.
No.
Also, just to jump to the battle on the screen, Maple Motorsport, Trevor Hansford has closed back in onto Tyler Newstead in the 23. That's friends of Shelby Newstead. So Maple Motorsport regaining ground on your race leaders. They are 2.6 seconds ahead of Phoenix Racing, who have Cameron Das for Spicy Boys directly behind them by 0.2 of a second. Here comes Hansford looking up the inside to retake the lead of this race, and does so very comfortably. Tyler Newstead not going to put up any fight. We saw this earlier on when Tyler Newstead actually waved Hansford through into the lead. Then Maple Motorsport ran into some issue. They dropped back down into second. They've retaken the lead now, but look who's behind them. Jasper Stewart's staff, who is trying to unlap himself and work his way through the order. The Senior Tadpoles driver is actually quicker than all of the top four currently. So let's see how quickly Jasper gets through and whether our leading duo pose any real fight here. Because if they do, Phoenix Racing and Spicy Boys are only a couple of seconds behind Adam.
That will be some very spicy action. If we can get all of those guys available in this little fight. El Cartel is into the pits and out. So they have dropped down to 15th. So a little bit of backpedaling for those guys. Support coming in as well for the TRX crew. Big up the TRX crew. So that's going to be for TRX Academy 2 and TRX Academy in 16th and 25th respectively. Oh, as well as TRX Motorsport in P9 as well. So 3 different TRX teams who have been, you know, so formidable amongst kind of the karting scene.
There goes Stuart Staff up the inside of the 23. So deciding, right, I've had enough kind of sitting behind both of you. Now the question is, does he push Maple Motorsport along or try to get through? And I'd lean towards the latter.
It will be interesting to see how they're kind of negotiating. As you said, this is for lappings, and I think Jasper Stewart's staff, you're going to have to maybe stamp your authority. Yes, the race leaders, but remember, no blue flags whatsoever. So, you know, you can have the ability to challenge the leaders in this sense. Lap time still sticking around the 50s. I don't think it's going to be kind of time to push yet, or time to release the kind of the big guns for some of the teams. Some of them use it right at the start. as Maple Motorsport will have to go a little bit defensive in those early ones. I think that Stuart Staff is still going to be able to maybe try and push on through, but the way he does it is going to be something to keep an eye out for.
Now, Trevor Hansford's trying to say, push me along, and Jasper Stewart Staff doesn't really care about that. And I can't really blame Jasper, because he needs to try to gain 2 laps in this race. That's how far back Senior Tadpoles are. He needs to get past, and he needs to start gaining time on the leading 4. Speaking of the leading 4, Phoenix Racing and Spicy Boys are directly behind them now. So we are back to a 4-way fight for the race lead. 3 hours and 20 minutes into this race. Now, Stuart Staff is going to go for a move again. You can bet your life savings on that one. Here he goes up the inside into Garda, the same move that Trevor Hansford pulled on him a lap ago. Through goes Stuart Staff. Now the question is, can he break free of these 4 and lead these 4 to fight amongst themselves? And then the question arises, Adam, will they fight amongst themselves?
That's a really good question. It's kind of depending on what you want to do at this stage of the race, because as I said, you know, there's so many phases, and it looks like we are going to get that move from friend of Shelby. Up the inside, going to run them right out of the room, kicking up the dust. And, you know, Maple Motorsport says, absolutely no, you don't. I'm not going to allow you to just shove me out like that. And I think the number 8 car is going to
That's Ollie White at the wheel.
Oh, that's going to be, you know, pretty bulky stuff here. Going right through, and look at Cameron Das as well. He wants a piece of this as well. He's in P4 in all of this. Will he be able to latch on? And it does look like they're right on each other's rear ends.
Yeah, so everything changing in this battle for the lead of the race. So Ollie White moves to the front, then drops back down into second place. Remember, Cameron Das, I don't think has ever led the Buckmore Park 24 hours before, so this would be a little something that he can tick off on his list of accolades. And I know he's got quite a few supporters in the chat. Currently 3rd position is Cameron Das for the number 5, the Spicy Boys. Will he be able to carve his way up through the order? However, Andrew is standing by with a few TRX drivers.
I am indeed, Yusuf. We'll keep the picture of this really strong battle at the front of the field in the bottom corner. Kieran and Josh from TRX, you've just been having a little watch of that top 4 battle. It was looking good, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's literally the fight for 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't get much closer than that. Great racing so far.
Kieran, you started the TRX Motorsport machine. It's running in the top 10 at the moment. Talk me through the first stint of that one.
Yeah, I mean, the first stint was good. It's so hot out there. The tyres are struggling, but in general, great stint. Loved it. Can't wait for the next one.
Josh, you've not been out yet. What have you learned from Kieran and from the other drivers who have been out so far in terms of how the track is driving today?
I've learned it's very hot out there on the track, and it's really easy to let. It's easy for the kart to be bouncing, especially through the high speed. If I'm thinking. So it's important to look after the tyres, and so yeah, I'm just itching to get out there now.
So we reckon that's going to be a big difference, because we often talk about riding the bumps, the curbs here, taking care of the body, taking care of like the structure of the kart. But yeah, as you say, tyres could be a really big part of this edition.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my stint's scheduled to go out kind of after the sun sets, so hopefully as the track cools down, might make it a bit easier for me. But Kieran races here a lot more than I do now, so yeah, it made sense to send him out for the start. He did great.
As you say, we see lots of the first stint drivers we want who are familiar with this place. We had a little bit of chat with Toby McAllister-Brown about this earlier. You're another driver, Kieran, who comes back to this place a lot. It's a special place, isn't it?
Oh, it's the first place I've ever come to, and I won't stop for a long time. So absolutely love it. It has everything that a go-kart track could need. The karts are lovely. Can't get enough of it.
What's your favourite part of this circuit?
I love the elevation change. Like some tracks that are just like flat, they're like, it's good, but it's not like Buckmore. The elevation is unreal.
Fully agree with all of that. What's the aim? What would you be happy with at the end of the 24 hours at 2:30 tomorrow?
I mean, we started in 14th. Anything above that, as long as we move forward. I mean, we're up to 9th, I think, at this point. So 8th we're up to. So it's going well. So, I mean, the aim is probably top 5, but anything in top 10 is good.
Absolutely. Kieran, Josh, thanks for your time. We'll keep up with your progress across the course of the race.
Thank you.
back to you in the box.
Thank you very much for that, Andrew. We have a new race leader. Ollie White for Phoenix Racing has taken the lead. Now, the big question is, Jasper Stewart-Staff behind Ollie White, can he work with Ollie to try to break free? Cameron Dass is trying to close in. Now, I do think that these three at the front are a little bit quicker, at least from recent laps, over Trevor Hansford and Tyler Newstead. Through has gone Jasper Stewart-Staff, and Ollie White gives a little finger wag, says, you go, I'll sit behind you. I think he's seen the pace of Jasper, who in some ways kind of pulled the pair of them up to the previous leaders of Maple Motorsport and Friends of Shelby Newstead. He knows, by he I mean Ollie, he knows how important it is to work together at this point to try to break clear of Maple Motorsport and Friends of Shelby Newstead. So he doesn't want to waste time trying to battle with Jasper. And also keep your eyes on 5th, because the gap to Rio Speedwagon is 27 seconds. If these guys battle too much, that will allow the number 10 to close in. So you have to think about not only the battle for position, but your gap. How quick are you? What is your average lap time looking like?
Indeed, there is still a lot to contest with amongst the field. You're just seeing kind of the strategic battles heading in there. That looks to be, well, it looks like someone's, well, number 16 that was, Richards Racing. So it looks like they're going to go out now. Looks like a bit more traffic's going to get involved. Jasper Stewart-Staff past the 21 cars. Things are starting to pick up a little bit. That's Slick and Tired Racing down in 25th. They are just going to try and maybe stay out the way of this one. There's the 2. There's the 21. There's the 6. There's the 5 of Spicy Boys wide for the 21 of Slick and Tired. But that allows a couple of carts to move on through. Some will be, quite delighted about that. A little bit of a biff to the side. It does look like for now they're just going to continue on forward. I think Friends of Shelby Newstead are just being slightly held up in all of this. And will they be happy? Absolutely not, because they want to be on the back of absolutely all of this and keeping themselves in fine tune. But it's so difficult around a lap like this.
Yeah, really, really good pace as well from our leaders, and now that they've got themselves into a little bit of clean air, they've got Losing Daylight up ahead, followed by the number 12, that is TRX Academy, and they'll have to put a lap on the pair of them. And I'm just keeping an eye. MGS Motorsport are just behind this group of drivers. Remember, they were actually fighting for the win. They've made their second pit stop of the race, which is why they are now 2 laps behind. As there goes Cameron Dass trying to go up the inside into the far chicane. Not really being given a lot of room, and that's allowed Phoenix Racing and Spicy Boys to pull it clear. Dass is through, Hansford is through, and Hansford goes up the inside of Cameron Dass, who goes for the switchback coming out of paddock, up the inside into Garda. And well, as these two battle, is that allowing the trio up ahead to pull away? By trio, we're now including the number 12 of TRX Academy that's trying to stick to the back of Ollie White, who is very ardently pushing Jasper Stewart-Staff along as these two work together to try to break clear of everyone else.
Cameron Dass was wise to the move there from Maple Motorsport. But, will he be happy about it? Probably absolutely not. More traffic getting involved. I think this is the number 12 in here. That seems to be TRX Academy down in 24th. So if they can, they're getting themselves involved. Remember, no blue flags whatsoever. So it's pretty much a free-for-all. But, just don't keep, fighting away and, imagining you're in a race battle whilst, you're 2 laps down. Cameron Dass giving it the old thumbs up, saying, thank you very much for letting me through that.
Yeah, and we'll also be giving another thank you because TRX Academy weren't too gracious, or haven't been very gracious in allowing Friends of Shelby Newstead or Maple Motorsport through. So more good news for Cameron Dass as he now tries to hunt down the trio up ahead. Sorry, I should say the duo up ahead, because it is Phoenix Racing and the number 2 of Senior Tadpoles. Senior Tadpoles are now up into 9th place. because they did just overtake MGS Motorsport. They're now hunting down TRX Motorsport, who are a further 5 seconds ahead. Then it's another 3 seconds to Richards Racing team. So really good effort this from Jasper Stewart staff in the number 2 senior tadpole squad.
He's still pushing on forward. I think we've all been pretty captivated by this battle between kind of the top 4 plus the traffic that's been involved. And I think, Phoenix Racing are going to be very, very happy with the way they've managed to negotiate all of this. Just Jasper Stewart staff still trying to potentially find a way to put that lap back on him, because he needs to try and negotiate and find a way. But I think he's also happy working away with these guys. He lasted at a 50.9. That's 0.3 of a second faster than TRX Motorsport just up ahead. But I don't think that they are, at this moment in time, going to be catching them at the rapid rate. It's such a difficult situation being, congested in this lead battle. Part of the time the leaders are battling on themselves, or so you want to, push on with the best guys, the fastest guys, towards your next, towards the drivers up ahead. Contact warning there for friends of Shelby Newstead. That going to be paying a little bit of trouble in their mind? I think it will slightly. They'll just kind of tell themselves, let's just not do anything silly for the rest of the stint.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, track limits do get wiped from the board. So once you get 3 track limits, that is your penalty. However, every few hours, your current track limits do get wiped. I forget exactly how many hours it is. I think it's either 3 or 6. So that's something that the teams will be keeping an eye out for. Now, we have seen Ollie White having re-overtaken Jasper Stewart's staff out on track. That's putting a lap on senior tadpoles. So there they are, Ollie White ahead of Stewart's staff, and there's Cameron Dass making his way through the picture. And those top 2 are now working together. Stewart's staff isn't trying to do anything crazy as MGS trying to put a move on friends of Shelby Newstead. This is to pull back a lap. So MGS starting to look quite quick again, a 50.5 last time around.
Just gone underneath 20 hours and 30 seconds remaining. So still a lot of support coming in for our team. Jack Harrison getting some support. Richie Rawlings now driving for Richards Racing apparently. Jack Simmons apparently is going to go from 22nd to P1. That's a very, very difficult situation, but I think he will be able to really push on forward. We have already sung the praises of Jack Simmons, who I believe is at the moment in P18. Zenki Automotive have come into the pits. Number 20, we saw their pit board. So now they're going to start fueling up a little bit now. So that's going to be putting them a little bit further back, but they are making what I believe is their 4th stop here of the race.
I just want to quickly talk about strategy, because strategy-wise, Spicy Boys are in the best position. That's Cameron Dass's squad, because they've pitted later than anyone else. So they've been out on track for 1 hour 29 minutes this stint, whereas Phoenix Racing Team Maple Motorsport have done 1 hour 44, 1 hour 42 respectively. Friends of Shelby Newstead 1 hour 34. So in terms of stretching their stints and possibly removing a stint from their race, Cameron Dass and Spicy Boys are the team that is doing that the best currently, which might be an issue for Ollie White of Phoenix Racing Team. Now, they presumably pitted early to try to get out of any potential traffic in that first round of pit stops. That might come round to bite them in the rear come the end of the race, but we are expecting Phoenix Racing Team to be pitting first out of our leading group of drivers, and that's going to be in a few minutes. Same for Senior Tadpoles. They've done 1 hour 50 minutes in this stint. Jasper Stewart's staff having done a double stint at the start of the race, so he's been in this kart for nearly 4 hours.
Yeah, some really, really good good numbers for, I think, the teams to kind of indulge in. Again, we're still seeing how closely contested this battle. I just want to have a look back at the times here, because Jasper Stewart's staff for Senor Tadpoles currently did 50.8 last time around. That's again another 0.3 of a second faster than TRX Motorsport. So at what point, Senior Tadpole is going to be on a similar lap time to TRX Motorsport? What point are they going to be able to strike? Is my question, or be kind of within range, because it's difficult to kind of get an idea when there are multiple laps between them.
Well, I was just going to say Cameron Dass is looking really quick for Spicy Boys, and he does look to be the quickest of our leading 4 or 5 drivers. So we'll see whether they can get past Jasper Stewart's staff, and then what does Cameron Dass want to do? Does he want to push Ollie White for Phoenix Racing along? Does he want to try to overtake him on circuit and then pull a gap? We'll have to wait and see. There they are, Phoenix Racing and Spicy Boys, with Jasper Stewart's staff sandwiched in between of them. Stewart's staff for the number 2 Senior Tadpoles is a couple of laps down, so he's not directly involved in this battle for the race lead.
Yeah, indeed. Big compliments to Cameron Dass. He's during his car racing career, he's really he's won multiple championships in the USA and Euro Formula Open. He did a season of FIA Formula 3, which is absolutely might be on that high of a level on the support series. It's been really great to see a level of his caliber. It's been an amazing addition. He's now the back here at Jasper Stewart's staff, so this is going to be a little bit of a cork in the bottle moment for Jasper, because he's going to be holding up somebody who's going to be really fighting for that race lead. Is he going to want to allow him past? No. He is there behind the Phoenix Racing team to catch any sort of experience, any sort of speed that he possibly can, and really kind of using himself to absolutely hook himself onto the back of that number 6 and trail him up to the next places. But with Cameron Dass right behind, he's not going to be able to, he's not going to want to sit around. Knowing Cameron, he's really not going to be wanting to just sit like that for the next hour or so until his stint's over. So it's going to be a really interesting one. I think, I don't want to play any puns here, but I think it's going to be spicy.
It will be spicy, and the cameras are out. Cameron Dass is going for the move. However, there is a yellow flag, so he's going to have to swap back in behind Jasper Stewart's staff. But to be honest, I don't think he needs to fight this, because they've got the pace advantage over Maple Motorsport and friends of Shelby Newstead. So if it was me, I'd probably work with Phoenix Racing until Phoenix Racing pit. Then as soon as they pit, then just try to get the hammer down on your own, because when you're working with someone, you tend to go a little bit quicker than if you are on your own.
I've just had a bit of a notice. Let's have a look at the gaps in just a moment's time here, because I think it's significantly close. So 1 second and then 1.6, yes. So that happened through Simon Sweets, because I just saw the lights were on as those three carts were just heading through. Then they went off, and then that was spotted by Maple Motorsport and friends of Shelby Newstead. That now means that Maple Motorsport has just closed that extra couple of tenths, and now they find themselves right in the back here of Cameron Dass. That is going to be some massive stuff to bring it back to a battle between 4 carts, and of course there's going to be a couple of lapped carts as well. So that was really well done by whoever the driver was of Maple Motorsport. That's how you know a driver is switched on. They saw the lights go out, they started accelerating, and whilst the other was still at a relatively slower pace, they've got the advantage. And just like that, it had now turned into a battle back into what is now, I would say, a quartet.
Yeah, so that's Trevor Hansford, who has done that for Maple Motorsport. Also, just behind is the 25. That is MGS Motorsport. So they're well and truly part of this little battle now. Ollie White is on his own because Jasper Stewart's staff has just pitted for Senior Tadpoles. So that is the reason why there's a little bit of a gap between Ollie White and Cameron Dass. We'll see, though, whether Cameron Dass can close in onto Ollie White. And I have a feeling that with Trevor Hansford pushing him along, he should be able to do that. Now, who is at the wheel for the 25? Is that Ellis Beattie? It could be. Pink gold. So it's a black suit with a pink and blue helmet. I'm actually not sure who that is.
So I think that Yusuf are going to just try and
BT.
Yeah, okay. So that's a little wrap up confirmation of that fact or lingering question that Yusuf had. More kind of praise here in the chat. Where is Williams Palmer Racing? I believe if I look up their 21st, kart number 9, 21st place. I think they are running that 11th in the pro category. They've got the blue number plate, so that means that they are down there, but 21st overall. So I think a couple of incidents here and there for Williams Palmer Racing. They currently have 4 stops under their belts. The most pit stops that have been made by a team, I think, is 6, and that has been made by Dead Squirrel Racing. They've been asked to come in about 6 laps ago. So they have been, I think, haven't been black flagged, but yeah, they've been told to come in. It'll probably be a calm down, or you're doing this or you're doing that. Just a little bit of a talking to.
So LSBT has just unlapped himself from Maple Motorsport. Now he's got Cameron Dass to get past next, and Cameron Dass looking to go up the inside of Ollie White into turn 1. There's a little bit of a squeeze, but through goes Cameron Dass. Ollie White, is he going to let this one go without a fight, or is he going to sit behind? Looks like he's sitting behind, and Cameron Dass giving the old point, push me. But through goes LSBT, and LSBT doesn't want to waste any time at all in working his way back up through the field, and has been able to do this so successfully. Now Trevor Hansford trying to go round the outside of Syme Sweep, inside for Pullman, pulls off the move as well, and goes back up into second place. So not what Ollie White wanted. Now White gonna fight back, straight back up the inside into Garda, and all of the while right behind them is Tyler Newstead, searching for an opportunity to capitalize on this. But for the first time, and I think ever, Cameron Dass leads the Buckmore Park 24 hours.
Not too bad there for the 2021 Euro Formula Open champion. He will lead the way in. What do his reinforcements look like behind him? Because I think that's going to be a pretty critical part. Because, is he going to be under pressure from a driver behind? No, he's absolutely not. This is, the tussle there for third, fourth, fifth. Second, third, fourth, my apologies on that, as they head their way through Syme. So you see there the 8 of Maple Motorsport, you see the 6 of Phoenix Racing as well. And I think you also see the friends of Shelby Newstead going up the inside of Maple Motorsport, taking to the rumble strips. Oh my goodness me, they were airborne for a thousandth of a second there. That could have been pretty dicey. I think it was, admittedly dicey.
There is an irony about pretty much every single one of these drivers pointing forward saying, let's work together, but then they all try to send each other. I mean, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to work together? Do you want to fight? Make up your mind.
And you've been recognised in chat, Mr. Yusuf.
Oh, have I?
Yes.
Well, I would just say as well, with regards to this battling, it's absolutely fantastic for me to watch. I'm not complaining one bit. But it is just quite ironic when you see little finger wag, let's work together, proceeds to send someone.
It is classic karting. I think the best person to ask about that is 2 shoulders over from me. Massive send there from the 23 of friends of Shelby Newstead. And they're just going to try and push on forward.
And there's more finger wagging. I don't know if that's a crazy sign or what's going on.
I think that was up in the air kind of lasso kind of one.
To be honest, I think if this was me, and I think Andrew, who's over my shoulder, might agree with me, if one of my drivers were in this situation, I think I might just pit them just to get them out of this, because no one has the demeanour at the moment to really work together. I think the blood's boiling, everyone's seeing a little bit of red. Who's not seeing red is Cameron Dass, because he's got clean air in front of him. He's having the time of his life, leading this with LSBT right behind him, who is presumably going to start pushing him along. To be fair, LSBT has looked quite quick, so might decide to go for that move on Cameron Dass, and Cameron Dass sensibly will probably decide, you know what, have a look over his shoulder, see that there's a big gap to everyone else, and say, you know what, I'll just push Ellis along.
Have you read the comment in the NIFNAF?
From You've done the same thing before many times. No, I haven't.
Critiquing.
Nif-Naf's on a bit of a whiff-waff at the moment. Don't know what he's chatting about. Also, just because I've done it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Do as I say, not as I do, I believe is how the old saying goes.
Well, we are currently still pushing on forward. Oh, a couple of hips and bumps there being made. There you go, Maple Motorsport up the inside of Richard's racing team. And I think that was also Phoenix Racing Team saying, hey, can I follow him by? Don't mind if I do. Maple Motorsport look like they're about to come into the pits now. They have gone a great amount in their strategy. 1 hour, 54 minutes. They are out to the karts to refuel it. And there you go. The fuel pump is in. And on to all the fuel stops, and this is going to be another one where they've got to really try and get the most out of this one. So they'll probably be wanting to pitting with about 18 hours 15 remaining.
Yes, so quite a long stint. However, Phoenix Racing Team going even longer. They've done 1 hour 56 minutes, so they are approaching that 2 hour mark. Surely they're going to be making a pit stop quite soon, and it'll be very interesting to see where the number 6 comes out versus the number 8 once they do make that eventual pit stop.
BPLR go Burr. Oh, I like that comment. I love that. You know, the classic XYZ go Burr is always a comment that gives me a little bit of a chuckle. Yeah, we are looking at potentially showing a couple of karts around the circuit. It looks like we have Andrew Matter back on.
Hello. It's picking up this race, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's changed a fair bit over the last hour and a half, with the Spicy Boys now leading this one. Keep your comments coming in, your messages of support, right on cue. There is the number 27 that has just had a driver change, or just at least a pit stop. Can you show the kart 27 for a tiny bit, please? My best mate is racing. That's for Lewis Whittington. I hope it's still your best mate, Lewis, out of the circuit. We might have just caught it right at the end there, that kart's just come out of pit lane. But how are ECR Blue doing? They were doing actually pretty well. I think they were up around 12th, 13th place. So with that scheduled pit stop, they just dropped down to 17th spot. This is the second of the ECR. Well, I say the second of the ECR teams. To be fair, they've been doing a little bit better than the first team, the pro team. Sorry, we should be correcting ourselves. It's pro and rookie teams this year for categories, not pro and clubmen. But yeah, ECR Blue on their way. I think this is Oliver Coe in now. Orange and black Sparko suit and an Arrow white helmet. Yep, that's pretty spot on. Very experienced driver is Oliver in terms of arrive and drive competition. Has done a little bit of, actually I'd say he's done a little bit of indoor, is doing him a disservice. Got to the British Indoor Karting Championship regional finals for the last 3 years. Very competitive championship is that one. And is a graduate of the 2025 Buckmore Park Driver Programme, another one of the great initiatives at this circuit, introducing plenty of young people into the world of motorsport, particularly into the sport of karting. Meanwhile, back out on circuit, some big scraps going on here. That's the number 25 going through on your screens. That is the Maidstone Grammar School team. The teacher's out of it, because that's a different suit now from what I was looking at earlier. This is MGS trying to keep themselves on the lead lap here, Adam, as well. Cameron Das there in the number 5 for Spicy Boys, trying to, of course, put that number 25 car to lap down, which, and I know I'm playing with commentary virtual fire here. We haven't had a neutralisation of this race yet, so this is can be quite a key stage for a team in MGS's scenario, because they don't want to fall a lap down. If you can keep yourself on the lead lap for as long as possible, that is a very, very good piece of work, and that's what they're trying to do right now with 20 hours and 11 minutes to go.
They are indeed. I don't think we had the race neutralisation of the last year either.
And hopefully that's the same all the way through this one, of course.
Yeah, I don't remember it kind of, everyone kind of lining up, or no red flags or whatever. So, we've been quite lucky in that situation that we haven't had any kind of those contingencies. So. All the drivers, staying within the lines. Well, in terms of track limits, maybe not, but in terms of, taking the race to a different kind of conundrum, they're all doing pretty well on that. I think someone's trying to call you out there on a little bit of potential commentary curse there, Andrew.
If you talk about the commentary curse and the head of the commentary curse hitting, then it doesn't hit. It's the reverse psychology. That's a ball move down the inside. As I say, this is what I mean. It just feels like this race has picked up a bit in the last hour or so. Maybe for some of the chasers, that thought of like, well, hang on a minute. We've got a professional racing driver at the very front of this field. We can't let that number 5 in the hands of Cameron Das get too far down the road. So a few more risks being taken by the friends of Shelby Newstead. That's them just tucked under the rear bumper of TRX Motorsport, running in the number 3 running in 8th place. Pit stop underway for the team in 6th place, Willow Bay Racing, just off of our cameras. But just to note that was a 1 hour and 58 minute stint. And at this stage of the race, Adam, I think strategically this is the first sign for me of a big change in how people are running this race. I can understand it. The first stint, you be a little bit conservative. You run something to a 1 hour 40, a 1 hour 45. But we did see some teams be able to stretch their fuel out to 2 hours. Everyone now pretty much looking to do that if they're in this top 10, if they're in contention for the race wins. They now know, realistically, you were absolutely spot on earlier in terms of endurance racing. What's the keys to winning an endurance race? Spend less time in the pit lane. And there's Maple Motorsport going down the inside of the number 4 of Elite Crawley Racing. Crawley Racing have a bit of a tough one here, 3 laps down. But people now switching their strategies to go, right, we've seen it be done with other karts. In theory, we've got the same machinery, we've got the same fuel, we've got the same fuel tank size, and we're going about the same pace of these mid 50-point somethings. Do 2 hours. That's how you're going to get into the battle in this race in the second half.
Yeah, and some of the teams that have been doing the best at that have been, right at the very top. Phoenix Racing Team have recently pitted. They are now 46 seconds behind the rest of the field. I think they've actually lost a little bit of time as well. I'll double check that because I think, they've started losing a little bit of time. 40.9, 43, 44, 45, 45, 46, 46. Yeah, they're starting to lose a little bit of time off the back of friends of Shelby Newstead. So I think that they're putting in one of their slower drivers.
Yep. And that's how this race will ebb and flow. Bit of a close moment there between Maple Motorsport and Elite Crawley Racing. So whilst ECR are 3 laps off the overall lead at the moment, they've clearly got a bit of pace right now. Lap times are starting to come down from, around 4 o'clock here local time. It's just coming. I love this point of an endurance race. And we've talked about the weather already and how we've got a bit lucky this weekend. It feels more like the latter half of May than the latter half of April right now. And just as the sun starts to get a little bit lower in the sky, the shadows start to lengthen, the track starts to get into a quite nice position in terms of setting lap times. And the karts at this stage pretty much fresh from the endurance and the challenges that will be ahead of the drivers and the teams for the remaining 20 hours of this race. So whereas before we were kind of seeing lap times around the low 51 mark, we've now moved back into the mid to low 50 point somethings, and those lap times could get quicker as well when we go to night time and the air temperature drops a little bit more. But you can see how much the circuit now is under shade, particularly up here through Cafe Corner. That wasn't the case a couple of hours ago. Quite a few of our Premier teams in a line here. Got the number 6 on your screens there of the Phoenix Racing team, running in 3rd place right now, trying to keep Maple Motorsport there in the number 8 at a bit of distance. Hands in the air, not because they're just waving hello to us here in the commentary box, that's because there'll have been a yellow flag out on the way that they go. It might be Jaden Giles in for the Phoenix Racing team at the moment. Barry repair at the bottom of the hill is what I'm hearing in my ear as the reason for the yellow. As your race leader. How long? Well, Spicy Boys 1 hour and 51 minutes into a race stint here, Adam. So could still be another 10 minutes of DAS time out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's still quite a bit of time here. The Cameron DAS can be in the car. So the comments, I'm sure, will be absolutely loving that. Motorsport Magpie has
Hello,
been
David.
Yeah, Motorsport Magpie being on a little bit of a run here with comments. Asking about a commentary team from Alpha Live. I don't know how often that's gonna go down. I'd love to see James Fitcher in a go.
He's not bad, you know. Back in the day, you know, racing in a number of series. Did James. Now, a new feature, or a newish feature. Should we bring Kieran Mogg in for a little chat? Kieran, can you hear us? Oh, I know you can hear us. Can we hear you, and can the rest of the
Hello,
world?
yes, I can hear you. How are we?
Oh, we're doing very well. Would you be part of an Alpha Live team?
Yeah, I'd give it a go, 100%. Yeah, I mean, me and James had a bit of a knock around on the track on Thursday evening with one of the drivers practicing. I don't think it was actually one of the drivers that was racing, but we had a bit of a ding-dong battle, and it was really good fun, to be fair. James is a bit injured from having a tooth out, but he drove valiantly.
Indeed, getting the racing driver excuses in there. So I've just got back up to your comment, David. I hate to say it, but I think it's Yusuf. Yusuf's of the team that we've got here this year. It's going to be Yusuf who's the quickest commentator because he's the most experienced and is still pretty trim, unlike myself. But it's keep your comments coming in and behave yourself in the comments, because if you don't, David will be on you, one of our moderators for Alpha Live broadcasts here. Now, that's a moment. That is the number 5 going past the number 8. Not for position, but to put Maple Motorsport off the lead lap. Now, yes, Cameron Das and the Spicy Boys owe us a pit stop, but that is pretty reflective of how good the pace for Das has been across this stint. That he's got much more than a pit stop in hand now over the former leaders of this race. The next kart that he'll try and set about putting a lap on are the Phoenix Racing team, the number 6. But whilst that's all happening, let's head over to Adam.
Once again in the commentary pen here with Ingrilule Racing. How has the 24 hours been for you so far?
I think mostly a rough start. I mean, I think the kart had a few difficulties as we were coming, you know, off for the practice and the qualification. But after a while, we got to swap our kart, and we've been picking up pace slowly, but it's kind of been coming up, dropping down, and it's just we've been trying to hold that like steady pace throughout most of it.
How has kind of the phases been of going through a 24 hours? Because I imagine for maybe some drivers and new teams, it's it's not new. For other drivers, it might be a new kettle of fish.
I mean, we're quite fortunate enough that we've had some practice with this type of stuff. We've been doing endurance racing for probably it's going to be a year anniversary soon. I think, there's definitely like phases and a strategy to it. It's hard to make sure you're awake the whole time. That's the hardest part. But I think with the benefit of having more drivers for certain teams, that definitely does help it out. For us, I think we're doing pretty well. We've had a few drivers that have felt a little bit ill, a few drivers that have been quite tired. So we've had quite a mix of things, but so far we're doing all right. We're coping.
You're coping. So I think the question I want to ask kind of both of you is, what brings you to the Buckmore Park 24 hours? What is the X factor about this place?
I mean, This is my home track. I've been coming here since I was maybe about 8 or 9. And it's always been prestigious. I mean, like when I first started competitive racing and I saw Lando Norris, for example, was doing it, and other idols that I had like Super GT and stuff. When you see the caliber of driver that drives here, it does, like, for example, for me, I've really thought to myself, right, if I can go out there and perform well, it's a good thing to tell me where my level is. So that's kind of the main reason I chose to do it, and also just because it's a fun event. I think Buckmore is the best track in the UK. I might be biased, but in my personal opinion, it's the best track in the UK. And I think the rental racing it offers is really good. So.
Before I move on to you, I do want to say I'm quite biased as well. You know, this is a really, really good track. We were just talking about the elevation of the circuit. It's being unbelievable.
I think most of all, I just enjoy being in a team. I mean, I don't drive personally. I'm here for, making sure, for one, the kart stays in one piece. We had a previous event where, I think it was a problem with the push rod, but it just exploded. So that was fun. Yeah, I was in it. Oh, wow. Me. But I was like, this is gonna happen during this stint, and it happened. So I think, I just love the karts. I think coming here and being able to see racing so up close, and it's just with people that you're good mates with. I think it's just a really, really fun event, and just being able to, see people that you're so close with go head to head with other people. It's fun. It's so much fun. So yeah, that's basically it.
And overall, I think how are you kind of feeling towards this night stint? We're getting in towards sunset. Is the kart maybe going to be more towards the better side, or is it not as good as in the night stages?
I don't really know how our drivers are going to be, because I think we've done some drives in the dark, because during the winter races it gets dark quite early. But I think we've got some fairly confident drivers. I thought with the new fleet that they'd have headlights, but it's just rear lights. So I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting. But as the track starts to cool down, I don't really know how we're going to perform. Mostly because I'm going to be asleep. But I think it's going to be interesting.
I think if I could add on to that, I think what's going to be interesting, especially with this new fleet, is seeing if it's going to be more or less physical. The previous fleet were, especially with those square steering wheels, sometimes after even just an hour stint, sometimes you start to feel a bit tense. So I think as it gets later on in the night, as I mentioned it earlier, it's the strategy, and it's strategy off track as well that matters, I think, in terms of just making sure you're resting, or kind of judging that. And that's what I'm trying to do, because I've got a late stint and then I've got an early one in the morning. And however, one thing we was blessed with today was really good weather. I'm so used to seeing and being here all the time. Driving in the wet here is so hard, especially when your fingers start to hurt. So we're blessed with the weather in that way. So that should make things hopefully a little bit easier than what I imagine they'd be.
Well, I will tell you, it looks like it's going to be the second time in the Buckmore Park 24 hours kind of history that we are going to have a dry race. So you may be pretty happy about that. But thank you so much, guys, and all the best. Back to you, Andrew Matter, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Adam. We're into hour number 5, everybody, of this year's Buckmore Park 24 hour. And again, ask and you shall receive. Here's the number 29 on your screens of the El Cartel team. Tom Davis at the wheel for them at the moment. Tom, I want to say another quite experienced driver, particularly around here, Sprint Series Championship in the heavyweights was the winner of that, going wheel to wheel at the moment. That's not for position, that's with the number 22 kart of apologies. That is going to be Dead Squirrel Racing, another one of the newer teams in this year. So Dead Squirrel trying to move their way back up from 8 laps off the overall lead. El Cartel at the moment 4 laps off the overall lead, setting quite good times. 51.8 last time around. But Tom has done a little bit of owner racing as well. Very different discipline to this. Has raced a lot in Rotax 177 racing, for example. Good to hear as well. Recent news to do with Buckmore Park, but it sounds like we're going to get a proper return of owner karting to this part of the world. Obviously, if you look on YouTube and your other video sharing platforms, you go back not that long ago,
plenty of the familiar names in British karting and British motorsport will have done their racing here, particularly at a national level. But do go check out some of the initiatives that Buckmore Park and the hard-working team behind the Kart Championship as well are looking to bring owner racing back to this part of the world. As I say, we're into the 5th hour of this race. Andrew Mather, Yusuf Bin Sahel and Adam Reed on commentary duties for you this year. We'll be going up to about 10 o'clock local time here in the southeast of England. Plenty of other bits to bring you, including this.
You can see behind me all the drivers are starting to calm down, the race is getting underway, and they're just chilling out and watching their teammates. Well, we're going to go and annoy them now because they're going to go and draw the track blindfolded. Let's see how much of that practice has actually paid off. How would you rate your drawing skills?
0 out of 10.
Are you an artist?
No. Maybe when I was a kid and I was doing it a lot, and better than now.
People like to say I'm autistic, but I find myself artistic, so.
There we go, perfect. Right, can you see anything? Nope. Can you see anything?
No.
Right, can you see anything?
Yeah.
You can, okay, right. Well, are you ready?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, right, in 3, 2, 1, go.
So starting up the start straight into bend 1 and 2, surtees, come around turn 1.
He's not getting that.
And then, oh no, I've lost it.
Down.
Just keep going down.
Then what you got to do is you get to this point, you do 3 donuts every lap.
I think it goes that way, yeah. I don't know why I started in this corner. And then you cane it. Which way do you go? You go left.
Back down, round, and then back up to start finish.
That's disappointingly good, actually.
Oh, you know what? That's actually not as bad as I would have thought.
It's not too
bad, but it's...
Oh, I'll tell you what, that's not bad.
Oh my God.
Take your blindfold off.
Yeah. Then like that.
Oh, wow.
Look at it.
That is absolutely bang on the line.
I can't see anything.
Put your glasses on then. There you go.
Oh my God. Look at that. Born ready.
They can take off like all the boards downstairs with all of the diagrams of the track. That's horrendous.
What do you think of these?
That's a combination of Suzuka and Catalunya. That's not Buckmore Park. In places, that one's all right. No, actually, no, that's rubbish. That's that character out of American Dad. That's not Buckmore Park.
You've roasted all the drivers. You've said how...
Sweaty.
Yeah, it's full of driver's sweat.
Dirty drivers.
Oh dear, losing control. Cafe on. I'll probably crash and ended up with Clint.
Yeah, so if you take your blindfold off...
Oh dear!
How would you rate it out of 10 as an overall drawing?
4.67.
That is very precise, but you've got the 6-7 in there, so I like it. Right, now that the drivers have proved that they don't know what they're doing, let's see if someone that works here does. Phil, get off the phone a second. Put it down. Right.
I'll call you back. Start the start line. Around cafe curve. I've gone wrong. Oh, okay, that's not too bad, hey? All right, okay, that's awful.
But no, that was a poor attempt. So I'm sorry, everyone.
Good bit of fun there earlier with our very own Kieran Mogg. Around and about with our drawing challenge. Welcome back to Live Pictures here at Buckmore Park. 2026 edition of the 24-hour kart race, 13th edition in total. Phoenix Racing have retaken the race lead. That is because we have had a pit stop from the Spicy Boys. Now, the interesting bit is that Spicy Boys have come back out 5.7 seconds behind. This is where I start banging on about pit-affected lap times, because I suspect that, 1 minute 43.46 for lap 289 for Spicy Boys. Have Phoenix jumped a good amount of time? Have they done this in the pit stop? So, yeah, 1 minute 28.375. So that difference in time for Phoenix Racing, their turnaround in the pits, what was that, about 10 to 15 seconds quicker, has given them the lead in this race. So when we're talking about making sure those pit stops are turned around and making sure that you don't hit traffic in that fuel Bowser area, this is why, because it can make a big, big difference. Now, yes, we're still not into the nighttime part of this race, That is good, efficient work from Phoenix Racing. We're just coming through Garden now. I can see on our little Alpha timing tracker here in the box. On your screens, Elite Crawley Racing, number 4. 14th place for them at the moment. And let's once again head over to Adam Reed.
I'm back in the interview pen where I haven't really moved at all. So, TRX, you can't seem to get away from the microphone. How has the race been for you two?
For me, it's been quite good. Started off quite slowly, but slowly got used to the car and really just came alive in my second half of the stint.
Well, personally, I'm starting in started the race today. I was about 1/10 off the leaders. Started in about 20th and moved up to 4th position. So it's a pretty good stint, to be honest, for TRX Academy too.
And how is kind of the team going? Of course, energy levels. I don't suspect them to be very high at the minute. But from what you've seen, how are they feeling in the minute?
It's all very positive over where we're sitting. One illness so far, I've had to be thrown out early, but he's getting slightly better every minute, so should be fine.
We've had somebody come off up early, however, they seem to be in good spirits. They actually came for an interview today, but yeah, seems to be pretty well, other than the fact that I got 1 hour of sleep this morning, which wasn't the best idea, to be honest.
We're about to now head into kind of the night stints. Have any of you had experiences at night, or?
Absolutely no experience, and I'm getting thrown in at 2:30 in the morning.
That's probably the best. No, that might be the only way you have to deal with it. Just absolutely charge, kind of head first into it.
To be honest, I've had a bit of dark nights racing here, but to be honest, no fully night racing at midnight today, so it's not the best.
And what's kind of been the appeal for both of you two for entering the Buckmore Park 24 hours?
To be honest, it's more just how public it is. I've always seen it as a race every year to look forward to, and I've enjoyed my experience today, to be honest. First time doing it ever.
Yeah, I did it last year and it was just so good. I mean, so many big names do it, and it's really the British 24 of karting, and it was just really good last year, so I thought I'd try it again.
What are your kind of hopes and aspirations for the team? Because of course, I'm not entirely sure how your team is doing. I haven't been over at the timing screens. I think our very own James Fitcher is just having a little bit of a check. No, he's having a chat with Andrew Matter. So, but yeah, what are your kind of hopes for the team?
Well, podium would be perfect. We're 5th in class, about a lap away from it. But if we keep it clean, keep the consistency we have now, it's not off the cards.
Currently hoping to see if we can get a podium. We're currently in the rookie class, however, how our performance has been going today, it's more looking like we may get promoted to the pros, so I'm not too sure which one I'm hoping for, silverware or in the pro class, so yeah, I'm not too sure.
Now, you have bought your helmet into Prix, into the kind of the ring, the interview pen, as I like to call it. What is the kind of design? What is the thought process behind it?
I just went on Pinterest, found a few I liked, and took bits from it, and yeah, it worked out from there. I got the West Ham logo on the back because I'm big hammer here.
So we're just spinning it around. There we go. Lovely on the screen there. Hopefully you can perform better than they are currently at the moment.
Won today.
Oh, did you? Fair enough.
Spurs are going down. Spurs are going down. They go on.
So away from, we're going to probably stop the football chat there, and the racing chat will continue in the commentary box with Yusuf and Andrew.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, like that race lid. Red, white and black, and not a sign of fluoro yellow on it at all. Very good indeed. Just the West Ham bit. It's a bit rubbish, isn't it? It's 19 hours and 47 minutes of this race to go. Who have we got on screen? The number 2 of the Senior Tadpoles, currently running in 10th place. They've worked their way back up nicely after a difficult start. Qualified 17th earlier on this morning into the early part of the afternoon. That's another part of this race. To say most 24-hour races that you come across would have qualifying as a completely separate part of the weekend, even a couple of days before. Not the case here for the karters. They did their qualifying session at, 12:45 this afternoon. So they have that and the 24-hour race on top. So it really is for the teams, for the drivers out there, want to make sure that they get the sleep in as and when they can. There's the 2.7.27 as well, the ECR Blue team. Still doing really well. 15th at the moment for the ECR Blue team. And I think that's Oliver Coe still at the wheel. Yeah, we saw Oliver earlier on. So Oliver currently 28 minutes into a stint here. And looking very, very good indeed. Yusuf's rejoined me. You early?
Hello,
About
Andrew.
15 minutes.
I mean, the chair looked very lonely and cold, so I thought I'd warm it up for myself in 15 minutes' time. What's happening?
Well, we've got the grapes out. We're keeping ourselves refreshed. Hello, everybody. This is the worst camera of them all. Phoenix Racing Team, they've taken the race lead back through some good work in the pits, but Spicy Boys are closing in on them, 3.4 seconds behind Phoenix Racing Team at this very moment. About 20 minutes the difference between them at the moment in terms of strategy. But you mentioned whilst we were having a quick little chat there with Adam, Rio Speedwagon. Now, they've had the black flag in, the first 20 minutes of the race, and they are continuing to chip away at this lead. I think the last time we properly checked in with it, it was about 28 seconds. It's now 25.4, which doesn't sound like a lot, but again, if they've got the pace, I think, to be a big part of this race. We'll see whether they can emerge back at the top of the order.
I think it's very impressive as well. You look at a couple of teams who are still lapping in those mid to low 50s. Friends of Shelby, Newstead, MGS Motorsport, 50.3 from them. Spicy Boys, 50.3, 50.8. So some really quick times being put in. And, it's those few tenths every lap, 2-3 tenths a lap over 10 laps. That's a couple of seconds that can make and break a race, as I recognise a very familiar suit in the number 7 car. That is Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, who are up to 16th place. I know it's Ollie, but I haven't seen him since the last Buckmore Park 24 hours. I've forgotten his surname now. I'm so sorry, Ollie. But yes. Also, Clayton Ravenscroft out for Friends of Shelby Newstead, so he's putting in some really quick times, 50.3, but 50.2 from Rio Speedwagon. That is almost their best lap of the race. It is ridiculous pace that is being set by them.
I want to say it's Ollie Smith.
Yes, yep, that's the one.
Chatting to Ollie on the grid 3 years ago when they first got that Kent Brewery Racing tie-up. You've not seen Ollie since last year's Buckmore 24.
Yes.
I've not seen him since 2023's.
Your memory's far better than mine.
I wonder if he still works at the brewery. At least he did.
I know last year he was still promoting them.
Excellent.
So I would assume so.
Sam Morse in at the moment as well there. The driver with the black suit, the orange details. One of the younger drivers in the Rio Speedwagon team. And I've got to say, this is a driver who, if you're not familiar with his work, as Ollie Smith's going to try and get down the inside here. I rate this kid. He's very good. Very, very good indeed. He's raced a lot in the Arrive and Drive national scene. And, really knows this track very, very well. Has a very calm head on young shoulders, does Sam Morse. And as I say, he's maybe not the most experienced in this particular race, the 24-hour. Definitely in comparison to the driver immediately behind him. But that's not going to faze him across the course of this this stint. How long is Morse into a stint? About a third of the way through, 47 minutes and 45 seconds. Yellow out there on the approach to the S's.
So we've got Sam Morse. Right behind him is Ollie Smith, who, don't forget, at Kart Race of Champions, which is held here at Buckmore Park. He came second or third. I think it was a race where it was Fraser Brunton and Mike Coppin fighting for a win, as there is our race director, Clinton Bell, still looking wide awake at these early, can we call it early stages of the race?
Now, have we got our first bit of trouble?
And I remember, Andrew, you mentioned this before, and you said that you might be caster cursing yourself.
I don't think it is.
Okay, so we've heard that there might be a barrier that is being repaired.
Yeah, I think that was a cart. That's one of the spare carts, which I don't think anyone has changed carts. Now, do correct me if I'm incorrect on that one.
I believe one team has changed carts because I was talking to them, and I think they said at the early part of the race they swapped their cart.
Yeah.
I can't fully remember who it was. I want to say that it was actually the team we were just talking about now, which is Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing, but I could be wrong.
Okay, well, so I think what was happening there, that was one of the events team going out in the spare cart, which is probably the safest way of getting to the inside of the circuit, doing a barrier repair and then returning back. So all good. Everybody's still running in this reliable fleet. Over the curb there, Spicy Boys. Aggressive stuff. They're continuing to chip this lead down for Phoenix Racing. It's down to under 1.5 seconds, Yusuf.
I think that is Aldous at the wheel for the number 5, if I'm not mistaken, as he goes up the inside of yet another driver, and that's going through Henry's, which is a turn number 2. Conway's and Henry's kind of turn 1 and 2, up to personal preference, really, how you look at it. But it is a double apex corner. And now out of hairpin 2, just behind him, that is Senior Tadpoles, who are running in 10th position.
Yep, 2 laps down off the overall lead at the moment. We'll give you another rundown in about 10 minutes' time for how the whole field of 30 are running at the moment. Just off our screens, we always like to note changes of position when they happen out on track. Well, we just had one for 27th place. APRL have just got past Slick and Tired. That is not with a pit stop into play, because BPRL are 53 minutes into theirs. Slick and Tired are 40.5 minutes into theirs. So good stuff there from the team running kart number 17. And it's actually, I've got to say, another team that I've been keeping an eye on, who I think are improving here, are the team in last place. Because the Belly Boys, for quite a while now, have been holding themselves at 5 laps or so off their next competitors.
Yep.
They lost 4 laps in the first couple of hours of this race. So they're getting quick. I know it may not seem like it, because they're still 30th place and still a number of laps off the back of the field. But the rate at which they're getting on with things is improving. And that's good to see, because you never know, with so long of this race to go, just keeping the kart running is going to be a really key part of getting a good result. Having said that, I remember in previous editions of this race, it's one of the reasons why the RT10 is so popular at places like this and so popular with the drivers. It is a very reliable piece of kit. You know, there's been the previous editions of this race where we've naturally come into it thinking it's an endurance race. We're going to see reliability challenges for the drivers, and that's not been the case. Particularly remember in 2023 that being something that we talked about in very positive terms.
Even when it's chucking it down with rain and you're driving through a monsoon.
I mean, that will be the trickier thing, I think, for the drivers today, because they physically, and I'm using that word again, will be working a lot harder than some previous editions with the rain. That will mean that the karts are working harder as well. But as I said, they're fresh out of the box. They've had a few sessions before this 24-hour race, so they're all going to be good. As I think is going to be this battle for the race lead. Phoenix Racing and Spicy Boys, 1 second apart. Last time around, Phoenix on a 50.843. Spicy Boys a 50.4. So on that basis, give it 2 laps. And it looks like Spicy Boys are going to be right there competing for the race lead. Jaden Charles, I think, is still in for Phoenix Racing. As I say, I think it's Aldas in there for the number 5.
Yes, I'm just trying to double check if it's Jaden Giles. All black grey suit and gloves with a bright green and grey helmet. But it then says it's got his name on the back, and I haven't seen the name on the back of that number 6.
Spooking me as well. But either way, this is going to be a tense few moments for both of these teams.
And right behind them, Senior Tadpoles quite eagerly waiting to bite at the opportunity to unlap themselves. Now, the gap beyond Phoenix Racing and Spicy Boys is 9 seconds to Maple Motorsport. And then it's a further 24 seconds to Friends of Shelby Newstead and Rio Speedwagon. So Rio Speedwagon have just closed in on FOSN. And we could be seeing the number 10 back into the top 4 for the first time in about 4 hours.
Yeah, since the first 20 minutes of the race, in fact, when they had that black flag for, I want to say it was speeding under yellows. There were quite a few speeding under yellows and racing under yellows black flags in the early stages of this race, as our race director Clinton Bell laid down the law of what he wants to see the drivers doing in response to the yellows. But yeah, it's been a good fight back from the Rio Speedwagon team. So I think they are, I'm not sure where they are on track. I think, they're in sector number 1. As there, looking down the inside of Tom Davies, goes Jaden Giles, takes position on the road. That might be a good opportunity, actually, for Phoenix Racing, just to start to break away from Spicy Boys again.
Spicy Boys, 2 laps ago, just did a 50.2.
This is quick. I think that 50 point. It's here down the inside. Well, not quite for the race lead yet. But through go Spicy Boys, taking that position at least on the road and getting a bit more space to try and attack Phoenix Racing once again. Fastest lap is still that 50.062 for the Spicy Boys back on lap 16. Now, that was before any traffic started to come into play. That's when we were talking about that initial sprint before those at the front of the field caught up to those at the back. And they've been dealing with traffic ever since then. The fact that we're only 0.2 of a second off the early pace of this race indicates to me that I think we're going to see that 50.0 broken probably when we go into nighttime conditions. As here it is down the inside, the Spicy Boys going for the race lead, and they've got it. Good work there from Spicy Boys, retaking the lead of this race that they lost through the last pit stop phase. They had a slower pit stop. Now they will need to work on that across the course of the next few hours, because they do not want to keep giving the likes of Phoenix Racing 10 to 15 seconds every time they come in. But right now, that is a good effort to pull back what was a 5.5 second deficit, Yusuf. Spicy Boys back into the lead of the Buckmore Park 24 hours.
Really good stint so far from Aldous, and a clean and concise move to take the lead. Now the question is, can he break clear of Phoenix Racing and Sam Morse? Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens with that gap over the next few minutes, because now it is going to be Phoenix Racing who have the tow and have a little bit of slipstream to work with.
A little bit of information for you as well. A little bit of an exclusive, actually. The 11th to the 12th of July, the Champions Kart Club Summer Cup event here at Buckmore Park. We mentioned earlier the return of owner racing to Buckmore Park. We can now announce that this will be a live broadcast event on Slipstream, powered by Alpha Live. If you're new to Slipstream, this is the new initiative from Alpha Live in 2026 to bring owner racing in particular at a club level to your TV screens. We've already had it in action at a variety of different circuits across the country so far this year, and we are very, very pleased to announce that it will be Buckmore Park that is one of the next circuits to join the Slipstream family. And a big hello to Darren Beavers as well. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. Really looking forward to this. The Champions Kart Club Summer Cup on the weekend of the 11th and 12th of July here at one of the grand old ladies of British karting. Buckmore Park will be live on Slipstream.
Excellent. Definitely going to be something to watch out for. Mark the date in your calendars. At the front of this field, though, it does look like Spicy Boys Aldas is pulling a gap over his Phoenix Racing counterpart, Jaden Giles, as we're back to the puppy camera.
Oh, it started, everybody. Paddock Poochers on the scene. Shall we go for a rundown of how the order stands?
Yes.
Let's go for it.
I
A little
think
bit
that
early.
would
We've
be a
been
very good
late for
shout.
the last couple of them. So, 19 and a half hours to go of the 2026 Buckmore Park. 24 hours. Here is how they stand then. 315 laps have been completed by our race leaders, Spicy Boys. In second place, right there on your screens. I tell you what, Phoenix Racing haven't given up the chance of this this race lead at this stage, but they are 2 of the 6 teams still on the lead lap here, with a good few hours of the race gone already. Third place, Maple Motorsport, former leaders of this race. They're about 11 seconds back from these 2 at the moment. Fourth place, leading in the rookie category. We're still in that phase of the race where we could still see some drivers, some teams move up to the pro category. I think the Friends of Shelby Newstead team are potentially one of those. But either way, they're doing very nicely at the moment. 23, 24 seconds off the overall lead there in fourth place. They are having a bit of a challenge, though, in the shape of the Rio Speedwagon team. This is the number 10 team who did have a black flag in the first 20 minutes of this race. They've had a superb run since then. And they, I would still say, are very much in the fight here. They have pulled that gap that they had after that black flag from around 40 to 45 seconds. It's now down to less than 24. It's incremental gains, but they are going in the right direction. The Maidstone Grammar School Motorsport team, the school kids and the token teacher, still on the lead lap, still going very nicely indeed in the number 25. They're 46 seconds off the overall lead. They've taken that position back from Richards Racing team. So that's second and third in rookie at the moment. Richards Racing team, the first team just off the lead lap. Willow Bay continue to circulate very nicely as well, just 1 lap off the overall lead, matching the pace of the Richards Racing team. There's 9 seconds between the 2 of them there in that battle for 7th and 8th place. 2 laps off the overall lead. Sorry, not quite yet. TRX Motorsport are still just 1 lap off the overall lead, running in 9th at the moment. Actually right up behind the back of Willow Bay Racing. So keep an eye on the number 3, potentially trying to get past the 15 in the not too distant future. In 10th place, the first of those off, 2 laps off the overall lead, Senior Tadpoles. But again, that gap hasn't really changed to the race leaders. They've got good pace at this stage of the race of the Senior Tadpoles. That is your top 10. 11th and 5th in class at the moment. So the team ranking with Red Mist team. 2 laps off the overall lead, 31 seconds behind the Tadpoles. Nameless Motorsport starting to make a bit of progress. Back to 12th place now. Only 3 seconds behind the number 13. And similarly doing good lap times in the high 50s at the moment. They've got past Zenki Automotive. That's another team that had black flags in the earlier part of this race. 4 seconds between them and Nameless. 14th place, ECR Blue, the number 27, 27.5 seconds behind Zenki. Elite Crawley Racing have just come into the pits and relinquished 15th place. They're 3 laps down on the overall lead. They've just lost that position. It is an expected pit stop, I think. Yeah, 1 hour and 48 into their stints, but it's Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing who've taken 15th now. So ECR now 16th. And as soon as I've said that, it's changed again. TRX Academy 2 have just got about a pack ahead of them. So that's all 3 laps down. Let's skip to 18th place. The number 29 of El Cartel. 4 laps off the overall lead. 40 seconds up to their next target on the road. 19th place, the Track Tiles Ingley Racing team. Having a bit of a tough time, to be honest. Not where they would have expected to be. They've had some decent records and results in Buckmore Park team endurance races recently, but they've got a lot of work to do at the moment. 4 laps off the overall lead, running in 19th. They have got a 35-second gap, though, over Williams Palmer Racing. The penultimate one of our pro teams are 5 laps off the overall lead. They've got 4.7 seconds over TSB Motorsport, who run 21st. Losing daylight. We are starting to lose daylight now. So maybe it'll be a fortune change for the number 19 squad, who are now 6 laps off the overall lead and running in 22nd. Sniffing Racing Lines are 21.7 seconds behind Losing Daylight in 23rd. They've got a good gap, though, over the TRX Academy. This is the number 12 kart that is now 8 laps off the overall lead and last of the pro runners at the moment. They've got 18 seconds over Dead Squirrel Racing in the number 22. That wraps out the top 25. Mild Runnings actually closing in a little bit on Dead Squirrel Racing at the moment. So 5 seconds back in the number 18, running 26th at the moment. But they are also being caught by the BPRL team. They are 11 seconds back and trying to catch up from 27th place. Slick and Tired, 18 seconds back. They're all 8-9 laps down that run of teams. Team number 30, Norfolk, Space and Chance. They are 10 laps off the overall lead. They've got a 5-lap advantage over the number 28 of Belly Boys Racing in the number 28, running in 30th place. That is your rundown of everyone still running really well. I've got to say, Yusuf, I've been really impressed. Really, really impressed with all of these teams. I know you've watched a lot of 24-hour racing over the years. I know you've competed in a lot of 24-hour races over the years. I'll be honest, I was expecting at least one team by this stage. You know, I know we keep saying it, we've got a long way to go, but we've been racing for what? Trying to do my maths now. 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can see a team already starting to throw the towel in at this one if they're used to a 1 hour or 2 hour race and realising, oh dear, we've bit off more than we could chew with this 24 hours. But that is not happening here. Everyone doing a fantastic job.
Absolutely, and I think across the field, everyone, really grinding their teeth so far. And also up at the front of the field, the fact that we are 4.5 hours in, the top 6 are all on the lead lap.
Yeah.
And in previous years, I think we'd look at this point, even after a couple of hours, and we'd say, yeah, I think we know who's going to win this. And we can say fairly confidently as well, these are our favourites. And in previous years, you're looking at the likes of Nameless or DAB Motorsport, Brentwood Banter, who were the former iterations of the current team Nameless. But this year, you're really, really pressed to think of who's going to win this. Rio Speedwagon are pulling themselves back in. Friends of Shelby Newstead have looked really good. I know MGS Motorsport are up there, but they've said themselves, they've got a few drivers who aren't quite as quick as some of the others, so maybe we'll see them drop down the order. Phoenix Racing, Spicy Boys, maybe Nameless can pull themselves back in, but I think Nameless and Senior Tadpoles, I know this is early to say, I do think they're a bit out of the running.
I'm going to disagree with you there.
Okay.
I think this is where the service windows could really come into play. You could easily lose. If you think 2 laps is going to be, 1 minute and 40 seconds, you can gain that back through good pit strategy, good work in doing those fuel stops.
So on some other events, I think you know what I'm talking about, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
But I think, and I've seen this here and in other places as well, I think when you've got an event like the Buckmore Park 24 Hours, where the karts are so well maintained and they're so unlikely to go wrong, I don't think we're going to see in those maintenance windows a team gaining a lot of time over another team. And there is such good squad depth in teams like Spicy Boys and Phoenix Racing. I don't think Nameless are going to have that opportunity where they'll have a stint where they'll pull a lap back.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll pull 10 seconds, but they're 2 laps down at the moment. I think they'll finish the race 2 or 1 laps down. I think that is a quality that we're seeing from our top teams so far.
Just having a look at what their pit stops have been like so far. Similar to what we saw from Phoenix Racing, their pit affected lap time was a 1 minute 28.535 last time around. So, yeah, that's quick, but the trouble is those at the very front of the field are also doing that. I just want to go back to the close nature of the field. 4.5 hours into this one. As a reference, folks, because this isn't the only endurance race that is run at Buckmore Park across the course of the season. You have a great range of different lengths, 3, 6, 12-hour races. The 12-hour race, often the big one later on in the year. We had the 3-hour here back in March, and granted, there may have been a bit of weather in play, but it's still the same racetrack for everybody out there. The top 3 were separated by 3 laps after 3 hours. So the fact that we're 4.5 hours in, and it's the top 6, double that number, covered by 45 seconds, that is staggeringly good.
Yeah, really, really good. We've seen fantastic consistency from all of the drivers out there. I mean, even again, I go to MGS Motorsport, but they kind of said, we've got our token teacher in. The way it was written made me think, oh, the teacher's going to go out and be 2 seconds a lap off the pace. He was half a second, if that. It was really, really impressive and really encouraging to see from a neutral standpoint, and that has continued over the 3 stints we've had so far. So yes, we might have only seen a maximum of 3 drivers. Some teams have double stinted their drives, so we've only seen 2 drivers out on track. So we will see as this race goes on whether that does change. But so far, really good consistency from everyone, and this is turning out to be a really, really good race. And friends of Shelby Newstead, Rio Speedwagon, again, they're still bringing that gap down. The gap that was about 24 seconds 5-10 minutes ago is down to 22 seconds. Not a lot, but give it a few hours, all of a sudden that gap's down to 10-15 seconds, and that's just the way that endurance goes. You're not going to gain 20 seconds over a stint. You're going to gain 5 seconds, maybe another 3 seconds in your pit stop, and it's all of those little numbers that add up.
Indeed. Contact warning for sniffing racing lines in the number 24. They're currently running just at the back of this group in 23rd overall right now. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Pert Power, who's cheering on the Spicy Boys. And do check out all the details. If you want to get involved, if you want to take up karting here at Buckmore Park, firstly, very good choice of circuit to do that at. It is a very experienced team running a kart track here at Buckmore Park. One of the best, if not the best in the country, if you ask me. Oh, TRX Motorsport, not too happy with things. There, down and through Garda. Understandably, because these teams that they're not necessarily racing with for position, got to keep cool at this stage of proceedings. Their gap to Richards Racing, what is that at the moment? 5.6 seconds up the road are Richards Racing. But if you do want to get involved, head across to the Buckmore Park website. That's got all the information there of how to get involved, what age brackets you can race in and get involved with. So we've got drivers here that come through the academy program that takes place here.
Just keeping an eye, Rio Speedwagon, again, in the last few laps, I say the last few laps, it's probably been the better part of half an hour, has just been sitting right behind Clayton Ravenscroft.
Yep.
And, not fighting each other, not trying to take a position, working together. And in, the true endurance sense of working together, there's no ego between the two of them. I want to be the person leading this charge.
Yeah.
It's just sitting nose to tail. Let's get the job done. 0.5, 1/10 every single lap coming out of those leading 2, leading 3.
I think they're going to catch Maple Motorsport in this stint. There are Maple Motorsport, and just wait a moment. There's the number 23 and there's the number 10. So they have got a kart in between them at the moment, and a track limit warning for Sam Morse as well. The kart in question is the number 27 of ECR Blue. What's ECR Blue's lap times like at the moment? 51.8 last time around. So at that pace, Sam Morse should make pretty light work of the driver immediately ahead at this point of the race. Williams Palmer Racing not too far behind there as well, with team number 30, the Norfolk team, running nicely. Number 17 of BPRL. Now, we mentioned that BPRL were making some good... BPRL have lost a position to Mild Runnings. So we said that Mild Runnings were catching. They have, and they've got through. So that's a change for 26th position. But they are both still catching up to Dead Squirrel Racing. Now, what's happening here is something very worrying. I can see James Fitzhugh with a
Microphone. Oh,
in his hands as
dear.
if he's about to do an interview. What's going on here?
Hello. So, I'm James Fitchew from Alpha Live. I don't normally do this. I'm normally sat behind the desk. But this time I'm project managing the event, and I have Will and Kieran producing the show for us this time, as well as the team. Just thought I'd give you a little bit behind the scenes, really, what's going on. So we've got Andrew Mather here, Yusuf here. We've got one of our camera operators just taking a quick break. This is Sam. And over there, we've got Kieran mixing. This is how the office looks. Over here, we've got an interview studio. So anyone that wants to come in that's at the event, head over. We've got lots of interviews. We've done probably 20 interviews so far. They've all gone out on the stream. I've got a load recorded so they can go out on social media content like later in the week. But this is all lit up, really well presented. Thank you to Buckmore for organising a backdrop here. But like I say, massive screen here for the commentators to not miss a bit of the action. That's weird, that's me. But yeah, then we've got Kieran over here. So Kieran is got all the mix going on here. So as you can see, I'm currently in live. So I'm currently being live here. But here's all the camera feeds. So there's how many cameras we've got, Kieran?
We've got 6 track cameras. Oh, so I can hear myself on the thing. I've got 6 track cameras. We've got obviously the roaming camera by Laura, and then we've got a couple of like CCTV cameras, so we can flick between this shot of ourselves from above. We can also see the workshop, and then we've also got the room next door. So I'm hoping one of these people will spot that they're on the screen there and wave, but I don't think they are. But never mind. But yeah, so we've got that many cameras.
No, that's great. So yeah, we've got the whole circuit is covered by all of our cameras. We've got 2 static cameras out there as well. We've got Laura on roaming, getting you all the really creative shots. Like, if you see the shot through the headsets, through to the sun, that's Laura. That's behind this camera right now. We've also got, sorry? Oh, people are actually coming in for the interviews. I've literally just said it. And in the other room, we've got like a massive telly, and they're listening, and they're all now coming for the interviews. This is my desk. As you can see here, these are all the really bad drawings of all of our things. And there's Cameron Dass's. What should we do with it? Should we give it out for free to someone? Maybe. But yeah, like I've been, I've been editing some of the videos, making some of that work. We've got a YouTube chat going on here, a few videos that we've been making. But yeah, so that's kind of what we're up to. And like I say, now we've got a queue for interviews. But no, it's really good. But I will pass back to Andrew and Yusuf. But thank you very much and enjoy.
I think we should be worried for our jobs because that was quite good, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was much better than I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back to the racing. 19 hours and 14 minutes to go. Back with our race leaders. Phoenix Racing just moving down the inside there, the number 24 of Sniffing Racing Lines. Spicy Boys still in the lead of this race, though, looking good with Aldas at the wheel right now. And I do think we'll have some interviews in a short while. Change for 21st place. This is a pit stop related one. Losing Daylight have just got back ahead of TSB Motorsport. So TSB Motorsport have been in for the 5th time in this race and have re-emerged in 22nd spot. And we'll get into the rhythm of their latest stint. Other teams that we might be expecting to come in quite soon. Actually, there's not really anyone near the earliest point where on pure fuel we would expect a team in, which is 1 hour and 40 minutes. But I think the majority of teams towards the front of the field now, they know they've got to run the time on a tank of fuel up to 2 hours. If you do that across the course of the whole of the 24, and the indication is that we are going to continue with good weather here across the remaining part of the weekend in the southeast of England, that will save you at least one pit stop. And that is what everybody's trying to do right now. More progress ongoing for Spicy Boys and Phoenix Racing now. What is the gap like for 3rd, 4th, 5th? FOSN are now only 1.6 seconds behind Maple Motorsport, so that's coming down. REO Speedwagon have lost a little bit of time. They've now dropped to 2 seconds behind FOSN. More on that later. Let's head across to the interview pen.
Thank you very much for that, Andrew. We've been invaded in the commentary box by Willow Bay Racing. You guys have had a few fans in the chat. So first of all, do you want to introduce yourself and introduce your team?
Sam can do that. He's the Hello. Yeah, we're Willow Bay Racing. We're a rookie team. That's the key thing. So we're here to plead our case to stay as a rookie team, even though it's gone quite well. But there's, so Clint, if you're watching, Willow Bay rookie team is, that's what we want to stay as. Yeah. I'm Sam. I'm the team leader.
I'm Spencer. Yeah.
I'm Jake.
And I'm Adam.
So who's been out so far on track?
Myself. Yeah, I started the race. That was nerve-wracking.
So you're the reason you might get bumped up to pro then?
Well, yeah, go on and say that. Yeah. I mean, it looks good on the camera then. Yeah.
Unless you do get bumped up to pro. Who's going out next?
Me out next. So my dad is currently out there at the moment, and then it'll be me out next.
So what's your current experience of karting? Have you been to the Buckmore 24 before? Have you done much karting here at Buckmore?
Remember the answer's no to this.
Yeah. No, this is my first time here. I think my first time.
Wow, you're this fast on your first time here?
Literally. No, I think I did probably 5-6 years ago. I started, and this is our local. It's like 20 minutes from us. So yeah, we did it together. My first 24 I did with you, didn't we? Which was pretty fun. Got Le Mans this year as well, so that should be pretty fun. But yeah, it's pretty good.
Serious karters over here. I definitely don't think this is a clubman team.
Say serious, but we're old dogs, aren't we? So we're trying to find youngsters.
I've done a bit of KA racing. I mean, one of those races, I was behind you.
Behind me? Oh.
I never managed to get in front of you, but I've seen at the back of your car you was with. Is it Alt? What is the team you was running with?
Autotech.
Autotech. That's it. We're Wolf Motorsport. Does that mean anything?
Oh yes, that was a year that I didn't drive like a Wally. So that's a good year. At least you remember that one.
Opinions differ.
Okay, now I'm quite curious as to what's happened. Okay, now I'm just thinking about what happened in that race. What is your goal for this weekend? Has your goal changed since you started doing well?
No, we're happy. It's so far so good. As long as we keep the kart doing well, we're trying to not go over the curves too much. Then yeah, happy days. So if we could stay in and around the top 10, I think that'd be a good result for us.
Yeah, definitely. I think so far we haven't had one warning or anything. Yeah, I probably have now, haven't I? Yeah, we haven't. Yeah, no, we haven't had a warning yet. So I'll probably change when I go out because I do like a bit of a curb sometimes. But it'd be all right.
Yeah, I think 80% of the team is well overweight, so and overage. Yeah. So it's just Jake that's going to be the anchor and try and put us up a little bit.
You're putting too much pressure on me.
Well, yeah.
So my question is, if one of you is going to get a warning or a penalty, who's it going to be?
I'm surprised it wasn't you.
Well, everyone was. Yeah. I've turned over a new leaf. I'm now calm. I can't be phased. I've had previous, but this is my year. It's impossible to phase me. If I get hit, I'll just go into Zen mode. I'm sure they were having a bad day. It's absolutely fine.
Well, wonderful stuff. Thank you guys very much for joining us. And back over to you, Andrew.
I think that's my favourite interview of 2026 so far. We need to have a chat, actually, about Yusuf Bin Sahel being able to fit into an Enduro KA. I'm not sure how he does it. Let's talk about this, though. Change for third place. Friends of Shelby Newstead have got ahead of Maple Motorsport. We've been talking about this one as a potential happening in the last 20 minutes or so. I was saying that. Where are the number 23? Have they disappeared up the road straight away from the number 8, or has something happened? So, yeah, they really have got on with things here, the friends of Shelby Newstead. Clayton Ravenscroft at the wheel for them at the moment. And off goes Ravenscroft. This could be actually quite a key move. Now, we've been talking about Ravenscroft and Sam Morse working together through the field. And Sam Morse is approaching the Maple Motorsport number 8. But now, with a bit of clear track and no real need to work together with the other drivers behind, this could be a bit of a move from the friends of Shelby Newstead. The gap up to Phoenix Racing Team, I can tell you, is 21 seconds right now. Pace last time around 50.5 for the number 23, 50.3 for the Phoenix Racing Team. As the fuel burns off, looks like the times are starting to come back down. Yusuf rejoins me. I enjoyed that. How did you enjoy that?
I did. It was very unnerving when someone says who you don't recognise and they say, I remember you from this. And you're thinking, oh no, where did I punt you off is the first thing that comes to my mind.
So I've got to ask, how do you actually, as the viewers have already seen, you're not the shortest chap.
No, I'm not.
How do you fit into a KA?
Oh, the KA is fine. It's how do I fit into a go-kart?
Yes.
Anyone watching who knows me, seen me in racing, if I was shorter, I'd be at least a tenth a lap quicker.
Sure.
You know Josh Adams, don't you?
I do know Josh Adams,
from Southampton
saw him
University.
a couple of days ago.
He was doing, because he does like aerospace engineering.
He's very
kind
clever
of stuff. Yes. They've got a wind tunnel in Southampton, and he did some testing on whether...
on the model of you?
No, not with me. So he was testing with, when you've got engines,
yes,
if it's better to have like a flap in front of it to add some aerodynamic.
Okay, yeah.
So I said, how much do I need to pay you? How many donuts do I need to give for you to do a little test of me being in the kart compared to you and figuring out how much time I'm losing in a lap?
Josh, if you're watching, I can't remember, has Josh graduated now, or is he still yet got it? Josh, if you're about to go into your final year, that is a final year project guaranteed.
Yep.
How to prove with computational fluid dynamics
that I'm
how
not
to
terrible.
make Yusuf bin Sahel quicker in a kart.
Yes. I just need to lose like 3 inches for my belly, not like the width of belly, but the height.
The height.
Yes.
I need to lose 3 inches on my belly, but not vertically, to get me quick in the karts. 19 hours and 5 minutes to go. Right, let's focus in. There's some racing going on. Fourth place battle is on your screens, as is a dog.
Right when we try to get serious.
To watch this one change hands. Here it is, Maple Motorsport up against REO Speedwagon. Sam Morse has been chipping away at this advantage for Maple Motorsport over the last half an hour or so. Down through Symes Sweep into Pullman's. There won't be a move here. It's not really an overtaking point to the circuit, is Paddock. But here is up towards Garda. Down the inside goes Sam Morse. This is for fourth place. This is looking more like a sprint race at the moment, not a 24-hour race. The number 7 are there as well. Another one of the pro entries. Maple Motorsport trying to do their best right now to hold on to this position in the race. It's the Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team in that number 7. They're a couple of laps down at the moment. Down towards hairpin number 1 they go. This is good defence from Maple Motorsport, but is it costing them time? Yes, it is. 51.495 as down the inside goes Morse. That is it done. That was a sweet move. Textbook hairpin 2 move. It's a very wide entry, folks, into that corner. Morse got down the inside, earlier apex, classic block pass, superbly done by the youngster. REO Speedwagon for the first time since the first 20 minutes of this race, Yusuf, back up into the top 4.
Absolutely clinical move as well from Sam Morse, and critically he's pulled the gap coming out of those couple of hairpins, which means there's no fight back for Maple Motorsport. It's unfortunate for them that they've dropped about 4.5 seconds behind friends of Shelby Newstead, who has Clayton Ravenscroft at the wheel of their car, running in 3rd place overall, leading in the rookie class. For how long they're in the rookie class, though, is up for debate. We're fully expecting them to be promoted. MGS Motorsport, last time round, put in their personal best of the race, a 50.083 in 6th place, and they are about 20 seconds behind Maple Motorsport currently. Some really, really good pace coming in from the school team.
Indeed. So, passing through into another mission then for the Speedwagon. Can they now catch back up to that 3rd place kart? There is your driver in 2nd place. Is that a change for the lead that we've just seen there?
I think
yes,
it is.
It is. Now, what has happened here? Because Phoenix Racing and the Spicy Boys, yes, they've been competing over 1st and 2nd for quite a while, but Spicy Boys have dropped back behind. I'm going to have a look at lap times here, Yusuf, as to what's happened there.
It is Jaden Giles who is currently leading for the number 6. That's Jaden Giles in the green and grey helmet. That is now on your screens. And just behind him is Aldas from the Spicy Boys, who were previously leading. So we've seen a swap for first. So whether there's been a mistake, whether that was self-done or caught up in a little bit of traffic, we don't know. They do have 21 seconds over Clayton Ravenscroft in the 23 of Friends of Shelby Newstead Racing.
It was 4 laps ago, and I was half expecting to see something like a 52-point something lap for the number 5. There isn't. I think this may have been through traffic, but a really, really opportunistic bit of traffic use. 50.0, 50.7, 50.9. That's the point at which the the position changed for Spicy Boys. Phoenix Racing in comparison, 50.3, 50.2, 50.5, 50.4. That's when they changed position. So, well, either way, we go back to where we were, about 10, 15 minutes ago. Now, that's a hand. That's a hand from Aldas. Now, that is at a very specific point of the circuit where you look up to the right-hand side, and that, I think, was an eye up to race control. Now, that is interesting. Is that... Now, to be clear here, folks, if it's been seen out on circuit, it may well be called. This is going to get interesting now for the next 20 minutes of this race, because I tell you what, Aldas is fired up now to try and retake this lead from Jaden Giles. Through hairpin 1 they go. Now let's have a look at the body language of the drivers at this stage. Jaden Giles keeping his eyes forward. Aldas doing likewise, which I kind of like. I can understand why in the heat of battle a driver might make a little appeal to the race officials, but don't keep doing it, because it distracts your own race rhythm. Aldas is back into that now and keen to get on with this. Keep your comments coming in. Hello, Cian Bernard. And yes, this race is very exciting. We are going through to 10 p.m. tonight, mate. And then we'll be back at 7 a.m. in the morning. But the cameras will stay on. We will have the second part feed that'll be static cameras to give our hard-working camera operators a bit of a rest as well. Don't you worry, we'll be back from 7 a.m. Cian, very, very quick driver in the owner karting scene. One of top juniors in the UK in 2026 as we pass into another hour.
Yes, so we have had 5 hours completed. New fast lap of the race, MGS Motorsport. So George Cole, really, really quick out on circuit, 50.041, 200ths quicker than what Spicy Boys were able to do in the opening stint, courtesy of Toby McAllister Brown. We'll see whether anyone can best that time over the remaining 19 hours. Jamie Moore asking, anyone delivered any Jaffa cakes yet?
Well, yes.
We had penguins delivered by TRX and Sahib Chana.
Yeah, and TRX have come up clutch again.
Have they?
Yeah.
Oh.
And they've just taken a position.
At this point, I'm going to be no longer able to be unbiased.
Oh, now black flag racing under yellows. REO Speedwagon. So just after we'd seen the number 10 return to the top 4 for the first time since the first black flag, another one's now come in.
Oh, Sam Morse. Sorry, not Sam.
Yeah, it is. It is Sam Morse still at the wheel.
Oh, after all of that hard work to pull themselves back up into the top 5, now top 4, another black flag. And, well, that's just how easy you can drop it. You have to keep yourself clean out on circuit. You have to be abiding by those yellow flags. It's one of the easiest things to drop, really. Sometimes you see the yellow flag, think that you can make the move before you get to that yellow flag. One other thing to remind drivers and viewers, the way that the yellow flags work here is different to other events. The yellow flag does not end once you pass the incident. You must get to the next digi flag. You must get to the green flag before you can start racing. And that might be what has caught Sam Morse out.
Maybe so. I'd say that's a good theory. But either way, this is going to be Sam Morse probably losing somewhere in the range of about 45 seconds. That's what we've generally seen be the case for black flags. REO Speedwagon come back out. Yeah, they're now 1 minute 21.4. So okay, maybe not quite as long as some of the other ones.
Right in front of Phoenix Racing as well.
Yeah, so they're just on the lead lap at the moment. Yeah, they've lost about 30 seconds then. As there go the race leaders, back through past Sam Morse, hand in the air for a yellow flag. Not quite sure what the yellow flag will be for. It could be for some bits of the track furniture just being replaced.
A couple of yellow flags out on circuit as well. We've got one here down into Sign Sweep, and there was one at turn 1 as well. For a second I got caught out. I thought it was a red flag because just the colouring was kind of looking somewhat similar, but it is just a yellow.
Local yellow. I think we did also have a spin for BPRL. We saw someone in a bit of trouble down at hairpin 1. But yeah, because they're now running in 26th place. New fastest lap of the race. I said it's been coming. 50.041 for the school kids.
Yes,
the Maidstone Grammar School now running in 5th place, ahead of the number 10, have just set the fastest, or recently set the fastest lap of the race on lap 351. Apologies, that was about 5 laps or so ago. But the track continuing to get quicker here. Track limit warning for the number 9 of Williams Palmer Racing.
Yeah, we'll see whether Willow Bay Racing get one of those penalties that they mentioned in their interview, whether they've cursed themselves into that. But they are doing a really good job running in 10th place, 4th in Clubman class. And let's also remind our viewers there's something exciting going to happen within the next 55 minutes.
Oh, is there?
Do you know what that is, Andrew?
Is it another commentator change?
What are you trying to say?
It's me going off.
Oh yeah, it is you going off, isn't it? The
10
paninis are very nice down in the cafe.
Oh, are they?
Yes, pesto and mozzarella, and you're not a fan.
I can't touch pesto. Bad things happen.
There are burgers instead.
Oh, okay.
No, in the next 55 minutes, we would hit the 6-hour point in the race, which is the cut-off time that the race organisers have given themselves to promote any clubman teams or rookie teams to pro.
I reckon we're going to see the 23 and the 25 go.
Yes. I'm actually quite surprised by MGS Motorsport, because I would have thought that they would have put out some of their slower drivers now to try to get around it. But they've put out, well, if it is their slower drivers, I'm very scared to see what's going to be coming out later on in this race. They've done a phenomenal job of MGS Motorsport, and I do fully agree with you. I think both of them are going to go up.
Just trying to track through. Track Tiles Ingaluli Racing. Big thanks to Track Tiles. They're here today. They've got their tent just on the driver's left through this part of the circuit here. One of the sponsors, there he is, of the event. I mentioned them not just to give them a little plug, but also to mention that they are about to overtake. In fact, bang on cue, they have overtaken. They've just taken 18th place away from El Cartel. You just saw on the screen there. So that's another position gained for the number 11. It's Jaden Giles. I've been really impressed with Jaden Giles as more paddock pooch watch for where's that? That's going to be down in front of the cafe. I've been really impressed with Jaden Giles in this stint, because it would have been very easy for Jaden, when he lost the lead, to then let the head drop.
Yes.
And start to lose time. The very opposite has happened. Phoenix Racing now a second clear of Spicy Boys. Now, yes, this has been one of those periods of the race, very busy with traffic. So, full credit to Giles, moving up the order once again and starting to stretch this lead. The problem with Spicy Boys now is also REO Speedwagon ahead of them on the road and a lap down. Sam Morse has come back out of that black flag, is probably feeling a bit sheepish and not wanting to make any mistakes. I am joined by a good old friend. Hello, mate. Steve Brown. Welcome back to the comms box.
Hello, viewers. Hello, everyone. Yeah, good to be back here. Good to be back at Buckmore Park for the 24. Now, I'm technically actually signed on with the Spicy Boys.
Yes.
I'm not actually racing.
No.
But I am signed on, so I'm rooting for them to go and get a trophy for me.
Good. I owe you congratulations as well, don't I?
Yes.
Well done, mate.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's been a busy year. It's been a great year, actually. And we've got lots to look forward to, actually. In a couple of weeks, we've got the Nürburgring 24. Obviously not as big as this.
No, this is the 24-hour race to be at.
24-hour of the year. But yeah, a couple of weeks away from the big Nürburgring race.
What are your memories of this race? I say it's been a couple of years since I've been here. You've raced this race before as well in a whole mix of racing conditions. I remember one year you're doing about 6 hours in the rain or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was 2020. We entered the team with WTF1.
Yeah,
we had Jimmy, we had Tom and Matty, and I think I did about 5 hours of the last 7 to round out the race. But when it's wet, I like it more. This is far too dry for me.
No, it's
way too dry.
Quite physical for the drivers out there. We've seen the lap times be very quick today. You've raced this circuit a lot. You've won many races around this place as well. What's important to having a good time here at Buckmore Park? Because it's not an easy circuit, is it?
It isn't. I mean, yeah, you've reminded me. I've raced it 25 years now. That's kind of crazy. But to be honest, I think the guys at the front are going to be just nailing these consistent lap times and just avoiding the black flags. I really think that's so important in this the 24-hour to avoid the penalties, be consistent and be patient.
Yeah,
I think that is so important. But I think in terms of the track itself, I think going down the hill is where you can really win and lose a lot of time. Really, a variation of lines you can take in that sequence. So that's where you can kind of win and lose a lot in this race.
The initiatives that this place run as well, I know you've been involved many times in terms of bringing youth into this circuit, people who've necessarily not done racing before, the academy programs as well. You raced here as a youngster yourself. That news that owner racing is coming back to Buckmore Park, that's brilliant news, isn't it?
That's really good news. Yeah, I know that we had the Medway Valley kart circuit events for a while, but I think it was always a shame that this track didn't have proper owner-driver karting. It needs to be here.
Yeah.
It's a great track. Obviously, we've got the stories of Lewis Hamilton and such like growing up and racing at this kind of circuit, so it absolutely makes sense to have owner-driver karting here. And, you know what? I might even enter a couple myself.
Yes, that's what I wanted to hear, to see you back in a senior kart. You mentioned Jimmy earlier on as well. I say it's a while since I've seen yourself and Jimmy, but thinking back to those years, 2020, we didn't have the race in 2021, 2022 as well. At any point of that kind of period of your life and Jimmy's life, did you ever think that, like, oh yeah, in a couple of years' time, we'd be at the Nürburgring racing a full-spec BMW race car?
To be honest, not really.
Yeah.
It was an interesting story because start of 2020, just before the pandemic, we entered a Club 100 race.
You did.
We finished third in rookie class.
Yep.
And that was the only race that year. So
it was.
Technically we finished third in the championship. But then, to go from hire karting to now Porsche Cup around the Nürburgring is kind of an outrageous journey. It's hard to really kind of predict that that's going to happen. You can't really plan for that. It's just been a wild ride, to be honest.
And the Porsche Cup car that you're in now is a very different beast to what you've raced in the last year or so.
Yeah, I think so. The BMW was amazing, the GT4 car.
Yeah.
The weight balance is a lot different, but the Porsche, obviously the mid-engine / rear engine, makes you really do have to drive it a bit differently, to be much more considered with how you input on the brakes and coming off the brake. The weight balance is very different, so you've got to be very, very on it.
Yeah.
The whole time. The muscle memory is very different. So there have been some sketchy moments with regard to that, but it's an amazing car. Sounds amazing. Amazing to drive. The sound is biblical on the straights. So it's a great car to be in.
Absolutely. Definitely looking forward to that in a few weeks' time. Just a quick update on what we've got going on out on circuit. Pit stop for the Maidstone Grammar School. The rookies are in for what should be a pretty standard pit stop. They were running in 6th place. They just set that fastest lap of the race. So they are in. Have you caught up with that story, Steve? They say it's the school kids and a maths teacher. That's something a little bit different, isn't it?
That's quite an interesting dynamic. I think that's quite exciting, actually. So it's good to see a range of teams actually getting involved. I've not heard about this team before. MGS Motorsport is that in 7th place, so they're doing all right, actually. So hopefully for them, they don't get promoted into the pros. They get a good chance of a trophy in rookies.
Absolutely. I
think they might be going up there. So their pace has been very, very good so far in this race. Back on track. Does look like the Spicy Boys have caught back up to the back of Phoenix Racing Team. Crucially, Aldas has cleared Sam Morse in that number 10. Now that's quite a nice place now for Sam Morse to sit in for the next few laps or so. As here's the move for the lead, down the inside, great stuff through Conways, and Sam Morse is going to have a bit of this as well. Sam Morse trying to get that REO Speedwagon kart back onto the lead lap. That was textbook, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good move into turn 1. I think Aldas has been looking to do that move. He's done it a couple of times already. So the lead's changing quite a few times here. Not that it matters too much if they're 1 second ahead or behind.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter too much. But yeah, tidy move, and it looks like number 10 is trying to get back into this.
Indeed. Keep your comments coming in. Amy says, can we get a foot reveal for the injury? No. We'll get taken off the air.
Yeah, get that guy banned, Matt Amos.
Get him out.
Yeah, get him out of there.
Motorsport Macro, you know what needs to happen. Lots to talk about KFC, of course. Hello, Jamie. And David, you're asking good questions there. Oh, firstly, Grapes, you guys are slacking. Well, this man's just got married, and I'm getting married in less than a year's time. So, that's why I've got those there. And could we see British champs back at Buckmore? I'm going to say I'd love to see British Kart Championships around this place. It's got a special place in my heart for many a year. But let's get Owner Racing back here first and go from there forward. Oh, big, bold move down the inside there from Jaden Giles. Now this is all him trying to get back onto the rear bumper of Aldas at the moment. Has cleared Sam Morse again.
Yeah, Aldas hasn't been able to get clear, really.
No.
He's been able to get ahead, but never get more than, let's say, half a second in front. So I think they've been always in the slipstream range. So if you can just get a bit of a gap here, just a tiny bit more. If this lap's a really good one, he's got a bigger gap he can pull away. But at the moment, he just can't quite get that gap that he wants.
For the uninitiated, the slipstream around this place, you'd think from a track map it's not the kind of circuit where you would get slipstreaming, but there's a couple of places where it can be quite powerful.
Yeah, I mean, if you're, let's say, 2 tenths behind, it's definitely going to be worth a couple of tenths if you're just right on their bumper the entire lap. So you can get pulled along by someone who's slightly quicker. And even then, I think in a race like this, let's not forget about the strategy with fuel saving, trying to get your stints a little bit longer. So if you can just sit behind and just lift off a tiny bit earlier every lap, you can just eke out a couple more minutes on your stints as well.
I think we've just seen another change of position there. The Zenki Automotive team in kart number 20. Yeah, they did. Just nipped back ahead of Team Rango with Red Mist. So that is a move position. That's the Zenki Automotive team back into the top 10. And just outside of the podium positions at the moment for Clubman. As things stand, we're still at that point of the race where we could see a couple of teams be moved up to pro ranks from the rookie ranks. Zenki Automotive, who were one of the teams that had black flags early on in this race. I would not write them off. They have got a very experienced squad in there. They've also got a secret weapon in the form of Alistair Irvin. Alistair, a very experienced racer from Club 100, Arrive and Drive National Series and things like that, and tends to run pretty well round here as well. Now, he's been drafted in. It's a team of mostly Oxford Brookes students who race through the BUKC, of course. So he's the outlier there. Raced for Warwick University, and I want to say Cranfield University for a little bit as well, although that might be my brain cells going slightly awry. It's all right. We've only got 18 hours and 43 minutes of this race to go.
Yeah, with that length of time left, I don't think you can really rule out anyone just yet. Even these names in 10th, 11th, 12th, 3 laps down, you just never know. And you can gain back that time. You can. It's not impossible. So even if you're, if you're in the lead, as Spicy Boys are, you shouldn't just only be looking at 2nd and 3rd and 4th.
Yeah.
You kind of got to be wary of some. There might be one of these teams that can just kind of creep up the order, and by the end can be on you.
And if you've got any questions for Steve, it's Andrew Mather and Steve Brown, Super GT, in the box at the moment. Do keep them coming in. Jamie Moore Karting makes a very good point here that kart number 2, the Senior Tadpoles,
moving forward with potentially Benji Hamilton at the wheel of the kart at the moment. Benji, another driver, moving his way through the arrive and drive scene.
There's a fantastic comment here from AG Gamer. Can you please say Alfie G karting?
There you go.
I mean, I refuse to say Alfie G karting personally. So
Alfie G karting who?
Yeah, I'm not going to say it.
Jamie Moore, it's all coming out now. Can you sponsor me if you want, Steve? I'm not sure about
I mean, you got to kind of sell yourself. You know, I'm not
What's
just
the
going to do it for no
business pitch?
reason. You got to put your name forward. Tell me what your credentials are, and maybe I'll do it.
Maybe indeed. Contact warning and track limit warning has just come in for BPRL. And Elite Crawley Racing, I think, have had a track limit warning as well on our screen. So Race Control keeping on top of things. We missed the underscore on the Alfie G. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Not deliberately. For drivers, for people who may be looking to get into karting, because I'm conscious we've got a lot of new people perhaps watching the sport, and it can be a bit daunting.
Yeah.
You've got I would say there's probably 5 or 6 different disciplines just within karting alone right now. If you were to give a new driver, 2 pieces of advice, what would they be of how they get into karting?
Number one is don't overthink it. I think so many people try and they worry too much about entering exactly the right thing.
Yeah.
I must enter exactly the right event for me based on my ability. I think don't worry about that. Just go to your local track. If they've got higher karts like Buckmore Park has, or an indoor kart track, just enter something.
Yeah.
And just see what it feels like if you like it. And then from there, then you can do a bit more research as to like more championships like Club 100. Even going into owner driving, that's quite a big step.
Yeah.
But to begin with, I think just go into higher karts, just enter a couple of races, enter a practice session. Just get used to the feeling of going around a go-kart, and then build from there. But the main thing is, just don't overthink it, because it's not as complicated as it might seem.
Indeed. Banana Quack asks, there's a correct answer on a day like today, but I'll let you have free reign. Favourite track to race from the UKC Club 100 days?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I always like Wilton Mill.
Yeah.
Like, I know I'm here at Buckmore. This is my home track. Buckmore and Wilton were always the 2 tracks I did the best at, I think. So those 2. I must say Wilton, the new chicane, not a massive fan of it.
Not a fan. Nope.
So maybe Buckmore. It's just got a nice flow to it, a really fast track. You can attack it. So Buckmore, Wilton, either of those 2.
Absolutely. I like this one from Deck Mundell as well, although he'd be brave. Will you ever do a Kart Masters as a one-off if to return to owners?
I'm not going to rule it out. I get asked this a lot. Like, can you just enter one, just for a laugh?
What class would you go for it?
Yeah. I mean, probably just senior Rotax.
Yeah.
It would make most sense, I think. Maybe. I'm not going to rule that out. It does look like a really fun event. It looks absolute carnage. It's kind of win it or bin it. You're first or you're just nowhere. So maybe one day I'll do it.
Absolutely. Great to see you there as well. I'm gonna leave you with one more. What is your opinion on Wilson Turn 1? Or is it on Wilton Turn 1? Or more Wilson Turn 2, I'd think.
I really like it. I mean, it's right on the edge, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to really throw over the curve, be committed, be brave. It has been made a lot easier with the concrete on the exit with the runoff. So it's not quite the challenge it was. But, it's a fun corner. Or a couple of corners, except for when you're crashing, which I have done. I know that's what you're trying to get to, but I've had a couple of big moments there. So don't do what I did.
It's indeed. Situation out on circuit. Spicy Boys just starting to edge away now from Phoenix Racing, but not to a critical level for Phoenix Racing. We've seen 0.8 of a second disappear pretty quickly in the last hour or so. Mate, I'm going to let you go because I know you're a busy man. Thank you so much for coming and have a chat with us.
All right.
Steve Brown, Super GT, the one and only, back here at Buckmore Park.
Take care,
we'll
guys.
see you again very, very soon.
Bye.
And we'll have a little bit of a changeover in a moment on the comms to keep our team here in the commentary box fresh. And keep your comments coming on. That was great. That was great to see Steve back here at Buckmore Park. And, I think we might be having another interview in a moment. We'll just get that set up. Other movements, just to try and keep an eye on things. Still Spicy Boys ahead of Phoenix Racing Team. That gap to Friends of Shelby Newstead, that is continuing to come down. It's now down to under 18 seconds, 17.8 to be exact. So keep an eye on that number 23 squad. Looking very good indeed. Maple Motorsport, this is a bit of a tougher stint for them, but not to say that things won't start to swing back their way in the night time. They're still on the lead lap, which I think if you'd offered them that at 2:30 p.m. earlier on today, they would have taken that up very, very nicely. A new personal best has just gone in from Rio Speedwagon of 50.126, so there's plenty of speed out there on track. Let's head over once again, though, to the interview stand and over to Yusuf.
Thank you very much for that, Andrew. Now, while you were joined by a very serious co-commentator of Steve Brown, I'm joined by two slightly less serious, and I mean that as no insult, but we were having a chat and it was a bit weird. I'm joined by
Max Sullivan, Paul Nicolai.
By the way, his name is Paul, but how do you say it?
Paul.
Paul.
Like a swimming pool.
Like a swimming pool, right? Okay. Got the shades out as well. Looking fine. What's his job?
Well, I think his job is to just be here, team morale, a bit. It's like a bit of a floater, little. If any drivers are in pain, masseuse. If any drivers are feeling a bit down, I'm here to consolidate, kind of mentor, uplift their mood. If it gets down to it, bit of comms work.
How do you improve a driver's mood if they're feeling a bit down?
Just act a bit goofy, try and make them laugh, and if they laugh, you know, like you've been successful.
Could you give us an example for the camera? Because I'm sure there's going to be lots of depressed drivers or sad drivers. You know, they're not doing as well today as they'd like. Can you inspire, improve their mood?
It kind of depends. You have to have like a different humour for every age range, if you get what I mean. So like people of his age, because he's only a little baby, he's 16. All you have to do for someone like him, sneaking a little 6-7 joke. Look, he's already laughing. If it's anyone older, just make jokes about their hairline. Really, if it's anyone over the age of 40, the ones in the middle between the age of 19 to 35, they're a bit hard. They're hard cookies to crack, because like
millennials, right?
Yeah, they're not really like doom scrollers. They're not on social media as much as people are. I'm only 17. He's 16. It's like they're not on social media as us, so you don't really know what their humour is. So just try your best to make them laugh. Really, I don't really have an example right now.
So you're a bit out of touch with middle-aged folk.
Yeah, I mean, 19 up to 25, I can get through to them. It's the awkward age of 25 and above to 40 is when there's like a bit of a grey area. I don't really know whereabouts I can crack the jokes with them.
How old do you think I am?
I'll give you like a healthy 27.
You know what? He's not bad. He's not bad. But am I in the grey area then?
Nah, I've seen you on YouTube, Milky Cereal, so I know kind of the humour you have. So I reckon, give me 5 minutes, have a chat with you, and I reckon I could get you to at least have a grin on your face by the end of our conversation.
I mean, I've already had a few grins on my face. I would also like to say I've not paid Paul at all to give me any plugs on camera. How's the race going though for you though?
Well, it started off, we qualified 14th, and then we've picked up from there. So I was supposed to be going out at 4:30, and then proceeded to not feel like I wanted to do. So
I heard from one of your teammates they ate too many chips and then they were feeling sick. Is that something you've tried, dabbled in?
Well, I don't eat food that often, so it kind of helps that I don't really eat, so it's not too bad. But ever since, well, I'm going out for the next stint, so hopefully I can. So we're 6th at the minute, I think. Callum Eve's on track now, and he's flying a bit, so just kind of have to lift off from there really and just hope we can move up the order again.
Has Paul given you any motivational words of encouragement?
Well, just as many 6-7 jokes he could pull out really, but just being here as well, his presence. I mean, look at him. To be fair, I do feel a little bit scammed today because I was promised some Haribos in exchange for my attendance, And I haven't actually received any Haribos apart from some party rings and some packet of crisps that I robbed off a friend. So I do feel a little bit low, a bit down at the moment because my Haribos haven't been hand delivered to me as promised. But after this interview, I'll make sure to, sort out, take care of business.
Understood. You can, try to lighten up Paul's spirits. But yes, thank you very much, TRX lads. And back over to you, Andrew.
Don't know where you got Andrew from. Adam Reed back in the commentary box. Andrew Matter is for a little break, it seems. So now we find ourselves heading in towards the night stages. The air temperature has definitely got a lot colder compared to the earlier hours. The track temperature, I can assure you, is starting to do the same. The rubber has very much been laid right down. You can see that from the outside of turn number 1. Yeah, that really gives an example of kind of the rubber that's being right laid in as they head on towards the brakes of turn number 1. But Spicy Boys still at the top. Aldas should have got out the kart, so it should now be, I think, Drew Suji out onto the racetrack for the Spicy Boys. Phoenix Racing in second.
Yeah, sorry about that. Andrew turned Adam. I looked away for a few seconds and then you appeared. What did you make of that interview?
It was interesting. It's definitely more energetic than I thought, especially kind of people are going to the night stages. Your body immediately turns kind of relaxed mode, even though there's kind of a lot of focusing as well. So, but of course these are young guys. They're going to be full of energy, especially when they're around their passions. You can rarely get tired around something you're passionate. I can kind of vouch for that. Even though I'm 22 and I'm still getting giddy around racetracks.
Absolutely. Well, 1.5 seconds is the gap at the front of the field, and then closing in steadily, slowly but surely, is Clayton Ravenscroft for friends of Shelby Newstead. The gap is now 16.5 seconds, and we've been monitoring that gap every 5 or 10 minutes, and it is steadily coming down. Maple Motorsport, they've dropped back a bit, and Rio Speedwagon are still very close to the back of Spicy Boys and Phoenix Racing team. In fact, they've actually been able to pull a bit because, I say pull as in pull, not pull Paul. They've pitted 5 minutes ago, so they have a new driver at the wheel of their car. I'm not sure who. We'll try to keep an eye out when we next see the number 10 on camera.
The fastest lap of the race still not in the 49s, which I think is...
You sound mighty disappointed by that.
I think it's a surprise because every single time from I say every single time, within the Buckmore Park 24 hours, I think we've always had a 49. Unfortunately, my little table that I've made has been cut off thanks to a Word document. So that's not ideal.
Not to give any spoilers, but there have been some fantastic football results recently. However, we did have that 50.0 a couple of, about 20 minutes ago by MGS Motorsport, who had, I'm just trying to remember who was driving the kart at the time. It wasn't James Long, it was George Cole who did that. They have since made a pit stop about 20 minutes ago, so they have a new driver at the wheel of the car. Who's at the wheel? Again, we'll have to wait and see. But been some good laps being put in by friends of Shelby Newstead and by Rio Speedwagon. MGS Motorsport, though, they've been slacking a little bit. 51.1 was their latest time, so a little bit off the pace.
They were, as I try and get my little table back over. There we go. So 20 to 49, 49, 49, 48, 48, 49. Yeah, we've always been into the 40s, so I think it's maybe around the night time when the lights kind of dim on the circuit. That's maybe when, because of course the tyres don't have to go through a lot of the heat cycles. So I think that's going to be one of those potentials there for the 40 49ers. Would have expected it by now for some of the teams. So.
Also, just to mention as well, Aldas for Spicy Boys has now increased the gap to 2.4 seconds. So he's putting in some really good laps at the moment to increase the lead for our race leaders. Which is a bit weird, isn't it, saying that this 2.4 second gap at the front of the field is the biggest gap that we've seen in quite a while, isn't it? Considering that we are 6.5 hours into this race, or 5.5 hours into this race, pardon me.
So still pushing on. Again, the gap's starting to kind of eke out a little bit. There is the scenes of what is a classic Buckmore Park 24. I can't wait to see when we come back at, I think, 7 o'clock in the morning, everyone just kind of lying about and bits and bobs all over the place. And that really just gives the signs of, how grueling a 24 hours has been.
Well, we know Laura is absolutely amazing on the roaming camera at finding sleeping people. So we'll definitely have that going, I'm sure, when we get back 7 a.m. fresh-faced from a nice sleep in a hotel, or in your case at home, because your home's probably closer than our hotel is. So,
probably.
Yeah, we'll all be nice and fresh, ready to go. The drivers, on the other hand, won't be. That's what makes a 24 hours a 24 hours. Any driver who goes home during a 24 hours to get some sleep, well, you're not really embodying the spirit of the 24 hours if you do that.
No, if you haven't come to Buckmore Park and slept on a chair or a sofa, on a, a floor, I think
there's the sofas that you're finding.
I don't know why I said sofa. I think we've definitely had people sleeping on the chairs. If you haven't slept under a chair, you have not embraced 24 hours. I've had a friend who did the Daytona 24 hours. Slept under a table.
Yeah, I've slept on the concrete floor at times. We've had some of us where we sleep and then we get our teammate to stay awake. And if we have to pit for any reason, he just says, "Guys, pit stop." And we'd all just wake up from our sleep immediately and run over to get ready for our pits. So, yeah, that's just how 24 hours roll, as there is Daniel Richards, a.k.a. Senna-esque, trying to make a move as he heads now down into Sime Sweeps, followed by Pullmans. Pullmans is this left-hand, and then down into the right of Paddock, one of the best corners on the circuit, in my opinion. Great overtaking zone, really requires a bit of bravery to go for the full send. And then just behind is the 27 of ECR Blue. And yeah, also back on Willow Bay, they are up into 8th place, so they're continuing their work up through the order, as I believe we've got a little video on some of the sim racing going on.
Here at Buckmore Park, alongside one of the most recognisable circuits in the country, there is another way that you can prove to your friends who the best driver is. The Buckmore Sim Experience offers 6 full motion simulators and an almost limitless choice of car track combinations. So you can beat your friends out there and then come in here and do the exact same thing. And while the Sim Experience is not open during the Buckmore 24, if you come back at any point in the next month, using the code Buckmore24, you can get 10% off your next visit.
I'll challenge you to that Monday morning if you want.
Might have to. We'll have to see if myself or Yusuf can maybe hop on the Sims and do a little bit. There's a flashing yellow flag there on the... Oh, my word. That was Daniel Richards having to take evasive action. As we were just talking about, the yellow flag there on post 3. So maybe a potential conundrum happening down in towards 4. So I suspect a spinner at some point. It's not down in towards Sime Sweep. So where is said spinner? That barrier repair.
Yes, I've heard that's been hit a few times, also by Rory O'Regan, which is how he got a bunch of his black flags and warnings for track limits. New personal best for friends of Shelby Newstead, Clayton Ravenscroft putting in a 50.100. Spicy Boys, Aldas putting in a 50.034. That's a new fastest lap of the race. So it went from Toby McAllister Brown to MGS Motorsport, and now back to Spicy Boys at the hands of Aldas.
It did. So Aldas has, it's been very well complimented on his driver abilities. So we'll have to see if he can maybe just give himself a little bit of time. Relax. I think he's still in the cart. We'll have to look and see if we can find a helmet for that. Oof. Pretty dicey down in towards the boot. And towards guard up. They're going to just still do battle. That looks like Richard Rayton. They're trying to get into the top 10 Nameless Motorsport. Have managed to pull themselves back up to 10th as well. So there's been some real promising moments for them. Sent your tadpoles as well. Still 3 laps down, but they both managed to find the speed. And if you notice, number 1 and 2, they are our front 2 from last year's Buckmore Park 24 hours. But the chances, I think, of finding themselves back up at that end are very, very slim at the moment. But just because they are 3 laps down, it's so difficult. I think with the strength of the field that we have this year, it is such a tough grasp to try and rattle your way through a whole field of cars, especially with the starts that both of them have had.
And don't forget, Senior Tadpoles have just pitted. Nameless Motorsport have a pit stop to come soon, so that's going to drop them even further behind Senior Tadpoles. They're currently 9 seconds behind the Tadpoles. Once they make their pit stop, they'll drop to about a minute or so behind. At the front, though, 4 seconds between our top 2, then it's a further 9 seconds to friends of Shelby Newstead. It is getting really, really close between our top 3. Less than 15 seconds separating those 3. So really, really good work from Clayton Ravenscroft to close this gap down. And we are seeing 50.4s, 50.1s being set by our leading trio. TRX Motorsport, on the other hand, we heard from Paul that Mr. Eve was absolutely flying. He's putting in 50.2 still, so very, very quick pace from TRX Motorsport. They are 1 second behind Rio Speedwagon, so that is a battle for 5th place out on circuit. So the number 10 of Rio Speedwagon, who are pretty much nose to tail with Maple Motorsport, and then comes TRX just behind. And there we can see them, so you can see the red and white suit of Maple Motorsport. The number 10 is Rio Motorsport, or pardon me, Rio Speedwagon. And where is the number 3? There it is, the red helmet just behind. So I'm going to try to figure out who is driving for a Rio Speedwagon at the moment.
So they'll head down their way through Sime Sweep. And I think there's been some, big promise for the Speedwagon if they can, they're managing to put themselves in an opportunity to go onto the same lap here. That's the number 3 there, Callum Eve, I presume, in the TRX. So he's trying to push on forward to grab that P5 away from Speedwagon. Oh, pretty dicey, side by side, Maple, making their way back up through. And it is again the opportunity there to try and lap themselves. I think TRX are ahead now of Speedwagon.
They are indeed, and the number 10, I have just checked, that is Thomas Welford, who has won the 12-hour endurance race here at Buckmore Park in the past. So very quick driver and particularly accomplished here at Buckmore Park. So he is putting in some very, very quick laps and continuing to do some excellent work to pull Rio Speedwagon up through the field. And they are now in 5th place, just under a lap behind Maple Motorsport. TRX Motorsport, though, just a second behind Rio Speedwagon. That is a battle on circuit for 5th place. We'll see, though, whether they work together. That might be the sensible thing for them to do. Expecting Maple Motorsport and Phoenix Racing Team to be making their pit stop within the next 5 minutes. They've both done 1 hour 55 minutes plus out on circuit. And I don't think we've seen anyone really go over the 2-hour mark just yet.
No, I think there's just been, not enough kind of saving in that sense. You don't want to be spending a whole kind of stint saving. That's not kind of the way to go. That's not the way to go fast in a kart race. You want to be kind of pushing it, almost 10 tenths, give or take that little bit of field to try and push your way on through. But it is the Spicy Boys crossing over the line, 50.3 last time around, so still just under 3/10 of a second off their best time, and they all start to combine onto lap 400. So the 400 mark has been crossed. The most laps done in this race last year. Nameless Motorsport, 1,697 laps, which is a grand effort, but we still got over the 1,000 laps to go. It was also the same for Fuel by Snacks, 1,671 laps. They were pretty much on it, and I think the lowest amount was 2020 by our winners Brentwood Banter, 1,343. So that was with all the rain and where lap times do equivalent up to over a minute, which is pretty rare on a karting circuit. You don't, especially on a circuit like this, where your quicker laps can be 48. These guys are doing 50s at the moment, so rain can very easily push you back quite the while. We now continue to push on down. What have you found, Yusuf? Anything interesting?
I found some Jaffa cakes. I tried one. It was quite nice, to be fair.
They are good.
As we got the picture-in-picture Maple Motorsport getting ready. Speaking of getting ready, we've got an interview that is going to be happening shortly, which we will be bringing to you. Stay tuned for that. It's going to be very, very fun, because that's going to be done by a certain Kieran that we both know.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, at the front of the field, 12 seconds separating our top three. That gap continues to come down. Clayton Ravenscroft putting in some really good laps, although Spicy Boys just put in a 50.1. So this race is not being determined by pace, it's being determined by consistency, because all of those top three are capable of putting in some very, very quick times, but it is the teams that are the most consistent and that can get through the traffic the quickest that will come out on top. And we're going to head over to Kira Mogg with a triple interview.
Indeed, we've got the TSB team currently in 21st place. So as we go into the night stint, how's the race going so far?
It's definitely gone well, I'd say. We've had a few problems here and there, but definitely going to make up those places that we lost.
Well, I wouldn't say it's gone as well so much, but there's still 18 hours on the clock yet, and we'll make a few more places up before the night's over for us, that's for sure.
Yeah, it will definitely get more chaotic near the end of the endurance, but yeah, we've got plenty of time left.
But it's a very new team as well. None of us have raced together. It's their first 24-hour, so it's a learning curve for them all as well.
And have you all done a stint yet?
Yeah, I've done one stint, and then I think you're still waiting to go.
I got one to go. Well,
You've got your first.
But my first, I'm next, so.
So what time are you out?
Yeah, like
half hour.
We'll make this quick then. Now, one thing that we got, especially you to do a bit earlier on, is we had a bit of a drawing challenge, which you may have seen on the live stream. And we've got all of the drawings here, so we can have a look. Now, this was yours, so if we can show the camera here. And I'd say that was the best one that we had.
Perfect. That is amazing.
Yeah. However, let's have a look at some of the others. Right, I want to get your thoughts on some of these.
This was Josh's, so on our team. I'd say I'm not really sure what was going on there, but we'll work with that. This was also on our team.
Just point up to the camera.
I wonder if he was actually going to end the lap.
Who done that one?
Luca.
I think that's the line he actually uses of the track as well.
He misses out half the track, yeah. Don't know where that was going. I think that was.
I think that was the worst one we had.
That was probably two different tracks in one. Yeah. So there are definitely some questionable ones. Like I think.
Can I ask? Is that our team that's done these pictures?
Yes.
What, these have actually drawn these.
Not all of them, but
he did. Who else have I got? I can't remember the names. I'll be totally honest with you.
I think Tom Sargent did one.
Yes, his did one. Yeah.
His was somewhere. I don't actually.
I think it might be at the bottom over there somewhere.
Here we go.
Oh my God. Right.
Show the camera so we can have a quick look at what we're talking about.
We've only got one hairpin now. We've only got one hairpin here.
Oh yeah, he's going to got one hairpin. Hopefully he's not like that later. I mean, he's not been on track yet, but yeah, we're not going to.
It's got a bit of a right angle at the bottom of the track there.
Let's just pretend that they're perfect.
But would you say, based on the fact that your drawing was the best, that your driving has been better than your drawing, or your drawing has been better than your driving?
Good question. Oh. For my own self-esteem, I'm going to say that my driving has been better. So that means I've been perfect.
It's your first time here, though.
It is my first time here. So
would you agree or disagree with his assessment?
No, he's done really well. He's done really well. Yeah, really well. They all have. All of them.
Good. And so for the end of the 24, obviously you can't predict these things. Nobody can. But where are you aiming to get to, do you think?
You go on. Let's see what you
I say top 5. That's good enough for us.
Overall or in class?
I think in class. I think overall it's a bit more difficult, but hopefully aiming for top 5.
I would agree for top 5, but aim for a top 10 overall. But I think it's hard now. But we can do it. We can do it.
Well, it's night stints. You never know what happens. So hopefully something good.
Never say never.
Yeah. Absolutely. 18 hours left, so anything can happen. Thank you very much for coming to join us here, and good luck for the rest of your race.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, thank you. Now, obviously we've been looking at these drawings. Let's have just a bit of a squiz back and have a look at how all the drawings came to be. You can see behind me all the drivers are starting to calm down, the race is getting underway, and they're just chilling out and watching their teammates. Well, we're going to go and annoy them now because they're going to go and draw the track blindfolded. Let's see how much of that practice has actually paid off. How would you rate your drawing skills?
0 out of 10.
Are you an artist?
No. Maybe when I was a kid and I was doing it a lot, better than now.
People like to say I'm autistic, but I find myself artistic, so.
There we go, perfect. Right, can you see anything? Nope. Can you see anything?
No.
Right, can you see anything?
Yeah.
You can, okay, right. Well, are you ready?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, right, in 3, 2, 1, go.
So starting up the start straight into bend 1 and 2, surtees, come round turn 1.
He's not getting that.
And then, oh no, I've lost it.
Down.
Just keep going down a bit.
Then what you got to do is you get to this point, you do 3 donuts every lap.
I think it goes that way, yeah. I don't know why I started in this corner. And then you cane it. Which way do you go? You go left.
Back down, round, and then back to start finish.
That's disappointingly good, actually.
Oh, you know what? That's actually not as bad as I would have thought.
It's not too
bad, but it's...
Oh, I'll tell you what, that's not bad.
Oh my God.
Take your blindfold off.
Yeah. Then like that.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Look at it.
That is absolutely bang on the line.
I can't see anything.
Put your glasses on then. There you go.
Oh my God. Look at that. Born ready.
They can take off like all the boards downstairs with all of the diagrams of the track. That's horrendous.
What do you think of these?
That's a combination of Suzuka and Catalunya. That's not Buckmore Park. In places, that one's all right. No, actually, no, that's rubbish. That's that character out of American Dad. That's not Buckmore Park.
You've roasted all the drivers. You've said how...
sweaty.
Yeah, it's full of driver's sweat.
Dirty drivers. Oh dear, losing control. Cafe on. I'll probably crash and ended up with Clint.
Yeah, so if you take your blindfold off...
Oh dear!
How would you rate it out of 10 as an overall drawing?
4.67.
That is very precise, but you've got the 6-7 in there, so I like it. Right, now that the drivers have proved that they don't know what they're doing, let's see if someone that works here does. Phil, get off the phone a second. Put it down. Right.
I'll call you back.
Start at the start line. Around cafe curve. Oh, I've gone wrong. Oh, okay, that's not too bad, hey? All right, okay, that's awful.
But no, that was a poor attempt. So I'm sorry, everyone.
I do absolutely love that video, Adam. We've got 18 hours and 8 minutes remaining, which means we are critically close to who is a clubman and who is a pro in disguise moment.
I love how you teed that up. That was really, really good. We will see those changes, I'm sure, coming in pretty soon. We're about to approach 18 hours remaining. So by my maths, My brain's not doing maths at the minute, apparently. Going into the 6th hour of the Buckmore Park 24-hour. We are very much now starting to get a great idea of what this race is looking like. The Spicy Boys have been up at the top end for the last maybe hour and a half here. The Friends of Shelby still second place in the moment. Phoenix Racing is of course in third. Maple Motorsport is still in fourth. Speedwagon in fifth. MGS Motorsport have just got themselves up into sixth ahead of TRX. So TRX being in the midst of all this battling, and Nameless have put themselves into the pits. That will put Richard's Racing Team into P9. Will that keep Nameless in the top 10? I'm going to assume and say no. So that will move Willow Bay Racing up into P10.
We've not spoken about Rango with Red Mist in a while. They are down the order in P16, so not been a great run for them so far. I'm trying to remember where they finished a couple of years ago. Yes, they came second in Clubman's last year. So they are still running in the Clubman class, but much further down the order, although we are only about 1/4 of the way through this race, so still a long way to go. I've been asked, Yusuf, how's the smell of your suit after so many people put it on? I'll be honest, it was perfectly fine, Saj, until you decided to wear it, so I don't know, use some deodorant. Right.
In the meantime, we have a very, very quick pit report from Andrew Matter. So let's take it down to our man on the grounds.
Thank you very much, guys. A bit of a report down from here in the pits. This is our first piece of real drama in terms of pit strategy and getting it wrong for one of the leaders. Some of you may have noticed the number 6 of Phoenix Racing have fallen back a little bit. The reason being they ran out of fuel at the end of that last stint. So it can be variable at times. We've been talking about these 2-hour stints, and it looks like they've just pushed it a little bit too far and paid a price. Now, they've not lost too much time. I think they've only lost about a lap and a half or so. They're now back out on circuit, but that could be a lap and a half that makes the real difference for one of the front-running teams this year in the Buckmore 24 Hours. Back to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. And we will follow this absolute train of karts who are right on each other's tail. I think I just see Aldas in there. So Aldas never actually got out, which is quite the surprise. Phoenix Racing Team has recently come into the pits as well as Maple Motorsport. So this might be the time for the Spicy Boys and the Friends of Shelby to really make their way into the pits. I'll be very eagle-eyed because looking at this, Friends of Shelby have been out there for an hour and 56 minutes, which is very, very close now to what is going to be their pit stop. So fuel is going to come in pretty soon. Do the Spicy Boys decide to get a bit of an undercut here because they are 5 minutes ahead of Friends of Shelby. There is a big opportunity that they can maybe retain this. They've got 10.5 seconds. So whilst Aldas has been out there in traffic, this has been a pretty, sizable lead that, it will have to be chopped down by Friends of Shelby. And we'll have to keep an eye out for them. In the meantime, we have another interview in the interview pen. Yusuf, who have we got now?
Well, Adam, I have got 2 big motor racing fans and 1 racing driver. Now, I'm going to try to remember this because 1 name's more than enough for me, so 3 is a bit of a stretch. We've got Matthew, Margot, and Parker.
Nailed it.
Fantastic. Girls, what do we think of the bright lights?
Blind me. Lighty.
Lighty.
I love that. They're fully media trained and everything.
Absolutely. Well, this is what we're planning to do this weekend, is get them up to speed for their future.
Who's getting in a go-kart first then?
Me.
Eager, ready to go racing. Right, I've got a question for you. Do you know what the yellow flag means?
No.
What do you think it means?
No.
Just ignore them.
No, yeah, just ignore them. No, don't ignore the yellow flags. Do you want to introduce your team name without, muddling it up?
Well, Norfolk and Chance is the team name.
Yeah.
I don't know why you're pulling a funny face at me. It's just 2
I'm
words.
not. Norfolk and Chance.
Norfolk and Chance. Yeah.
I've got no issue
It
with
does
that.
sum up our chances for those who are interested. But we're enjoying ourselves here today, and the whole plan is to not come last.
And you're not lost at the moment?
Not at the moment, but there's an awful long way to go.
There is a very long way to go. Girls, do you remember how long is left in this race, or how long is the race?
20 hours, 24 hours.
Yes, it is.
See, they know the stuff.
Fans. These are race fans that we watch a lot of motorsport together, don't we, Margot? Parker, you go racing all the time. Yeah.
And she'll be in a Buckmore Park kart soon as well.
Yeah, we can speak to her dad about that. And Margot is going. You were almost going karting today as well, weren't you, at your activity centre? And then we'll get her into the Bambinos as soon as possible, I think.
Sounds fantastic. And then you'll be racing, and you'll be showing. Will they be in your team, or will they go up into an A team?
I suspect they'll be in an A team, and I'll be substituted to the bench. The Pratt perch out here. Probably won't even be allowed to call the shots, but we can be the team manager, can't I? Because I'm definitely not fast enough. When they're up to speed, they're going to absolutely destroy me.
Well, thank you for joining me, and best of luck, and hopefully you get upgraded from Norfolk and Chance to Suffolk and Chance.
That's fantastic. I like that. I wonder if we can do a name change halfway through the race.
We'll find out. You might have to get bumped up to Pro if that happens.
That's very frightening.
Back to you, Adam.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Some really, really great stuff. Families coming here and enjoying the Buckmore Park 24 hours. And, we're right into the 24 hours. We're about to hit the 18 hours remaining mark in this race. And the lights are very much clicked and gone in this one. The floodlights are on display. I can just about see out the window. We've got like a tint, like a small tint of orange. That really does show how kind of late we are into the day. It is just gone 8:30 here in the UK time. In case anybody else around the world is watching, I know we have someone from Ireland, but of course, same, that's the same kind of time zone, so that doesn't really count. But we might have people in Europe watching this as well, so it's something always to take into consideration as we see the battles heading through. This is the number 12 here of, I believe, TRX Academy at the forefront of this. And we've got now the 23 with the black background. So that is going to be, that is going to be, not entirely sure. I'll probably get that in just a moment. But Yusuf is back in the media pen.
I do indeed have another interviewee. I'm joined by Elliot Tusley, who has had quite a few fans in the chat. They've been demanding an appearance, so we have you now.
Yeah, I'm here.
Is that it?
Yeah, at the moment.
What's been going out on circuit? Because from what we see, your team has been kind of outdone by the B team.
Yeah, we qualified all right, but we kind of had a dodgy opening stint, went a bit backwards, so we're currently trailing the B team.
Who was responsible for the opening stint?
Elliot, but not me. We have another Elliot.
Double Elliot.
Yeah. But his name's spelt wrong. Mine's spelt correct.
How are your names spelt?
I've 1 L, 1 T. He's got 2 L's, 2 T's.
But you don't have an Elliot with, 2 L's, 1 T, or 1 L, 2 T's?
Not yet. Maybe.
And then once you do, your team can change from ECR to just Elliot Racing.
Yeah, exactly. Just Elliot's.
So if there are any Elliots out there who wish to join an all-Elliot team, where can they contact you?
Just send me an email. Yeah, we'll get you on the team.
Just send him an email, even though you don't know his email.
No, just find it.
Right, okay. Well, where could they find this?
It's Elliot Racing.
Okay, right. If you want to be part of the team, you really have to try to be part of it.
It's exclusive, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Are there any perks?
No, just a team of Elliot's. That's all it is.
Oh, fair enough. So what's the plan for the rest of the race now?
We're just trying to go forwards as we can. We've got a long time left, so just put in some good laps overnight. And while the track's cooler, it's a bit quicker. So fingers crossed we can catch the B2.
How far behind the B team are you at the moment?
5 spots or something like that. So maybe not impossible. We can do it.
No, I do have a grudge with, not necessarily with you, but with your team. Why have you got an A team and a B team, but the B team you call blue, which is the colour of the pro class?
Yeah, I realised this when I turned up today, because obviously the number boards are blue. So it's a bit confusing. Yeah, maybe we should rethink that next time.
I think that might be the issue. It's kind of like a naming karma.
We've done it to ourselves, haven't we, really? Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Elliot, best of luck for the rest of the race, and hopefully you do catch the B team.
Yes, fingers crossed. Yeah.
And back over to the commentators.
Thank you very much there from Yusuf, bringing on a much kind of requested guest for Andrew Mather back in the comms box. How was your wander?
Had a bit of food. Had a little wander up to race control. Team in good form there. They've been doing a bit of a changeover for officials taking over for the night shift. There's Dan Brown on your screen in the number 7. This is the Accelerate Kent Brewery team. Now, there's a little bit of a discussion here. Do you know what's happening there? I think Dan was trying to let the number 23 back through. Yeah, that was a bit interesting over that. I think Dan was trying to say, well, yeah, and he's got a contact warning. That's a fair decision. That's a fair decision if you ask me. The trouble is now Dan's going to... What he's trying to do here is let the number 23 back through to avoid a penalty. The race officials have seen that. They've seen that the number 7 is making reasonable attempts to let the number 23 back through, but the number 23 is not letting them back through, or is not taking that position back through. So the race officials have just called that as a contact warning, which is a very, very sensible thing to do, if you ask me. The dark arts at play as the lights start to go down. Keep your comments coming in. Oh, hello, Harrison Kirkham. Get Yusuf in the cart. I mean, we could do that.
I'd like that.
Race control would then get very busy. Good job the comms box camera was not on there. Indeed. But yeah, keep a lot of support for Elliot Tuesley there as well. Right, let's refocus back in. Spicy Boys leading this one. They do owe us a pit stop though. They are 1 hour and 59 minutes into their stint. So that 1 lap advantage is not truly reflective of how things are going right now. Another thing with these 2-hour stints as well, Adam, is that I know this is going to sound crazy. We've got, 3/4 of this race to go. But actually, I reckon teams are already working the strategy here to end the race without needing a splash and dash. If you're hitting 2-hour stints on the fuel with less than 18 hours to go, what's that? You could bring that back in 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2. I think you can do that with eight stops remaining.
You can. That's going to be, huge to think about. I'm just checking these Spicy Boys because they've just now hit officially 2 hours on that stint. They've done 2 pit stops, two pit stops, a 2-hour stint. So they're expecting a third in a couple of moments' time. That is some serious fuel saving they've got underneath it. So whoever is Aldas in the cart then, that is absolutely mighty. There he is, just on the right of your picture. He's just darting through all the traffic. And you got the Friends of Shelby Newstead, a whole lap down. But wait till that pit stop, and then we'll see what the Spicy Boys have to have on offer.
Apologies if we noted this, Adam. I know we've had a couple of interviews recently. Had we noted that we've gone under the 50-second barrier for a lap in the first time in this race? We've had a 49, a 49.986 from Aldas on low fuel. Tap at the head there. I think that was to the drivers behind to say, let's just think about this. This would be a good time to actually get Aldas in because there's a lot of traffic for the race leader at the moment. There's the number 20 of Zenki Automotive there. Had we also noted we've had the official declaration of who's moved up to Pro?
So Friends of Shelby Newstead has been moved up.
Yep.
Is that...
MGS have been moved up as well. I think that's the right call.
So Richard's racing team now leads the
rookie
clubman
class, yeah.
the rookies.
The second class, yeah. It's been called rookies this year. It's been called clubman in previous editions. But yes, Richard's racing team and Willow Bay Racing. In fact, we've just had a change in the lead of the rookie category. So Willow Bay Racing, we had them in the media room earlier on. They have their wish. They are remaining as a rookie team, and they've just taken the leading class.
Yeah, that was a big surprise there. I was going to again. It's one of those where I compliment Richard's racing team, and then then you just go and do something. It happened last year. I was complimenting the team. Then Jamie Salter goes and gets two track limits in the space of 5 minutes, which he's, said that his legendary moment. No one, the streets won't forget Jamie Salter taking 2 track limit warnings in 5 minutes. Speaking of track limits,
yeah, the Belly Boys racing team have picked up one there. So we're into the second quarter of this one. And on your screens at the moment, that is the number 15 machine of Willow Bay Racing. Now, this is also the point of the day where we have to now highlight which teams have moved up and which ones haven't on our venture list. So, as you say, if you're keeping track at home, 23, cart number 23 is now Pro, as is cart number 25. Everybody else stays as a second-tier rookie racer. And I quite like that because that's made the race quite interesting in that class. Willow Bay Racing have just set a new fastest lap for their kart, a 50.173. So you've got the top 4 in that class now covered by pretty much a lap. Willow Bay Racing, Richard's racing team on your screens right now. And in fact, is this a move for position in that category once again? The number 15 has just lost position to... the number 1. That is for position, though. That is... No, apologies. It's the number 11 that's just gone through. That is the Tractiles Ingaluli Racing team. They are a few laps down. Pace is good, though. Number 11 currently running in 18th place.
We've had a couple of YouTube comments coming into play. I think we've had a request, or have we? We had a question. No, has Oliver Borsch been for an interview? The answer to that is no. He entered the room, said, "I'm not with this team," stood around, and then kind of left about 5 minutes later. So no, Oliver Borg has not been interviewed. So we'll have to see if he wants to be doing that in the morning. Is Matt Plum driving? No, but he is looking on for the Spicy Boys, as far as I'm aware, unless I'm getting that completely mixed up with another one. A lot of requests there for Elliot to come back in chats as well. He had his interview a couple of moments ago, so that should have been good fun. And again, they're still wanting him back. I think it's just all the aura he gives off. So too much for the stream to handle. So we're just ticking down once again, and now Spicy Boys have come out ahead of Friends of Shelby Newsham. Newstead, my apologies, by 6 seconds. So that pit stop, now seeing one of their more slower drivers into the fray, gives a great kind of impression of what they could potentially do. So we'll have to keep an eye on their pace, but again, it'll increase up to 6 seconds. We have an interview coming in from Andrew. Take it away.
track tiles in Galooly Racing Team. How did that come about?
So we should probably talk to Piers, to be honest. He was got it all set up. So
Piers, give us the lowdown.
Yeah, I originally connected with Guy Cook. He owns and started Track Tiles on LinkedIn. And we were looking for sponsorship for the race. You know, we thought we wanted to go big, get the merch done, everything, and go do it proper. And we thought it'd be great exposure for his business. Young people, motorsport fans, perfect for his business, which is a sort of motorsport toy theme. And yeah, it's been great. I mean, the shirts have come out amazing, I've got to say, and it's been a great success. So who knows? It might be prospect for working together in the future, hopefully.
How have preparations for the race gone in the last 12 months? You're a regular team here at Buckmore in terms of these team endurance events.
Yeah, no, it's been all right. So we've done lots of different practices with each other. So yeah, it's been good to learn the track, different conditions. Although we are used to wet weather, so I think this is a bit of a change. But yeah, no, it's been good preparing for it, getting to know each other. So we weren't originally one team. We had JPO team and then Ingalula, and then we kind of merged together to make one team. So yeah, it's been good.
As I said, it's been a bit unexpected driving down here myself this morning, seeing 17, 18, 19, 20 degrees. It's cooled down a bit now.
Yeah.
Does that kind of give you a lot of confidence going into the night now that the conditions are going to be more similar to what you've experienced so far this season?
I think so, yeah. We've got quite a few strong drivers going out now, so yeah, we've got them experience in the wet, and well, not in the wet, in the dry, in the night, and hopefully they can put in some really good lap times for it.
As I say, it could actually get quite cold tonight with the clear skies.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, I was waking up like this morning and there was mist and potentially even some rain when I was driving here. So yeah, it was potentially maybe some wet in the morning.
Piers, how would you sum up the race so far? It's not been an easy run for you.
I think it's all my fault, really. No, we had 2 black flags early on. I'm not going to sit here and argue with the stewards. They made their decision, but I'd feel that they're a bit harsh. It's racing, that happens. So we were running around the 10th position place, but we've dropped us down. But we've held really good pace since then. I think we could all be really happy with the pace we've held. And we've just got to keep putting in the laps. It's a 24-hour race, so you never know what can happen. Give it 6 hours, we could be up in the top 10. You just don't know.
You just don't know, indeed. Exactly. Guys, thanks so much for coming to see us. Best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank
you very much.
Back to you guys in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be any race so far, but I fear if it's going to be at one stage of the race, it is the night stage, because of course it gets a lot colder, the clouds roll in, but I might actually have to do, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do live on broadcast a weather update for, where are we at? Bluebell Hill in Chatham in the UK. What is the weather saying? It's going to fall down to about 8 degrees, it says, at 11 p.m. Down to 5 degrees from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. Then it's going to pick back up when the sun rises. It's going to be around about 9 degrees, picking up to about 12 degrees. And then it's just going to stay cloudy all the way through to the end of the race. So that is what my current weather radar is saying, but I don't know how accurate it can be. I've had it before where I've gone to Silverstone. A day before it said it's going to rain for a couple of hours, and then got there and it was baking hot the entire time, which is...
The mistake you've made there, Adam, is you've tried to make a weather forecast for the unweather forecastable place on Earth that is Silverstone. That's not your app, that's just Silverstone. Indeed, 17 hours, 43 minutes to go. What the conditions tonight, I think, will do, I had a little wander up to race control during the last break. Engines will love it. Those cool air temperatures, the engines on board these Sodi RT10s will really, really not like. Now, the challenge will be twofold. 1, tyre temperatures, they will drop. 2, might actually see a little bit more fuel used during the night if the engines are running a little bit quicker with the cooler temperatures. Could that start to change strategies? Could that start to see teams not able to do the 2-hour stints on the fuel? We will wait and see. Now, us slackers in the box will go to bed from 10 p.m. tonight. We will be back at 7 a.m. in the morning. And we will have continued pictures across the course of the night on part 2 of your Alpha Live broadcast. If you are new round here and you haven't hit that subscribe button, please feel free to do so. It really does help out not just Alpha Live, but it helps out karting as a sport as well. Karting is, of course, a sport in its own right, and we want to get more people knowing about it and enjoying it for the pure motorsport action that it provides. Keep your comments coming in. Everyone wants Elliot Tuesday. You've had him once. We'll try and get him on again tomorrow, later on in the race. There's the number 26 on your screens of TSB Motorsport, one of the new teams into the race this year. How are TSB getting on? Just outside the top 20 at the moment. They're actually at the front of what I might term as the 3rd division. We've got our pros, all the ones with the blue number boards. We've got the top end of rookie. And then there's a bit of a two-lap gap from outside the top 20, and that's where TSB are, just holding that 21st place right now. There's a move. Now this is a battle for position. The number 12 and the 18, the TRX Academy, going up against Mild Runnings. This is for 24th place through hairpin number 2. Just trying to track, as this has recently changed. No, not for that position, but for the one immediately behind. BPRL are there 26th. They've just dropped to 26th place. They've been involved in quite a few battles in the last hour or so. There they are in the number 17. With the number 26 there of TSB. So, in fact, TSB just lost. No, I think they're fine. They were a few laps ahead of that brawling duo. TRX Academy holding on again ahead of Mild Runnings. Good scrap, this. Classic Buckmore back and forth. TRX taking that defensive line down the middle through hairpin number 2, but that might leave them vulnerable on the exit for a run through the S's here for the number 18 of Mild Runnings. This is good progress from Mild Runnings. Are they going to get 2 positions in the space of a few laps? No, not quite. Here comes TSB now down the inside. That's going to get close. This is what we love about this Buckmore Park circuit. You can be pounding the laps in round this place, and then all of a sudden a real proper sprint-like brawl will erupt for the drivers to deal with.
Yeah, that's going to be some real battles. Pullman, sign sweep through Pullman's into Boar's Paddock has been so alive all throughout kind of the 6 hours that we've had of this race, and it's been absolutely amazing to see. We've just had Aldas come into the commentary box just to have a little bit of a check-up. He's doing well, been really good so far, so a lot of promise for him. Also, I've noticed the Richards Racing team has been promoted to Pro.
Yes.
This is funny because I was chatting with Daniel Richard, and this is saying, it's not really what they want. So they've kind of done themselves in a little bit. So they've got to now try and maybe plant the science driver.
But will obey. Well, no, they're up into Pro now. That will remain. I'll tell you a little secret, folks. I did see that on a piece of paper about 45 minutes ago that they were being moved up, and initially they weren't. I think now the call has been made. No, it's tricky because they're right on the edge. But to be fair to the race officials, 3 laps covering the top 10, in fact make that the top 11, with 6.5 hours thereabouts to go. Any of those teams could finish on the podium today. What that does in terms of rookie now is it puts ECR Blue and Zenki Automotive in a very good position. They are now fighting for the class lead. They are a second apart. I'm just going to think they're coming through down the hill now and into sector number 3. ECR Blue are pulling away from Zenki Automotive at the moment. 50.655 last time around for ECR Blue. 51.109 for Zenki Automotive. As we continue to have a look at this duo of Mild Runnings and BPRL, who have both got past TRX Academy, and now down the inside, there goes BPRL. That's a good move through hairpin number 2. Your classic manoeuvre, block down the inside line. There is simply nothing that your opponent on driver's right can do in that situation. That was fantastically done. Now we're trying to do the bit of trying to work out who's in the cart at the moment. Might be Matteo Sardu. White helmet with 2 red stripes down the middle. If it was Matteo, that was very good. Very, very good indeed. A little bit about this team. The number 17. They raced. There was sim racing team, or background from sim racing team on the F1 Codemasters and now EA Sports games. Continued to race each other for about 10 years and decided to enter into karting events in real life. Reese can explain a lot more about this on the day. Well, hopefully we'll get Reese forming up in the box in the not too distant future. But becoming an even more common thing, Adam, particularly for this event. I say I've been away for a few years, but I know this was very much a thing off the back of the pandemic years, 2022 and 2023 in particular. Sim racing had this huge boom over 2020 and early 2021. Lots of people coming together. I know we did this a lot in Club 100 circles, for example, because they stopped us racing in real life. But I think it's really good to see the number of sim racing teams, even after perhaps the sim racing boom has stopped booming, but they're still going and going, do you know what, we've got a community here, we love our racing, we want to do it in real life, let's have a go at karting, and particularly accessible karting like this.
Yeah, I'm a real kind of big kind of somebody
advocate?
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. A big advocate for sim racing. You know, I really think that, you know, there's been so many positives towards, you know, being able to race virtually. You know, it's a lot cheaper way. You know, as you say, as you can think, a lot of people have paid big money to just get it over to the country. You know, we've got Italians, we've got Dutch, we've got Irish. So, you know, that's some pretty big dollars to already be putting in before, you know, even racing. And, you know, sim racing just kind of creates that unique thing that is able to kind of combine everyone from all across the world into one place as a virtual racetrack. You know, I've loved the amount of kind of IRL drivers that have, you know, gone on to sims. You know, you know how much some kind of you know, some of the guys there have been really like pushing on with you know, real life racing. You know, I've managed to cover my share of real life drivers such as Tom Fleming and Louis Foster. You know, those guys, you know, they love just racing V's in their spare time. So, you know, it's great seeing that those guys, you know, whilst they're busy on track with their own kind of things, they're still getting involved in sim racing. They haven't kind of left it back in the past. They're still really putting it in a really, really good spot. You know, I could probably go on and talk about Max Verstappen's sim team, combining with Chris Lullum, and how that, you know, Chris Lullum is now driving in a GT3. He's going to be a Brands Hatch for the GT World Challenge Sprint Championship this next weekend. So that's something to, you know, really, really kind of show off how, you know, how competitive these sim races are, and like another level that has been. You know, I'm lucky to be able to cover a championship called the GT3 Trophy, and we get like 50. We had 50 cars at Hockenheim on Tuesday night, and it's one of those racing series that is absolutely amazing. There's so many nationalities, 3 different classes, all GT3s, and it's just one of those series I absolutely love. And I think sim racing is something that really needs to be looked at by everyone at all ages.
Absolutely. We just had a very quick sight there of Zenki Automotive moving themselves up the order of traffic. The number 20 cart out there. This is getting towards that point of the night where I'm going to pick them out. There he is. Sam Jennings, I'm told, is in at the moment. Yep, the red, white and black helmet. Self-proclaimed massive sim racing nerd. It's not our words, that's his words in the notes provided to us by the drivers. And at the moment, Jennings is trying to chase down the number 27 of ECR Blue. The drivers probably don't know this, but this is now the battle for the lead in the rookie category. Now, just trying to work out who is at the wheel of the 27. There's the number 20 going through our screen. The ECR Blue team of Sam Bennett, Oliver Coe, Lucas Vintu, Onyak and Christina Harding. There's the number 25 on your screens. Chat's going to be very excited because I think they're going to get another one of their special, their favourites coming into the box for a quick chat with Yusuf in a moment. Before we go to that, let's actually do a very quick rundown because we're nearly at the bottom of a race hour to give you who's where of the 30 runners. So 456 laps completed. Spicy Boys lead by 4.8 seconds ahead of the friends of Shelby Newstead. All of the top 11 teams now pro, so Friends of Shelby Newstead no longer the leaders in rookie because they're not rookies anymore. Phoenix Racing Team still on the race, on the lead lap, 17 seconds off the race lead. They're in third. They have had dramas though in the last hour and a half or so, running out of fuel before one of their pit stops, so they've lost a bit of time there. Rio Speedwagon for their second black flag in the last couple of hours. They're in fourth. But still on the lead lap and showing that they've got some really good base pace underneath them. I had a very quick chat with Dante Dillon before coming back into the box, and I think they're still quietly confident. We'll come back to the rundown. Let's head over to Yusuf. Who have you got?
Well, I've got two people. I've got Ashton Springford, and then, as some of you guys might have seen on our favourite video, we've got Tom, I'm not autistic, I'm artistic Davies.
Yeah, you know it. I'm just a bit special.
Okay, I wasn't going to go down there. Ashton, how are you doing?
I'm good. Feeling pretty confident, especially with Tom. He's pretty quick, so we're all right. But Bowser. But yeah, we've got a pretty good team. We just need to kind of move on from quali because that was not the best, but we'll find the pace and hopefully it's good.
And just to clarify as well, this is El Cartel. Are there any kind of issues over territory with Smithing Racing Lines?
I like where you gone there. I think they're last, aren't they?
No, Belly Boys were last time I looked.
Ah, right, okay. Then no, because we're above the border.
Right, we're going to move away because this is going into dangerous territories. How is the race going so far?
It's okay. Our kart lacks a bit of top end.
But you did say that you're fat.
Yeah, I know, but... Right.
Ashton?
I mean, I've only driven it for like 10 minutes and I can agree. I'm quite small, but I'm not the smallest. But yeah, it's not the fastest thing in the world. And we did get it changed, but we weren't allowed for a certain tester that was about 2 seconds off the pace.
Okay. What position are you running in at the moment?
I think we're fifth in class, about 19th overall.
I hope first, but I know that's not true.
So what we're saying is we sandbagged, stay in Clubman's, and now we've got a chance for the rookie podium.
That's the only reason I went out when I did.
That was the point. We were going to send someone else out, but we sent Tom out so we could hang back a little bit. But yeah, we're on for a podium at least.
I think we've got about 40 seconds to the kart that's on the podium, 20 seconds to the kart ahead, 20 seconds after that. So they just need 2 black flags, really.
Yeah, you're in it. You're in it to win it.
Preach.
Right. And on that, back over to the commentators.
Another 10 out of 10 interview there from Yusuf bin Suhail. Carrying on with our rundown, where were we up to? 5th place, Maple Motorsport still on the lead lap, 50.4 seconds off the overall lead. MGS Motorsport, 2 laps off the overall lead now, so a bit of a gap opening up as we go into the night time. This is very different for anyone who's not raced under the floodlights before. So MGS, the Maidstone Grammar School, still running 6th, ahead of TRX Motorsport, who are also 2 laps down. And then Senior Tadpoles have been making good progress in the last couple of hours. They, I want to say, were 3 laps off the overall lead, and they're now back onto 2. So do keep an eye on the team of youngsters, including William Sparrow. We saw William start the race. Ollie Borg. I've spotted you, chat. Yeah, I know you want to get Ollie up in the box. We'll try and hunt him down. Benji Hamilton, Jasper Stewart Staff, Ellis Cox. Yusuf calls him Mullet Man, indeed. And Matteo Ehrenfrichter as well. That's a very strong team of youngsters who've raced up through races in this part of the world, and also on the national arrive and drive scene. So they're 8th. 9th are Willow Bay Racing. If you're just joining us or you've been away for the last hour or so, they've now been declared as a pro team. They were previously a rookie team. They are now 3 laps off the overall lead, and they're just holding off. They're about 15.5 seconds ahead of last year's winners, Nameless Motorsport, wrapping out the top 10 at the moment. Another team, the last of the teams to move up to pro at the designated point of 6 hours into this race. Richards Racing Team are 6 seconds behind Nameless at the moment in 11th place. Those 3 are all on 3 laps off the overall lead. We'll bring you more from the rundown in a little bit, because we're passing back to Yusuf.
No, not Yusuf. Yusuf's over there. Hi, I'm Kieran. Nice to meet you all.
Thank goodness.
But I have a very, very highly requested person from the chat. So introduce yourself, and why are you here? Because you're not racing.
No, my name is Ben Paynes. Just here to have a watch, spectate, and hopefully be a little bit of a morale booster throughout the evening.
Now, you've driven all the way from Bristol just to come here. Now, tell us what the Buckmore 24 means to you.
Not too much, to be fair, and just here for a bit of fun. It was a bit of, as I said, a bit of a morale boost, and yeah, just want to try and make sure everyone's in good spirits, really.
You've contested in this race before. How have those previous races gone for you?
Haven't gone the best whenever I've been to Buckmore, to be honest, but yeah, hopefully I don't bring any of that bad luck to anybody else today.
So where are they at the moment, your team you're supporting?
I'm supporting a couple of the teams, but I think one of them is down in 20th at the moment, and I think another one's in about 12th position. So I think throughout the day should be a bit better as the evening draws on.
And how does it differentiate when you've been on the track and you've been racing in this environment to just coming now where you're chilling, you're just enjoying it? You know, what's that comparison mentally and sort of just overall, really?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot more relaxed, definitely. Obviously, when you're on the track, you really have to keep on top of your game, and the adrenaline's running quite high, but when you're here, just on the side, relaxing, it's nice. It's a big, nice change.
Do you get any kind of intrusive thoughts to maybe try and put one of the other teams off a little bit?
No, not me. I wouldn't do that. No.
Good, that's the correct answer, because here and Andy over there just saying no. But are you going home tonight, or are you staying over and watching again tomorrow?
I honestly have no plans at the moment. We're just going to see where the night takes me.
Absolutely love to hear it. Well, thank you very much for coming down, and hopefully your teams get a good result come tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Back to comms.
Thank you very much, Kieran. Sorry for confusing you for Yusuf, who's now alongside me again.
Hi.
Hi. Good evening as well.
Yes.
To some people who I like to see in chat, but also get me a little bit afraid, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Good evening, Salvador Newman. Hope you're doing well. Who else have we got in? Jake Anders and Lad and Dad. Hello, guys. Hope you're doing well. Sal has asked for Max Chapman or Jamie Tyler Gooden to be on the interview. Max is busy snapping away with his big lens. I had a very quick chat to him earlier. Was doing some great work at Silverstone in the week. We've got to that point of the race already. I've not seen Jamie. I've not seen JTG so far today.
I have seen Jamie.
Is he well?
He is. It looks like he's wearing a little bandage over his hand.
Oh dear.
But then again, I shook that same hand, so I think it was fine.
Okay.
Also, you talk about Sal Newman. Much better to see him in the chat than sometimes in a kart.
Wow.
Yeah. Salv and I are like that sometimes.
Okay.
He throws some shade, so I've got to give him a little back. Although I should say it's scarier when he's in a kart. That's what I meant. Scarier to see him in a kart than in the chat.
I'm not getting involved in this. I'm going to continue with my rundown.
Yes.
11th. Oh dear. As the number 24 has gone round there. I've not actually seen that many spins in the opening quarter of this race. But that was the number 24 of Sniffing Racing Lines going round. I'm going to try and come up with something witty
Yes.
to say, but I'm probably get myself in trouble.
We did
so
just
let's
talk about
stop
them,
before
didn't
then.
we, with regards to El Cartel and how they just passed them. So maybe this is the continuation of that.
Right, let's carry on. Let's talk rookie. 12th ECR Blue. They are 4 laps off the overall lead. They're 15 seconds behind Richard's Racing Team. And they are, more crucially, 1.8 seconds ahead of Zenki Automotive, 12th and 13th places there. Top of the rookies now after the mid-race promotions. 14th, Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing. They're making nice progress back up the order. Started this race 18th. I've had their difficulties in the first 6 hours, but actually getting on with things very nicely, apart from the 53.439 that they just put in. We'll ignore that. They are 38 seconds behind Zenki Automotive. 19.8 seconds ahead of Track Tiles Ingluli Racing. We had a little chat to them earlier. We'll try and have a little bit more of a chat with Track Tiles tomorrow morning. I think they've gone to bed for now. But really nice stand that they've had out. In fact, the stand is still there. It's just there's nobody in it. So we'll talk to them in the morning when we're back at 7 a.m. onwards. Elite Crawley Racing, they are now 16th. It is quite interesting seeing all these Prem teams that had bad starts now starting to get back up the order. The number 4 definitely one of those. 14 seconds behind Track Tiles and 0.6 of a second ahead of TRX Academy 2. TRX Academy 2 currently 17th overall and 3rd in rookie. They've got a gap of 1 lap over Team Rango with Red Mist. Team Rango looking to repeat the podium that they had here last year in the 2nd tier. At the moment, they're off the podium and needing to find that lap. They are... Actually, no, it's not a full lap. It's 22.8 seconds behind TRX Academy 2, just as the timing updates in front of us. El Cartel, 7.6 back from them in 19th. And then a further 5.5 seconds back, we find Williams Palmer Racing completing the top 20. They're all 6 laps down. 2 laps further back, TSB Motorsport, the number 26, are in 21st. They've got a lap over Losing Daylight. All of these teams are now rookie from here on out. Sniffing Racing Lines, they've had that spin. I think that did actually cost them that 22nd place. They're 6.7 seconds back from Losing Daylight now. BPRL have been really in amongst it for the last hour or so. We've seen them having battles with Mild Runnings and TRX Academy. They've won those battles for now. They're about 1 hour and 25 minutes into a stint and are currently running in 24th place. 9 seconds ahead of Dead Squirrel Racing. The number 22 there, 12 laps down. As are Mild Runnings. This one has actually just changed, in fact. Dead Squirrel Racing have just got that position of 25th ahead of Mild Runnings in 26th. 5.8 seconds further back of the TRX Academy, the number 12 now in 27th. Then a little bit of a drop. We go 3 laps further back, 15 laps off the overall lead. It's the number 21 of Slick and Tired, 28th. 4 laps back from them. It's Team 30, Norfolk, and Chance. We'll avoid that one again. And then 2 laps further. I'm rooting for the Belly Boys. The Belly Boys, what was it, 3 hours ago, or even just after the first hour, were 4 laps, 5 laps behind their nearest opposition. I think they're now 2.5 laps behind, behind team number 30. So go on, the Belly Boys. This race is not done for anybody out there. They are 22 laps off the overall lead, but that's not what they're going to be worried about too much at this stage. That is your running order with 17 hours and 19 minutes of the 2026 Buckmore Park 24 hours to go. Andrew Mather and Yusuf Bin Sahel in the commentary box for you on this fine Saturday evening in the southeast of England.
It is very fine indeed. Spicy Boys have also just put a lap on Maple Motorsports, so now we are down to just 4 karts on the lead lap. I'd also seen a bit of support for Ross Sandwell in the chat. He is out on track now for Williams Palmer Racing in the number 9 kart. They're currently down in P20, hunting down El Cartel.
That is a good... Now, this is where I'm going to flip on my recent opinions on fluorescent yellow race lids. This is a good time of the day for
I heard this on the Bump Draft podcast,
yes,
I think.
You did. We've got another one coming up of those. Myself, Henry Baudet and Piers Pryor. Piers keeping me and Baudet reasonably in control. We filmed it a couple of nights ago. at the brand new Silverstone kart circuit after all the BUKC festivities had finished. Not the best time to film I'm going to apologise in advance for my state of dress and just general face.
Right.
3 days out in the open, observing, calling penalties, ruining people's lives.
And there were lots of penalties.
There were a few penalties. Silverstone's, as we mentioned earlier with Adam, you can't predict the weather there. It's the windiest and sometimes coldest place on Earth, and that was definitely the case for those 3 days.
Yeah.
My face fell off.
Wait until you see Snetterton.
Oh, I know. But that's not got a kart circuit, so I don't have to worry too much about that.
It does, actually.
Oh, it does?
Apparently, yes.
Where?
I don't know. Brands Hatch has one as well. They all seem to have these weird circuits, because someone was telling me that they sent me a picture of a track and they said, you know what track this is? And I said, no idea. They said, oh, Snetterton. So I didn't know Snetterton had one. So, yeah, I think it's in the circuit complex somewhere.
Vinny C asks a question. It's a random question. What's your opinion on really tight kart suits like kart skins?
So, right,
where are we going with this?
Okay, I can jump in on this because it's something that we've had to consider for racing in endurance races in Europe. 2 to 3 tenths a lap quicker.
Really?
Yes. That is the test that they did on straights with kart skin, or I guess any form of lycra.
But surely you look like a complete and utter tool.
Yes, you do. I could see certain drivers' bits. So, yes.
Let's end that there. Let's go for another interview.
We're back in the interview pen, and I'm here with the mighty Lithuanian Aldas. You loved that intro, didn't you?
I mean, I'm not going to complain. That was a very good intro. Thank you very much. I think richly deserved after that stint.
Very much deserved. Yeah, so strong. You managed to kind of keep the lead. You had Cameron just doing some really hard work. You had Toby beforehand. Your team is looking really strong at the minute.
Yeah, it's all going really well. I think we've tried to do the best strategy possible. We're really focusing on just having a clean race. Obviously, you can't control the other teams. You don't know what they're going to do, but we're really trying to minimize warnings, black flags, everything. I didn't have a single warning, and that's kind of what we're aiming for, just the fastest race time for our team, and we'll see where we end up. So it's all going well so far, but very, very early days. So, yeah.
You have led me on nicely to my next question, because I was going to try and say, you've been here, multiple times now. Is this your third time?
So this is my fourth now. So third with the Spicy Boys and fourth just in general. So yeah.
So, and over the course of that time, you've made so many improvements. What has been kind of the keys between last year and this year?
Consistency, cleaning up mistakes. I think I did a pretty good job last year, but there's always just. Again, it's just cleaning up those mistakes, the contact warnings, the track limits. Again, no warnings or anything this year, so it just comes down to that. You can practice pace and consistency as much as you want, but it's those mistakes that cost you, under yellows and things like that. So again, fingers crossed, it's all gone well so far. Probably, as I'm speaking, we'll probably get a black flag. That'd be brilliant TV, so we'll see. Hopefully not.
I'm just waiting to see if it's going to pop up on the screen. I'm thinking, no. But, what kind of brings you back every single year to the Buckmore Park 24 hours?
Oh, just the amazing track, the amazing people. Alpha Live, of course, as well. Shout out to them. No, just a really great event. Everyone's really good, and it's one of the most prestigious 24 karting, races in the country. We want to win it. We won the rookie class a couple of years ago, so that was great. But that was 12th overall. Missed out on the podium last year, so we're back for the big prize. And currently leading, but again, very early days. So it's just, I hope we'll get it.
Of course, your team is looking really strong. Unfortunately, you've not got Steve this year. Maybe he can be the secret weapon next year.
Yeah, it was a bit of a last-minute thing. Obviously, Steve's been doing a lot of racing at the Nürburgring, and he injured his, his accelerator leg. So that's the only one you need anyway, as well. So that's even doubly worse. But yeah, he still came here with his wife to support us. So yeah, the Spicy Boys are still together. We've got the entire team here, and so yeah, he's here in spirit, not quite in the car, but hopefully next year as well.
Yeah, and just kind of finally, of course, there's a big potential for a win on the cards. How hopeful are you for it?
All you can do is do your best in terms of maximising what your team can do. Like I said, consistency, no mistakes, try and drive as fast as you can, and then we'll see how the cards play out. Again, there's been a lot of black flags for some of the heavy hitters like Nameless and I think Tadpoles as well, but they're going to be back for sure. So yeah, I don't think we're even halfway through, so it's very early days, yeah.
And the nerves?
I'm fine. Totally fine. That went well. I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to go get some sleep, and I'm back out at about 5 a.m. So, yeah, can't wait for that. I've been buzzing for this event the entire year, so not too nervous.
Oh, so you are the spicy boys. What's your favourite spicy food?
Oh, great question. I think it has to be, I mean, my favourite cuisine is Indian, which I know is very broad. Obviously, that's not very specific, but yeah, I do also like, there's a Thai soup called Tom Kai Gar, which I love to make. A bit of spice in there as well, because I'm a bit of a chef, so that's probably my favourite at the moment.
Lovely, thank you so much for your time out there. So we'll see you back in the commentary box with Andrew and Yusuf.
And the news, contact warning for cart number 5. You're dicing with things there, boy. It's no, it's not a black flag, though. We've not reached that stage of the evening yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's a shame we didn't still have a camera on Aldas.
This is one of the best setups I've
Yes,
seen.
I wanted to bring this up earlier.
Go for it.
I'm not sure which team it is, but it looks absolutely phenomenal, as you can see.
I think it's the Elite Crawley Racing team.
It is indeed,
the
yes.
ECR team, but I like that. Good bit of tech use, analysing what the lap times are doing. At the moment, ECR Blue, of course, leading in the rookie category, and number 4's not doing too badly as well at the moment. It's still, look at that. All of the pro teams, with the exception of Williams Palmer Racing, who've just set their fastest lap of the race so far, covered by 5 laps.
Yes.
What's that? That's 250 seconds. Come on, brain. Do maths.
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 and a bit minutes.
4 and a bit minutes. Covering all of the pro teams. Now,
new fastest lap of the race.
9.745 for the Phoenix Racing team. Are we about to have a bit of a happy hour here? As the sun's gone down now, there'll still be a good amount of warmth in the track and in the tyres. We could be about to see some
that car,
and that's not even close to the end of its stint either. There is the number 6. That's halfway through a stint, you know, Yusuf.
Yep. So
that's not a low fuel lap.
Red helmet. I've got nothing.
And they're closing in right on the Friends of Shelby Newstead. It should say great effort by this team. If you're not familiar with the charitable cause that this is all about. So Tyler Newstead, sister Shelby, was diagnosed with neuroblastoma at 9 months old. This was, I want to say, back in the late 90s that this occurred. Since then, they started the charity and they've raised £1.35 million. Absolutely superb effort. And that's what they're racing for here today. So I know times are hard, not easy indeed at the moment. But if you have got any spare cash, it would be a great place to donate to. If you can. Karting community is a brilliant community, whether you've been part of it for years, decades, or you're brand new to it, and it always comes together for a great cause, and that is a particularly great cause here in the Buckmore Park, 24 hours this year. And right now there's going to be a big scrap here for that second place, and through have gone Phoenix Racing team. They've got the move done. This is really, really good pace at the moment from Phoenix Racing team. That was a 50.111 that puts them back into second place, ahead of the Friends of Shelby Newstead. Now, what is the gap up to the Spicy Boys? 3.8 seconds. And potentially coming down here, Yusuf, over the next 40 minutes.
Well, you say coming down over the next 40 minutes, it'll be going up over the next 40 minutes, because by that point, Phoenix Racing would have overtaken Spicy Boys and pulled a gap, because their pace is absolutely ridiculous. The caught Friends of Shelby Newstead. They've overtaken them, and they are bringing that gap down very, very quickly.
There's a poll out. It's very simple. Shall we interview Oliver Coe?
Just for the meme, say no.
In the paddock first. We'll put that to the viewers. If you're enjoying the coverage, make sure you click that like button, shared it, and all of that YouTube business.
Yeah. Right, so still got 4 teams in the lead lap. Rio Speedwagon only 38 seconds down, considering they've had 2 black flags in this race. That is a very, very solid performance from them. And they might also be closing into the 23 that is in 3rd place as well currently.
Yeah, their lap times last time around 50.549. Friends of Shelby Newstead. Now, this is one of the things. How long have they been out for? 15 minutes. Okay, right now the pace is back. I was a little bit concerned there that were Friends of Shelby Newstead starting to lose, that base pace, because they've done a couple of 52s, but they've now just popped in a 50.5. So no, that's fine. It may have just been a bit of traffic for them out there.
And if anyone in the chat knows who's currently out for Phoenix Racing Team, please let us know. Because from what I can see, it's not William Tyson, it's not Ollie White, we had him before, it's not Jaden Giles. Is it Liam Ramsell? But apparently he's meant to have a blue champion's helmet, and that doesn't look...
That's not what that is.
So I think they have another driver that hasn't filled out the form. Terrible.
Shocking behaviour. There over the line. Gap now down to 2.5. Oh, you say that, is it? No, it might be William Tyson, back out on circuit.
I think.
Who started the race.
Black.
No, I think it is. I think that's William Tyson back in for a second stint.
Oh.
And comments are agreeing. Because it's dark
Yes.
now. We can't see the blue.
Okay. Well, William Tyson, he was very quick in the opening stint. He's even quicker now. And showing just how much quicker the track can get once it gets a little bit dark, once the grip starts to fade. It's a weird way of expressing it. When the grip fades on circuit, you go a little bit quicker.
It is indeed. Wow, the karting TPT. What makes you think that this is a democracy? We may put polls out. We may not pay any attention to them. Or be able to find Ollie Coe in the paddock.
You're starting
and deliver the
goods,
the promises of the democratic process.
You're starting to sound a little bit like me teaching in a classroom, which is, this is not a democracy.
This is not a democracy.
I run the show here, and you shall obey. It looks like we've been outdone.
No,
because
I think we'll try and get Ollie on. We'll try and get Ollie on. It's just got to hunt Ollie down. Ollie may not want to go on as well. Maybe in full focus of the race. It can happen at times. If you approach a driver, you go, "Come on, you'll get some nice TV time." And you go, "Nope, don't want to do it."
Yeah, might be hiding.
So let's keep an eye on this battle then, because at the moment, William Tyson looks to be about half a second quicker than the Spicy Boys, number 5. So 3 laps, we're going to see another fight for the lead here between these two teams. It's gone back and forth between them since the early evening. Now we're into night time. This is going to be another one of those where we're going to reach 10 o'clock, mate, and I'm not going to want to stop talking about this race because it's just starting to simmer and really, really get into its stride. I'm going to give you another piece of homework. It's a dry race. It's been a pretty quick pace so far. What are we looking like in terms of a distance record?
This is one of the things that I was considering prior to the race, but I forgot to add to the notes on the number of laps done, because we've only had one dry race prior to this, so this is quite a likely opportunity that we break the distance record of the Buckmore Park 24 hours. Now, I am also just wondering for the Spicy Boys, who is out on circuit? I don't think it's Johnny Brighton. I think it might be Bright himself, because that does look to be a white helmet with a black and green suit. So it is Bright Osemweji, which I'm probably pronouncing horribly, horribly wrong. So Bright, I do massively apologise if I have got that wrong. Feel free to come up to the commentary box and correct me. I would greatly appreciate that. And we're now also being demanded to have Cameron Dass interviews as well.
Again, if we can find him. He had a very, very good stint earlier on, did Cameron Dass. And here it is, this battle going on then between the number 6 and the number 5, coming back down the hill through Pullman's. No, apologies, that's the number 8 of Maple Motorsport, trying to keep themselves just on 1 lap off the overall lead. There were the race leaders, the Spicy Boys. So first job here. And this may be one of the things as to why we've been seeing Phoenix Racing closing in on the Spicy Boys over the last few laps or so. If they've had difficulty getting past Maple Motorsport, that could have been losing them time, but that's very efficient work there by William Tyson. Big thumbs up to say, yes, let's keep working together now, because that's the race leader immediately ahead of us. And for William Tyson, there is a real hope here of retaking the lead in this 2026 edition of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours. Now, obviously, that lap last time around wasn't the quickest for Phoenix Racing because they were having to deal with getting past Maple Motorsport. But if we go back to that half-second pace that we saw a few moments ago, Yusuf, this battle's going to be on very, very quickly.
Well, they're already on to the back of the number 5, so... Well, Bright's going to have a lot of defending to do, and I have a feeling that by hairpin 2, the race lead might have changed because Phoenix Racing are looking so quick right now.
Yeah, I think it is Bright Osenviga at the wheel of the number 5 right now. Was the part of the rookie class winning team of this race back in 2024, part of the team that finished 5th overall 12 months ago. This is a bit different than a top 5. This is racing for the lead. As down the inside goes Tyson. Well, you don't often see moves done into paddock corner, but that's not to say it isn't possible. That was great stuff from William Tyson. Expertly done. The reason why you often don't see moves into that corner is it's very, very easy to get your braking wrong, push on, make contact, do something silly, and not get the move finished. That was expertly executed by William Tyson. Puts Phoenix Racing back into the race lead. Looked in full control there, Yusuf. This could be a big stint for this team.
William Tyson doing a phenomenal job for Phoenix Racing, who reclaim the lead of this race for the first time since they made their pit stop. They lost a lot of time in that pit stop, but now they're leading by 2/10. It's a further 5 seconds to friends of Shelby Newstead. And we've got Kieran with an interview.
Yes, thank you very much. And as your team is racing on track, from the Spicy Boys, right, talk to us about how your race is going so far.
Well, it's obviously going very well, slightly less well now that Will has passed us. But no, I mean, honestly, Bright is doing an unbelievable job out there. So we could be, but if my grandmother had Will, she'd be a bike. We could be 20 seconds up the road, which we've lost in just changing cameras as a bunch of YouTubers. But forget that for a second. What I'm seeing on screen right now is just making me so happy. 2 years ago, Bright lost us 8 laps in his first stint. 8 laps he lost in his first stint. He has just led the Buckmore Park 24 Hour for about 50 laps. Like, it's unbelievable. It's unheard of. So miracles really do happen, mate, is what I'm learning here.
The thing is, with this race as well, it's absolutely incredible because you've been locked in so far. I mean, how long are we going? Like 6 hours, I think, something like that. A 6 hour battle, 6 hour long battle, something like that for that race lead. And no matter how many sort of seconds you can gain up the road or how many seconds you fall behind, you all seem to come back together as well. 100%. That's the kind of the special thing about the Buckmore 24. Like, how do you feel about the event and what sort of special place does it hold to you?
You should ask my wife that question, because when this race finishes tomorrow at 2:30 p.m, I will talk about this race for probably 4 months, and then I will talk about next year's race for the following 8. So, I mean, this is just like one of those things we have to do it every year. We love it. We think it's the best thing ever. I'm really looking forward to next year. As a slightly bigger guy, I'm looking forward to a slightly higher weight limit next year. Should make life a bit easier. But no, honestly, I think it's the best. And Buckmore put on a great show every time. I love what Alpha Live do as well. Like, honestly, it's just the stream is so good. And this year it stepped up another level. Having this double, I'm not looking sorry. I could look at you and chat to you. I'm really sorry, or whichever camera is pointing at me right now. But I'm looking at the double box on the screen. It's unbelievable to have like this level of coverage just on a random stream that's taking place in Chatham in Kent. I think it's just a testament to Buckmore, to Alpha Live, to everything. So I'm glazing all of you right now. But
well, I'm pretty sure that the James behind the camera there is blowing kisses at you. Thank you very much for that. Let's talk about this helmet as well. It's a very recognisable helmet. It stands out a lot. So other people have all these wacky designs and everything. What made you go for something so simple and so just trying to think of the right word, almost iconic?
I'll be honest. I did see your stream the other day talking about the woke nonsense, like aggressive, over-the-top designs. This is not my main helmet. This is my promo helmet. And as you rightly pointed out, promo needs to be as iconic, simple, basic, easy to see as possible. So that's what this is. I've never driven it. It's always just been there to look pretty and remind you to buy your visor stickers from Lid Mods. So get custom visor stickers there. So that's why I've got that one. And I do also have an overly aggressive, way too overly designed, beautiful one that you couldn't tell what it is from a distance, but I really like it. So both of them look good on in my office. That's what makes me happy. So
fantastic. And obviously we're going into the night, and it is pitch black out there now, as we can obviously see it in this dual screen that we're looking at behind the cameras. I'm assuming you've got a stint during the evening, so how does that compared to the driving in the daytime?
Well, the benefit obviously is maybe a little bit more pace, because dark, cold, tyres don't get quite as hot, life's good. But honestly, middle of the night, 3 a.m, it's pitch black, as you say. The visor's up a little bit to stop it fogging. That's when the real men come out. Which camera? That camera. That's when the real men come out. Genuinely, if you're not locked in at that time of night, you're never locked in. I'll be honest, right? If you can't win it at 3 a.m, you can't win the Buckmore 24, I'm afraid.
Well, it's obviously what separates the OK drivers from the great drivers. Thank you very much for coming down here and having a chat with us. And best of luck for tomorrow, coming into the end of the end of the 24. You are fighting for the lead at the moment. May that continue.
May it continue indeed. Thank you very much for having me, and thanks again to everyone for looking after us this race.
Thank you very much. Right, back to you guys in comms.
Thanks, Kieran. Interviews have been really good today. I'm really happy about it.
Update on this battle at the front of the field.
Phoenix Racing Team now 3 seconds ahead of the Spicy Boys. But yeah, that's a great point.
We've talked about this on Alpha Live broadcasts in other disciplines within karting, and it's one of the things I love about this sport, about the spirit of drivers when they come in, maybe a little bit less experienced. There's a minority of people who would say to such drivers, why bother?
Yeah.
And that is not the first story I've heard this year of a driver going, no, I'm going to stick at this. I'm enjoying it. That's reason number one to keep going, because it's such a fun sport. Secondly, get better and better and better. I know we've both had it as well as people who've taken part in this sport.
Yep.
That first year, you learn so much. You improve so much. You probably get 95% of your lifetime improvement in that first year.
Yeah.
And then the rest of it's then chasing that 5%. And you just get the bug and you get bitten by it. And to hear a story like that of a driver who, last year, or in a previous edition, lost 8 laps and is now right at the front, running in the 50s, 50.613 has just gone in there from Bright Ossenbergi. That's good pace. That is really good pace. Is Bright their fastest driver? Probably not, on balance, but I tell you what, Bright could be the driver that wins them this race.
Yeah, and it's very easy as well when you look at a team, you think, oh yes, the best driver is the one that overtook to take us the lead or had that amazing opening stint. But sometimes, you forget that you've got a team of 4 people.
Yeah.
And one driver has pulled their weight to make sure they've made no mistakes at all and not dropped any considerable time. That is also a huge win in any form of endurance race, let alone a 24-hour one.
And you've developed on the point brilliantly there, mate, because what I mean by that is all of these teams, if you're new to the sport, all of these teams up in the top 10,
will have at least one driver, probably two in the pro teams, who can hit these 50.2s time and time and time and time again. And yes, those times are very important for keeping the rhythm of the race going and keeping the kart up there. But what we mean by the third and fourth drivers making the difference is that if the fourth driver of one team can be hitting 50.6s, as Bright is doing right now, and their equivalent fourth driver rival in another team is hitting 50.8s, that's where the difference is going to be made in terms of winning and losing at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow afternoon.
To kind of follow on that, and you'll know this a lot from the university scene, and you'll have this in university sprint races and university endurance races. You'll know in your team you've got a driver, they're quick. You can start them at the back of the grid, they're still going to get a podium, or something like that. But you'll also know in that team you've got a couple of drivers who aren't as good. If those drivers get you a top 10 result, you celebrate that like a victory because it is such a massive result, not only for them, but for your team. And it's such a huge confidence boost to them going into future rounds as well.
Indeed. So, now Alistair Irvin's out.
Pink helmet.
Pink lid and all. This is the secret weapon for the Zenki Automotive team, still second in the rookie category at the moment. So Alistair's been out for 6.5 minutes.
They snuck away from that promotion, didn't they, up into the pro class with a few of those early black flags. And I think they've snuck under the radar somewhat. So a very good opportunity for Zenki Automotive, which is full of ex-university drivers, if I'm not mistaken.
Some of them still current, in fact, for Zenki Automotive. Yeah, a mix of current student university racers and some recent grads. And Alistair Irvin, sorry Alistair, you're not a recent grad anymore, mate. They're in a I said there's a good scrap developing just outside the top 10 now with ECR Blue, Accelerate, Kent Brewery Racing, Tractars, and then the Zenki Automotive team. Williams Palmer Racing have just set their personal best of the race so far. Up into 18th place now. Who else is getting pretty close out there? Just looking to see what our other closest battle out on circuit is. Actually, we probably do need to keep an eye on that 18th, 19th battle between Williams Palmer Racing and El Cartel. 2.8 seconds the difference last time around. And El Cartel, that's just been spot. Williams Palmer Racing just came into the pits. Thank you, guys. It's just ruined our fun there. But El Cartel won't mind. They're back up into 18th place. They do owe us a pit stop. Interesting to see now with the strategy of things. I think some teams are getting a little bit concerned about fuel mileage in terms of time. We're starting to see more teams not hit the 2 hours or not brave it out to hit the 2 hour mark with the fuel. Is that because the pace is dropping due to the conditions, due to it being a little bit cooler, a little bit better for the engines to run a tad richer? And could that now start to swing things away from those trying to already, with 2/3 of the race to go, count this race through to 2:30 tomorrow? Because if you can't get 2 hours anymore, you've got to start chipping away at that time that you've got in hand to avoid a splash and dash. That's what some of the teams will be trying to work out with strategy, even at this stage of the race. Don't worry, guys. The Oliver Coe interview is coming. He's just a bit shy.
Yes, and there is an improvement. There's a cherry, an icing on the cake that is Oliver Coe.
Is he finally here?
He is finally here, and we've got a guest interviewer as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the interview that you've all wanted, Oliver Coe.
We have a very special person here, Oliver Coe. Give us a wave, give your family a wave down the camera. Say hello, Mum, hello, Dad.
Yeah, hello. Hello, everyone.
Have we got a microphone we can hand in by chance? We have one that we can share. Say it again. Say hello to your Mum and your Dad.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
So, you're racing for ECR Blue. You're leading the rookies right now. How are you feeling? You nervous? You anxious? You feeling a bit shy?
No, I'm actually quite excited. It's my first 24, so it's gone quite well so far. Hopefully we can keep it up.
Yeah? Keep going.
Oh.
No, I'm joking. You're doing great. This is your first 24-hour.
Yeah.
You don't want to start with something a bit lower, because Buckmore is the crème de la crème. I might have butchered the pronunciation there. It is the top dog. You've started at the top. Where are you going to go from here?
Oh, well, I've done a 12-hour before this here.
Oh.
So, yeah, that makes...
You've done it here?
Yeah.
So you've done half of a 24 here?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
It went all right. We had a transponder issue halfway through. So we were on the podium, and then, yeah.
So you was already standing on the podium down there while one of your mates was out here racing. You just left him. You left him on track and you was down there on the podium.
What? No.
I'm just messing with you. Love it, Oliver Coe. True legend. Thank you very much for this very important interview segment. Anything else you want to say to your friends and family before we go?
Thank you, everyone, for getting me on here.
What about your sponsors? You have so many sponsors. You are such a lucrative driver.
No, I don't.
I love it. Thank you very much. Cheers, comms team.
Well, Adam Sanderson with Oliver Coe. Any sponsors out there? I mean, just look at the branding that you could get if you partner with Oliver Coe.
That's one tall, lanky boy with a lot of space on his race suit that could get a sponsor or two on.
Absolutely. Honestly, I expect Oliver Coe to have sponsors flooding in the chat within the next 20 minutes, really. Anyway.
I don't know what to say. There's been a contact warning for the friends of Shelby Newstead.
Ooh.
Now, is this... No, this is just local yellows. We both had the same thought at the same time of like big, long gaggle of cars. We've not had a race neutralisation here. No, I think it's just yellows.
I'm going to be honest, I heard you say ooh, so I decided just to follow up.
Yeah, join in.
Atmospheric, yeah.
We are fully green. Yeah, just a bit of local yellows, probably for some barrier replacement there. Don't worry, I don't think you missed anything. I've not really had any further position changes.
We might in about 3.5 minutes' time.
Go on.
Friends of Shelby Newstead closing in on Spicy Boys. Only 1.1 seconds between them at the moment. I don't know if they are currently in some traffic. I think they're working their way through.
They're in this big gaggle of carts just coming down through Symes and Pullman's now, going towards Garda. So thankfully they're at the front of it for the Spicy Boys. So the traffic management shouldn't be as difficult. And just coming back up the hill now, they've got the likes of TSB Motorsport and Dead Squirrel Racing immediately ahead of them. There's the number 15 of Willow Bay Racing, currently looking for a top 10. Side by side there, that's the track tiles Ingaluli Racing number 11 going through. They are currently 5 laps off the overall lead. Looking to bounce back through, maybe into the top 10 by the time that we break off for the first part of our coverage here today. You'll have the relative... Oh, as Alistair Irvin gets there into the side of the number 21. That was the slick and tired number 21. Oh, it's very busy at the moment. 3 wide off of Garda corner. The number 7 involved as well. The Accelerate Kent Brewery Racing team in the middle of it all. Contact warning for the number 8 of Maple Motorsport. We're not going to have another crazy last 20 minutes like we did in 2022 just before we pause the live comms for the night. Through hairpin number 1. Now, where in all of this is this battle between the number 5 and the number 23? It's a little bit further up the order. Yeah, it's just going down Simon Sweet now and in towards Garda. Well, we're keeping an eye on it as to whether the friends of Shelby Newstead can find a way back into second place. There's a big send down the inside through paddock. Just over the line now go the Spicy Boys and friends of Shelby Racing. Number 11 going through there. That's more good progress from the Chuck Tiles and Galuli Racing team. ECR Blue leaders in the rookie category are in the pits. That it was a 1 hour 49 long stint. Should keep them in the lead, actually, of the rookie category. As Zenki Automotive are more than a lap behind, but again, that's as the pit stops are cycling through. No move yet from the friends of Shelby Newstead, but only 0.4 of a second between them and Spicy Boys. Just going over start line now, into turn 1, into turn 2, and then hairpin 1.
So I have seen a comment on the YouTube chat, and while it is a bit of a crazy comment, I think it's worth mentioning, which is, will the marshal still be working at 2 a.m.? Surely you wait until everyone's asleep and then yeet someone.
No.
The marshals are wide awake.
Yep.
Supplied with much fresh coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Or whatever their beverage of choice is.
And also a rotation of staff.
Yes. So you could certainly try to do that, but you will get very promptly black flagged.
You ain't getting away with anything. We should also note that the whole circuit has CCTV around it, so our race director, Clinton Bell, and the assistant race director, when Clinton has to have a little break, they've got a view of the whole circuit as well. As there is that the moment where we're seeing a change for second place. Here it is, the friends of Shelby Newstead trying to get past the Spicy Boys, and they've got it done. Great work by the friends of Shelby Newstead. That overtake puts the number 23 back into second place. Trying to fight back here. It's been a difficult last couple of hours for them. But the team of Tyler Newstead, Clayton Ravenscroft. Oh, now the number 10's come to a stop now. What's happened here? This is the REO Speedwagon kart. The kart in fourth place. Now, how long have they been out? 1 hour 54. Is this a case of a kart running out of fuel? Now, that is well before the 2 hour mark.
And we've seen loads of drivers get over 2 hours. So is it fuel? Is it something else? You'd assume that it's fuel.
That is a slightly uphill part of the circuit as well. I mean, it could be that they've just had an incident, a spin, and they've lost one of the engines. They need a bit of help refiring the engine back up. Now, this could be a full course. We've got yellows up at hairpin number 1. I can't see there being an incident through hairpin number 1. Well, REO Speedwagon, this 2026 edition of the Buckmore Park 24 Hours, just cannot get going for them. This is the third problem that they've had. 2 of them have been black flags. Now they've had some form of technical issue. They're going to get help from one of the event staff back to the pits. Now, if the kart heads straight for the fuel Bowser, we'll know that this is no more go juice. If it turns left and goes down towards the service area, it's a more serious problem.
So that's Thomas Walford at the wheel for Rio Speedwagon, and they've not had a great time, have they? 2 black flags already in this race. Now a mechanical, whether that's the fuel running out or not, we'll have to wait and see in just a few moments' time. Here comes the number 10 in, and it is stopping at the fuel.
I think this is fuel. Now, this is a really, really important information for the rest of the teams. The conditions out on circuit are changing. The way in which the karts are running are changing. 2 hours on a single tank of fuel is now a big, big risk. One of the front runners who've been doing pretty well with their fuel management have just got it massively wrong. Back goes Thomas Welsford, has to stand over there before the fueling to begin. Thomas Welsford straight out of here, understandably not very happy with what's happened there at all. That has pushed the Speedwagon team all the way down to P8. Oh dear.
Yeah.
That.
Well, he had
I think
put
I'm
in
going to
such
join
a
on
good
your
stint as well.
Yeah, I think I'm going to join in your sentiment, Yusuf. I fear that may be the moment where REO Speedwagons, the way this race has been going, they've dropped to 10th place already. They're 4 laps off the overall lead. That has been by far
the biggest ball drop by one of the front-running teams so far today. They've been running metronomically throughout the course of the first third of this race. It is going to be a massive, tall order for REO Speedwagon to simply get back and be on the podium in this race, never mind win it.
Yeah, very, very big ask, and that's been good news for Nameless and Senior Tadpole. Senior Tadpole's up into 5th. Ellis Cox at the wheel at the moment, and there I'm seeing Nameless Andrew McWilliam at the wheel, who I've been informed by Rory O'Regan
yeah.
to remind everyone that he's short. So apologies, Andrew, but your teammate has requested that. Bit of housekeeping.
Yes.
1 hour 56. They ran out of fuel.
They ran out of fuel at 1 hour
So,
56.
Senior
Well, actually, before they ran out at 1 hour 54 and then
Okay.
lost 2 minutes, simply getting back to the
So
pits.
who has currently done over 1 hour 50 minutes? Senior Tadpoles, 1 hour 53. 1 hour 43 for El Cartel. They've just come into the pits. There aren't any other teams at that point. TRX Academy, 1 hour 47. So we'll keep an eye on them shortly to see what will happen and whether there are any changes, whether there's any more drama to come in. But for those of you joining us, we have had a bit of drama here at the 2026 Buckmore Park 24 hours because we are, how many hours into this race? We are 7.5 hours in, and we've had our first kind of borderline mechanical, not a mechanical, but a team running out of fuel. And as I say that, I'm joined in the commentary box by a former guest interviewer and now a guest commentator, Adam Sanderson. How are you doing?
Hello, how you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm very envious of all the drivers out there. I really, really would rather be driving because I just love this 24-hour event. Honestly, it is so special every single year coming back here and either racing or watching or co-commentating and stuff. It's honestly such a good event. So happy to be here.
So when are we getting you back into a kart then?
Well, back into a car or back into the 24?
Oh, 24.
24. To be honest, hopefully next year. Genuinely,
Okay.
hopefully next year. Stars didn't align this year, couldn't make it happen. But next year, really, really hoping to make sure I find myself back on that grid. Maybe back in the trophies or trees. My last appearance racing here was 3 years ago.
3 years?
Feels like just yesterday.
It was raining in that 24 hours as well.
Yeah, it was. And I love wet weather karting.
Do you?
Yeah, well, I'm a little bit heavier. So
Okay.
I'm 6'3". I'm like 90 kilos. So in the dry running around here, it's such a physical track in the dry. So in the wet, I was able to actually use that to my advantage a little bit. It was the only way I was able to be somewhat competitive, to be honest. I was just able to use that to my advantage. It was definitely my preferred weather conditions.
Well, the good news is I've been hearing rumours about the weight limit going up. It's already gone up this year. So
yeah,
there's hope for us heavy lads.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't need to diet to race.
What is the weight limit? Because I heard JB talking about it a second ago. That's the first time I've heard about it.
So from what I have heard, we've got it somewhere. We've got rules and regulations here. Now, if memory serves me correctly, it has gone up to 75 kilos. Look at that. I can't remember
this
some
year,
stuff.
yeah?
That's this year. Last year, I think it was
75
70.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I thought. Okay, cool.
And I've heard that maybe next year it's going up to 80.
Perfect. That is perfect.
Yes.
Music to my ears. Thank you, organisers. I love it. Thank you.
If you don't mind me asking, what are you currently at?
Well, I think I'm around about like 85, 90.
Okay.
Ish.
Similar to me, yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's definitely we're a bit biased on this
yes.
one, but it's definitely somewhere that I want to be able to come in and be able to be more competitive in the dry. Because obviously karting, add 10 kilos around a track like this. I don't know the exact figure,
It's
but
about
obviously
3/10 of that.
About 3/10. There you go. Perfect. That makes me feel better.
if you want, I could say half a second if that'll help.
Thank you. Add 3 seconds.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah. No, that's definitely a step in the right direction, in my opinion.
Yes. What are your thoughts on this race at the moment? Have you been able to keep up to date with everything that's going on?
Well, I was doing a bit of work earlier on, so I wasn't able to watch too much. I had it on in the background. I was able to just sit and watch for the last 2 hours. But I'm rooting for the Spicy Boys.
Okay.
Spicy Boys have my heart. Good friends of mine, and I'm hoping they win the thing. But of course, there's so many trials and tribulations. You don't know what's going to happen. 1 hour 56, that kart ran out, and they're like doing 2-hour stints and maybe pushing it, or maybe I don't know. I don't really know the strategy. To be honest, I'm trying to avoid the strategy.
We've seen teams going about 2 hours 6 minutes previously.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's. I guess when you get into the kart, it's about your throttle control. You might be every single lap. You might be using a fraction more, but over 2 hours, that adds up.
Yeah.
You know, you never know what's going to happen. So if the Spicy Boys continue on with the pace that they've got and the strategy that they might have or might not, I don't know. Like I said, trying to keep out the strategy because I'm just trying to watch it from a viewer's perspective this year. We'll see. Up
so
to Spicy Boys.
If you were kind of running Spicy Boys right now,
if I was running Spicy Boys,
you were doing the strats.
Okay.
Or they're listening in. Yeah. They're going to take some advice. Would you want to, either as a fan or a team manager kind of perspective, would you say, right, you know what, everyone's going to be chickening out. They're going to be scared of the fuel. They're going to go short. Let's keep on going long. Or would you say, nah, we got the pace. We'll go short on fuel.
This is my words. Don't take it as gospel, right? I would say when you wake up for your naps,
right,
go have an apple, right? Go have an apple. Get in the cart. Do 2 hour 30 stints. You're going to be lighter with that apple.
You're going to be lighter with the apple. I'm not following.
No. I would say personally, stretch it a little bit. 2 hour 5 maybe, but like I said, it's a bit of a risk. You never know when it's going to give out. Try and not Lyco. You don't want Lyco too much in these karts, but definitely try and ease off a little bit in some of the longer straights, down the hill especially. Try and save a little bit towards the end of that, and then maybe try and extend. But like you said, they do have the pace. So technically, if they were to want to just give it the absolute beans every single lap, whip around that track like a frisbee, then they can definitely catch up that gap from the extra pit stop. So it swings and roundabouts. You just got to play to your strengths. They've got the pace, but they've also... I don't know. I don't want to put too many thoughts in people's minds, you see. I don't know
you could
what they're
throw
doing.
everyone else off.
I might have been doing that. You never know. I could be absolutely lying. Actor. You know, you can never trust a word I say.
True. No, not one bit. Well, at the moment, we do have about 13 seconds separating our top three. What do you make of Clubmans? Do you have a favourite to win Clubmans? Or rookies, I should say.
Well, Oliver Coe is a great sport.
Yes.
Great sport. I'm rooting for ECW. I put him through the ringer a little bit just a second ago. So I would really love to see ECW, kart number 27, win it for the rookies.
See,
now, I don't know quite...
I can't trust you now because I feel like you're saying that just to get chat on your side.
No, I would never. I'd never try and do a popularity contest. Never.
No.
No, I mean, I was going to ask you, do you know how many times they've pitted? What are the stats?
So if you look on the PS column, that is pit stops. Unfortunately, though, it does also include how many times they've pitted for black flags. So you can see some teams have been very naughty, like, not to name and shame, but Tractars Ingulele or Ingulule Racing.
Ingulule.
They've been in the pits a record 7 times, as have El Cartel and as have TSB Motorsport.
You don't want to get on the bad side of that first team you mentioned there.
But you know what the best one is? We've had 9 pit stops from Dead Squirrel Racing.
Where are they? They're P26 out
of 30.
Well, I had a couple of mates of mine last year come in, and they were like, you know what, we're entering for fun, and I think they pitted the most out of any Buckmore 24-hour team in existence. But it was just because they were doing 30-minute stints. You're like, you know what, they're not going to be competitive. They were larger lads.
Okay.
So they weren't going to be anywhere near the top flight. So they were just like, you know what, go out and have some fun. At the end of the day, that is what it's all about.
Yeah.
Yes, be super competitive, try your absolute hardest, but if you're not having fun, you're not doing it for the right reasons, in my opinion.
Now, I am going to have a look at teams that have their mechanical pit stops coming up soon. That is to repair, maintain their karts. And while we do that, we're going to throw to a quick break, and we're going to be moving over from part 1 of the broadcast to part 2. So don't expect us to be back right here. Make sure you swap channel to head on over to part 2. Now, our first teams into the pits, we've got El Cartel and Dead Squirrel Racing. So they're into the pits, our most frequently visited